Good morning. Is Hafiz here? Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir. We can hear you.
Jibrin, you're here.
Yes, sir.
Can you
I'm here, sir.
Hafiz is ready?
Okay, sir.
Jibrin, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
I think we have to start then,
Yes.
because we have a lot to do.
Yes, sir. If we can start maybe introduction before they
Yes,
arrive,
yes.
the venue.
So that by the
Yes.
time Hafiz arrives, we can now move to the
Start
practical.
the. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Good
Yes.
morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining this workshop on human gait analysis. I'll be sharing my screen. Sorry, we are starting some few minutes behind schedule. And also, I want to apologize that the last time we couldn't do this workshop because I had a challenge My vehicle broke down on the road, and this is a festive period. I tried everything possible to retrieve it, and it didn't work. Um, I'm so sorry that we have to do this at this time, but it was something I wish I could have sorted out a lot faster. I didn't see that happen. It just happened that I was traveling and the day before, and I got stuck on the road. Um, I'm trying to see if I can load my PowerPoint. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Prof. We can see it.
Okay, I'm trying. Okay, I'm trying to actually find it myself. I don't know what has happened from my end. I I can't find it. I tried to upload, but I can't find. Okay, let me see what's going on from here. Just a few minutes. Hmm.
Establish prayers and pay alms. And obey Allah, and they who will be shown Allah's mercy. Surely Allah is there. I have said it earlier that we have chosen to serve our Lord. We have a very place for the day of resurrection. Just like I've said, research has shown me that Alhamdulillah, we have a very good start. We will have
Please, can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. All right. So today we shall be taking a look at a very important aspect of our services, our specialty, clinical data analysis. A lot has been said about clinical data analysis, and I think that we need to demystify it. Sometimes it sounds like something that is impossible or something that is very difficult, but it is not. Many workshops have been held, theories after theory, how it is done, and so on and so forth. However, I think we have to leverage the virtual platforms we have to really do the actual hands-on, because as long as we speak grammar and explain all the things, we go around doing the same thing. It just comes like a revolving chair. So we just go around the circles. And so today we want to really do something a bit different, because I'm sure many of you have attended workshops and even conferences or presentations on human gait analysis. So I will do a little bit of presentation, trying to nudge you on the important areas, recapitulate those issues that you may know that are essential for our demonstrations today. And then we go straight to demonstration and do the actual gait recording, do our calculations, and then do our analysis. That way you have a more beneficial effect than all the grammar all the time. So that when we do all this, you get to demystify some of the views people may have about gait analysis, and you see how the recording is done. When we are doing those recordings without the Vicon camera and the workflow, the workflow for system, which is quite expensive. I saw one in Cape Town, University of Cape Town, and also at Betts University. They have a very complex system. But the beauty of what we are going to do today is that it will take you roughly probably about $10 million, or a little less than that, about a little less than $10 million to set up a good Git laboratory. But somehow we were lucky that Professor Kokoro, who also taught me, did all that in Sweden, where he studied, and then he was able to come up with a new instrument that cost absolutely nothing, that enables us to record gaits, analyze gaits, and make clinical decisions and provide insights based on that without actually costing us anything. All it costs us is our knowledge of it, our understandings of how it should be used, and so on and so forth, and interpreted. Once we understand the normal gait dynamics, everything becomes easy and we get the same results. And this instrument have been used extensively, demonstrated extensively in different clinical settings with very fantastic outcomes. And we have published most of these things in high impact journals. And then some time ago, we had challenges of whether this instrument is validated or not. And we went ahead to validate that instrument. It was a tough job, but we did it and we found it to be one of the best instruments that could be used in prediction of falls in those who be in high risk population. And so it has a lot of clinical utility, just like every other gait instrument has clinical utility. So its versatility means that it is not confined to use in one area or the other. It applies across board. It has diagnostic utility. It has prognostic utility. And of course, it has analytic utility that gives insight in clinical decision making. And therefore, it's very helpful. Today, we will just simply say the basic things. We just look at the basic terms and so on and so forth, and we move from there. What is gait actually? Gait is a pattern of human walking. Gait is different from movement. Movement produces locomotion. And this locomotion includes the way human beings move around, walking, running, swimming, and cycling. These are all different types of locomotion. And these are essential for, you know, our life here on earth, and the characteristics of locomotion include the fact that it is energy economical, or what we call metabolic cost of locomotion. Whenever we walk around in such a manner that we consume very little or minimal energy. So walking is a form of locomotion, and therefore it's a form of movement. Running is a form of movement. Swimming is a form of movement. Cycling is a form of movement. But there is a difference now between gait and these movements, because movement is different from gait. Now, when you look at movement, you are talking about translatory locomotion or translatory uh, uh, displacement of a body from one location to the other. Normally, it happens on a horizontal plane anyway. And so this is what movement is. It's a translatory motion. And that is exactly what it is. But gait speaks to the pattern in which that movement happens, especially when that movement involves walking. So it's the pattern of human locomotion. And gait also defines the boundary between walking and running. And the characteristics of our normal walking and our pattern of walking is that whenever we walk, we choose a pattern that is very, very efficient in terms of energy consumption. You can walk from here, from where you are right now, to maybe the gate of your estate, or possibly upstairs and downstairs in a very comfortable stride. You have a normal walking stride, which is different from my own, which is different from another person. And this walking stride, if we slow you down and ask you to move like a robot, and freeze your movement and ask you to move very, very slowly, you find out that you can climb the stairs and come down what you normally do in probably 60 seconds or less than that. You may do that in 10 minutes. Believe you me, you can't sustain it when you move like a robot, move like you're doing a slow motion type of thing. Because now you have to engage so many muscles in your body in order to reduce the way you move normally, so that you can move in a way that is slower than the way you normally move. Because a lot of muscles are involved, you burn a lot of calories, and therefore these muscles will go into fatigue mode. It becomes difficult and unsustainable. You can also do the same by increasing your speed of walking. Above this normal walking, the way you walk normally, if you choose to walk so fast, very, very, very fast, you also find out at a point you also burn a lot of energy because you have engaged too much muscle to make your limbs to swing faster than they should. So it means that in between very slow walking and very fast walking, there is somewhere in between that costs little or minimal energy consumption for you to fulfill the same task. And that is what we normally call the normal walking speed. So the characteristics of normal human gait pattern is that it is energy efficient. Once you walk the way you ordinarily walk, it is energy efficient. Once you walk faster than that, you consume more energy. Once you walk slower than that, you consume also much more energy. So if you do an energy profile plot, it will come in a U form. So it is non-linear when you do the energy profile versus speed of walking. You have a non-linear graph that is more like parabolic in nature. So I'm just trying to explain the fact that one of the characteristics of walking is that it is energy economical or energy efficient. And then it gives you flexibility to cope with different speeds and different terrains. And it involves sophisticated mechanisms because we adopt these sophisticated mechanisms from infancy. And the type of walking adopted by human beings is called bipedalism. It's an adaptation for survival because it gives us opportunity to have a telescopic view of the terrain so that we can map the terrain and see if there are predators or dangers far ahead. In the process, two-thirds of our body weight is off the ground, and the base of support is very narrow because only two limbs are on the floor, unlike when you have to use and move on four limbs on the floor, like you have with some of the mammals and the cats and so on. However, we have advantage. At the same time, we have a disadvantage because of the way we have adopted bipedalism. So what the system simply did was to develop over time a very robust control mechanism that is sophisticated and enables us to maintain this body weight, two-thirds of it off the ground, which means that the center of gravity, when displaced beyond the narrow base of support, could lead to a fall. So for every movement you make, there is a tendency to fall. And then the sophisticated control mechanism kicks in to give you the rightening reflexes or the rightening mechanism to avoid you falling by bringing back also the center of gravity within the narrow base of support. So once you take a step forward, the center of gravity is pushed out of the base of support, and therefore there is a tendency to fall. So what we have been grappling with as infants has always been how to manage the displacement of the center of gravity from its base of support. Right from when a child begins to, go through developmental milestones, rolling, crawling, sitting, holding the head, standing, and attempting to walk. All these experiences begin to calibrate the neural tube. And as they calibrate the neural tube in the process of its maturation, the phylogenetic maturation, and if you have to look at it from a hierarchical theory, you now begin to also see as that begins to happen, the experiences that execute our movement in the correct manner are coded and then imprinted on the neural tube and then stored away as reference points, as reference programs that the body can quickly refer to whenever it wants to execute that kind of movement successfully. And normally it is situated in the hippocampus. The hippocampus therefore plays a very important role in movement. It stores the memories of the properly executed movement and therefore can be retrieved and utilized in seconds, or in fact in nanoseconds, to compare a new program we may wish to develop to execute to execute a similar movement in a similar context. So this is something that we need to understand why the system is taken to be very sophisticated. And this sophistication is what enables us to fulfill, these roles and our responsibilities, biological roles and responsibilities, because without movement, we can't fulfill our biological roles and responsibilities. So bipedalism therefore becomes a critical part of Gait. We walk on two legs, but the neural maturation of the parts of our brain helps us to imprint program that enables us to execute these things properly. So as we mature, more programs are created, and we have the general motor program that covers all movement, how they are elicited, and so on. We have different theories explaining this, biomechanical theory, and so on and so forth, but we will not go into those details. Let's do the basics. So, but you need to also understand that these sophisticated control mechanisms are available now helps us to develop bipedal mechanism. Bipedal mechanism comes at a cost. It is more or less like a controlled fall. So there is always a control. So for every movement we make, we tend to fall, but that fall is controlled. For every movement we make, we also, tend towards a fall or tend towards falls. But those falls are controlled. That is the difference. So the implication is that when we lose the ability to control those falls, we have challenges with motion. Now recall what happens to your stroke patients or stroke survivors that we manage. They experience an accident, and some of these accidents now affect these neural structures. Some of them distort the memory circuits, and then the individual loses completely the memory of how to walk, or some of the motor programs that are stored in it. So he becomes more or less like an infant. And therefore, you need to recalibrate the neural tube all over again. The difference being now that some of the nerve cells have already suffered some sclerosis, and therefore you have some of them destroyed, some of them dying. But neuroplasticity now becomes another opportunity for us to engage with the muscles and the neural system, and then re-educate and recalibrate the neural tool using programs that we now develop in the clinics, depending on which school of thought we wish to apply that is suitable for that instance of situation. So what we actually do is that we try to also replicate the experience the child has, from crawling to sitting to, doing all those things correctly, and then having this information transmitted to the new memory circuits and stored, and then retrieved again to enable and coordinate movement. Now, movement itself is broken down into different parts. Walking as a type of human movement is broken down into several components. We have what we call the step. The step is just the pace you normally take. The very single pace you take when you normally walk. You know your pace. Some take short paces, some take longer paces. Short paces normally come from those who have shorter legs, and long paces come from those who have longer legs. And this means that in doing that, there is a displacement of the leg over a certain distance. And to achieve that, the leg serves as a pendulum with a fulcrum around the hip. And therefore, it looks like an inverted pendulum. So you pendulate the leg forward. When you move the leg from a resting position with a fixed fulcrum around your hip, that entire setup now looks like a pendulum. And if you remember your physics, when we did the laws of mechanics and look at the length of the pendulum, how it also, affects the duration of pendulum and all that. Those laws of mechanics also apply to the human limb in that instance. But when you take one displacement of your leg moving forward from a position of rest to the first foot strike on the ground or on a supporting surface, that is one pace. And it is called step. It is the interval from heel strike of one foot to the subsequent heel strike of the other foot. So when you take move your leg from where you are and strike it, and then you move the next one and strike it, you have taken 2 paces. I'm going to show you diagrams to show that, and we're going to have demonstration to also show that. So 1 step is just a pace, but we have 1 stride. A stride consists of is a complete circle and consists of 2 steps. It means that when you want to move, first of all, you take the right step forward, then you take the left step forward. And in that sense, you have moved one leg forward, and then also the alternate leg forward. And that means you have taken 2 paces or 2 steps. 2 steps is equal to 1 stride. The term stride and step or pace may refer to any of the following, because this is a spatial movement. That step you have taken forward means that the leg has been displaced in space. You can measure the dimension of that displacement. At the same time, it took quite a while for that step to get to the next point where you hit it on the ground. And so it means also that some time elements or some time considerations are required in defining that phenomenon. A pace, therefore, can be measured in terms of its spatial dimension. That is to say, the dimension of its displacement on the ground can be determined. We can measure your pace from where you are and to where the next limb struck the ground when you start walking. And we say this is 1 pace. So we can measure it. We can use a ruler. We can use a meter rule to measure it. So it has a spatial dimension. So when you hear the word spatial dimension, it means that it can be displaced in space and can be measured, in that direction. At the same time, it has a time requirement. So some time was consumed in executing it, and we can actually measure the time it takes to accomplish that task. Similarly, it can be counted 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. So these are the relevant and the important properties for describing stride or for describing step. They have a time duration to accomplish them. They cover a distance that can be measured on the ground, and they have numbers that we can count and therefore quantify. If you take a look at this diagram, you will see what it means. This diagram gives you a sense of what we are talking about. So this diagram gives you a sense of it. If you look at the right leg there, if you look at the extreme left, you will see where I wrote right and where I wrote left. That left means the left foot. That right means the right foot. And at the point you see there is the point where you were about to start walking. So at that point where you are already commencing to walk, the right limb are in contact with the ground, and therefore when the right limb is in contact with the ground, not the 2 limbs, you will begin to see that the left limb will begin to move. When it begins to move, it is said that that limb is swinging. Any limb that is in contact with ground is called a stance limb. That limb is making a stance, is making a contact with the ground and is able to support the body. Whereas the one that is not in contact with the ground begins to swing through the air like a pendulum, and it is the swing leg. The right leg, therefore, is in a stance phase, and the swing leg is in the swing phase. And so what you begin to see that defines a step is what you are seeing there. A step, therefore, is the pace from that right stance phase to left stance phase. So if you measure the distance covered by the foot, when the left limb makes contact with the ground, that left foot that is swinging through, once he makes contact with the ground, measure the distance from the right to the left. That distance is 1 step length. And then you can also measure the time it took you to accomplish that. When the right limb or the right foot and the left foot are both in contact with the ground at the same time, we call it double support. It is a double support phase when both foots are in contact with the ground. But when one is in contact with the ground, it's called it's called a stance phase. But when the two of them are in contact with the ground, it's called double support phase. So it means that stance phase combines of two things: double support phase plus single support phase. So it's either a right stance phase or a left stance phase, which means the right limb phase or left limb phase, or right foot phase or left foot phase. Or you have the two of them in contact with the ground, which become double support phase. So if you're looking at stance therefore comprises of either the right stance phase and the left stance phase and double support phase. And then swing also in a gait cycle, the left swing, the right swing. These are important to note. Now you have what we call the cadence. Cadence is the number of steps it takes you, number of steps you make in a minute. The cycle time or stride time is the stride duration in seconds, which means 2 steps that you have taken, the duration it takes you to complete 2 steps. If you look at this diagram, you will understand what we said about a step. And when we talk about a stride, it is different from a pace. Remember, we said a pace is the distance from the right foot contact to left foot contact. That is one pace. A stride consists of all that happens from the heel strike of one limb and until the same limb comes in contact with the ground again. So it is different from one pace. It means 2 paces. A step distance from the right to the left or from the left to the right foot contact. Whereas a stride length speaks to distance from maybe right foot contact until the same foot comes in contact a second time with the ground again. So one foot must make a contact first and then make a second contact before you can measure a stride length. So 2 steps is contained in that motion, and therefore this is called a stride length. That stride length is captured in a gait cycle. A gait cycle consists of one stride and all the activities that happens in it, from the foot contact of one limb and until the same foot comes in contact with the ground again. A cadence speaks to number of steps per minute, not number of strides per minute, but number of steps per minute. And remember, you can still convert it to number of strides per minute in your calculation. You can still say that it reflects the cycle time, speaks to stride duration. Remember, when you're talking about stride duration, you're talking about a cycle time. One gait cycle consists of one stride. From the foot contact of one foot until the same foot comes in contact again is one gait cycle. Therefore, we have one stride duration. We did mention that the elements of displacement of the leg has three things when you walk. And these three things are here explained. There's a time duration to it, there's a distance covered, and it can be counted and quantified. That's what we are doing in this equation, where we said, therefore, cycle time equals to 2 is equal to stride duration. So when you talk about the time it takes to complete one gait cycle, it means the time it takes to complete one stride, because one gait cycle is one stride. The gait cycle consists of what happens from the heel contact of one foot and until the same foot comes in contact with the ground again. And that is exactly what a stride is. So the time element, the cycle time is equals to 2, is equals to a stride duration. And this is also equal to 2 times step duration, because a step duration, 2 steps make one stride. So, and when you talk about this, you can still break it further. It means also 60 divided by cadence. If you want to know the time it takes to complete, to achieve one cadence, it speaks to the number of steps taken per minute. Steps per minute. So you can actually break it down, to know what it takes. When you want one step takes a time duration for one step in that cadence can actually be determined. 60 seconds divided by the number of steps, which is 60 over cadence. And then we have 120 per cadence. So now if you go to young and adult, you have the cadence, their cycle time, their stride length, their speed, and so on. These are from what has been done previously. So natural walking speeds and stride lengths are normally very close to optimum for energy efficiency. That is natural walking speeds when we walk normally, when we walk naturally. Why is it that at that time, we consume more energy? I've explained it. But if you take a look at what happens when you walk and when you begin to look at the limb as a pendulum, the pendulum arm swings forward and backwards. Yes. And so when you now begin to look at what happens in that limb as a pendulum, you see that there is a swing. The leg continuously swings and then propels you forward. But the difference is that the way it swings when you walk slowly is that it swings extremely slowly, too slow for your comfort. When you want to walk like a robot, it swings so slowly, too slow for your comfort. The frequency at which it swings is so much reduced that it consumes so much energy to maintain the system that way for too long. And if you want, therefore, to increase and relieve yourself of that pressure, you have to increase the rate of swing of that limb. So the pendulum rate of the limb is increased from very slow, too slow type of thing to normal swing, and then to very fast swing. When you do very fast swing, you are enhancing the pendulum rate of swing. So what you discover in these 3 dimensions is that there is a natural pendulum rate of leg swing, above which you consume too much energy and below which you also consume too much energy. You consume too much energy below it by using so much muscles to engage the limb and retard it from swinging naturally. And you consume too much energy when you propel the limb swing above that natural frequency. That was the explanation given to Ekokoro when we were looking at the energy profile, and that is globally acceptable, and that's what really happens when we conducted electromyographic profiling of the muscles that are involved in locomotion, and to see their firing, their fatigue mode, and their discharge. And that is exactly what happens. So in natural walking, your limb swings as its natural frequency. It attains a part of minimum energy trajectory or displacement. But above that natural frequency, you increase the limb swing too fast, and you require a lot of muscle work to do that, and therefore you burn too much energy. Or you deliberately retard it. You need so much muscle to hold the bones to move it at that extreme slow displacement, and therefore you require so much energy as well. So take a look and understand this part, because we shall be dealing with it when we do our gait recording. So natural walking speeds and stride lengths are normally close to optimum for energy efficiency. So the stride length and the stride frequency, they are normally optimum whenever we walk normally. And the walking speeds that are higher, than this can cause issues. But then we observe a pattern also from Gait study that when you live in the town, your speed is higher than when you live in the rural area. And I guess a lot of issues are around this. It means that those who live in town, most of them are actually used to bustle and hustle and have to catch up with this, catch up with that. There's a lot of pressure, social pressure or work-related pressure and things like that. So it becomes a lifestyle that comes with the town. But those who stay in the villages, like most of us are now in the villages, you will see that the way you work in the village is different from the way you work in town. So it means somehow that working itself has some social cultural impact, is contextualized. You can't define working outside of the social cultural environment before it can make sense, because there are social cultural parameters that influence it, and that is important. So when we talk about working and its efficiency, if you plot a diagram of the metabolic power and the speed of locomotion, this is what you actually get. The diagram shows the metabolic power, that is the energy per second that is consumed to support walking. That's what you see in the blue line. But in the red line, you see that energy at different speeds. You begin to see no longer, if you plot it per second, you get what you see there. If you plot it per minute, you have a different, if you plot it across speeds, energy consumption versus velocity, and then that is what you see as a straight line. So, but if you take a look at the disproportionate increase in energy usage at fast walking speeds, if you compare that to what happens, you will begin to see that slow walking speed is very economical compared to very fast walking speed. Remember the word I use, slow walking speed, but not very slow walking speed. Slow walking speed is close to normal walking speed. We shall see that when we do our Gait recording. So these are all the same type of thing that is done here, looking at energy use in walking and running. You will see that they are two different things. The one is reverse of the other. Then we deal with an important issue, the ground reaction force and body weight, or what we call, these are the forces that play a big role when we walk. We have the body weight, which is a cumulative summation, a accumulation or summation of the, of our compactness. So everything we have, muscles, fat, skeleton, everything comes together to define our body weight, how much we weigh, our compactness. In essence, what we are comprised of when we measure it in terms of weight. But ground reaction force is the force the ground exerts to our body when we walk on the ground. And that follows the laws of mechanism. Action and reaction are equal and opposite. But ground reaction forces at different Cartesian planes as we walk does not reflect action and reaction are equal and opposite, because now tangential angles come in and a lot of forces that are displaced at different angles, they vary. In some, they are amplified. In fact, the ground reaction force in the course of one complete Gait cycle sometimes is about 1,000 times our body weight. So the body weight and ground reaction forces are normally external forces that are involved in walking. And the muscle force is a third one. And that one is the one generated by muscles of the locomotor system, which are part of the locomotor apparatus, which are part of what we use to walk. And these two are external, one is internal, body weight and ground reaction force. So the movement of the center of mass can be predicted from, these forces, because these forces determine the position of the body center of mass. Why is center of mass important? Like I did mention, when we walk from a point A to a point B, remember the totality of our body weight acts through a center of mass around S2, X3, as the case may be. It varies across the Gait cycle, because when we are at stance, the body is elevated. When we are at double support, when we are in a double support phase, the body is not elevated. It is actually the opposite. So the center of mass is therefore that part of our body, of our skeletal structure, through which the entire body weight passes down to impact the lower limbs and then translated. Because you know that the appendages, they play their role in our walking. The body weight is transmitted through the midsection, the mid body region, to the pelvic girdles, the appendicular cartilages and structures, the pelvic girdle, everything comes together to the pelvic girdle, and the pelvic girdle transmits to the lower limb, and then the limb made contact with the ground and transmit this body weight or force to the ground. Now, the impact of the force of gravity pulling the whole body to the ground, that is where a force comes from. When your body weight is multiplied by the force of gravity, you now have the force that is generated by your body weight transmitted to the ground. Now, the ground reacts to that force according to Newton's third law. Action and reaction are equal and opposite. So if you transmit 700 newtons, the ground should transmit at least 700 newtons back to you. And that can be very compressive. It can damage the articular structures when they are too much. And I have just shown you the kind of thing that happens when you walk and when you run. You can see that the biomechanics are not the same, the energy profiles are not the same, the relationship between the parameters are not the same. So also it is when you come into the realms of body, ground reaction force. When you walk, your body weight will determine the kind of reaction force you generate that compresses and squeezes the cartilages. And this can be very destructive if you are obese or if the person is, depending on the class of obesity, class 1, class 2, class 3. So if you're overweight or obese or class 1, class 2, and so on, so the bigger you are, the more problematic it is. And that's why you don't encourage people who are in that category to jog, because when they jog, they amplify the impact of these forces on the ground, on the supporting surface, and the ground reaction forces are also amplified several thousand times, and that will lead to that will quicken osteoarthritis, and therefore no account should anybody who is obese be prescribed an exercise that includes jogging. And by the way, when you must have to jog, even when you are normal, when you have normal body weight and you want to jog, you must also wear footwears that absorb shocks, that absorb impacts of these ground reaction forces. That's why there are footwears designed to absorb these forces. And there are footwear designed not to absorb them, but for aesthetics. And we must have to distinguish between the two. High impact sports have their footwears. Low impact sports have their footwears. Normal walking have their footwears. These all come like sneakers, but they have different rating. If you take a look at the products and the advisory from the makers, it is clearly written the forces that they can absorb and the ones they cannot. There are some biomechanical profiling on footwears which we don't pay attention to. And once you go to Okreka, you can buy any lovely footwear, put it on. The next morning, you are at the city park jogging, looking fanciful and good. And you are destroying actually the cartilages of your leg because you have not accounted for the impact of the ground reaction forces, which by law, all manufacturers must account for them. And that's why the manufacturers in their product will label it, what they should be used for and how they should be used. But we don't normally have the patience to read some of these things. And it's important we pay attention as physiotherapists. There are footwears you will use as fashion. That's where it ends. There are some you use for low impact sports. But if for any reason you must play basketball, you must jump, you must do all those kind of sports that will make you jump up and down, volleyball, basketball, and so on and so forth, high jump, long jump, your footwear must be totally and completely different because of ground reaction force. Otherwise, you are going to have a very difficult time in a short period of time with destruction of the cartilages leading to osteoarthritis because of the impact of the ground reaction forces. So muscle forces must be examined, however, if we wish to consider either of the following movements of the individual limbs or body segments, we will not have to consider muscle forces. Otherwise, our focus could be on the behavior of the body, body weight and the ground reaction forces. But when we begin to bring in what the muscle forces do, they play a role in the moving the limbs, because the muscles that attach to the skeletal bones move them. They contract to generate a force that moves them. And those are internal forces. But these are the three key forces that play a role in gait. So why the ground reaction forces changes in magnitude and direction during the gait cycle is because of the angle of displacement. And some of these angles may amplify it, and some of these angles may, become very difficult. So, but there are some important points you must have to note, that the muscle forces can only influence the movement of the body as a whole indirectly by their effects on the ground reaction force, because they can contract and they can impact. So if you contract your muscles and make them have a forceful impact on the ground when you do a heavy contact sport, well, the ground reaction forces will also come for you. But some of the muscle forces we have also have shock absorbing roles, especially at the time of foot contact. By the movements, some of those movements sometimes, like the plantar flexion that happens at the time of heel strike, is actually an inactive motion. But some of those some of those muscles also contract to absorb the shock invariably, and also to mitigate the impact so that the limb does not make a very forceful impact on the ground that will create a ground reaction force that can mess up the whole system. So the gait mechanism and overview: walking is precise, is coordinated. I have dealt with this. I have dealt with the pendulum-like movements, and in walking but not running, the support phases of the two legs overlap. Yeah, because when you walk, you see that the support phases of the two legs, they overlap. As you're moving from double support, you are going to single support. As you're moving from single support, you are going to double support. There must be some kind of support, of the two limbs. At the same time, there is a coordination in walking. But in running, you hop from one limb to the other. There is no double support. That double support is actually what enables the support limb of the two legs to overlap. That's what distinguishes walking from running. Running is simply a pace of movement in which there is absence of double support. And that is how the velocity field diagram defines it. We shall deal with some of these when we. So because of the things I have explained to you, walking therefore is considered as a control fall. Like I have mentioned, every step you take, you displace the body center of gravity outside the base of support, and therefore which increases the tendency to fall. If you still remember the equilibrium of forces, and so on and so forth. The most stable forces, the most stable structures, the ones that are unstable, the ones which, when you displace them, the center of gravity will move outside the base of support and return back. And then that's a stable one to the original position. Some you displace them, they will come back and settle in a different position from where they were. That kind of thing is unstable. But there's a neutral one, the one that if you displace it, it remains where it is, a rolling drum, a rolling stone, things like that. They will move, but their center of gravity remains in the same state. So walking makes the body, have what we call a controlled fall. It's a process that is similar to a controlled fall. So I try to explain all that here. You will get this and then you go through it. And so, yeah. Now, let me quickly go through the important aspects that we'll be dealing with. When you walk, the center of gravity or the center of pressure moves. You exert pressure. And this is something most of us do not analyze. you exert pressure on the ground. And that pressure you exert on the ground brings about wear and tear. It also brings about strain on the structures of the body, especially the foot. Now, it is actually replicated in the footwear. One of the things that physiotherapy should be examining as a result of the impact of muscle forces, of the impact of the forces that are involved in human walking, both the body weight, the ground reaction force, and muscle forces, is the footwear. That footwear will tell you whether the patient is going to be in problem or not, whether he has a normal biomechanics or a faulty biomechanics. A normal biomechanics will mean that the foot structure is normal. A faulty biomechanics will either tell you this person has a flat foot, or this person has an equinus, a talipes equinus varus, or he has a knee valgus deformity or varus deformity. The footwear will tell you the story, because the footwear actually serves in a sense like a force plate. A force plate is a metal that is impregnated with sensors. When you stand on them, they are able to calibrate the force you exert on the plate and give you the force in newtons. And this force plate also tells you the impact you make on the supporting surface. It's bloody expensive, really. In fact, I was in South Africa in this December, and University of Cape Town is about the best in the world right now when it comes to that sort of thing. And they've just constructed a force plate that is not so heavy, because force plates are very heavy. And they've constructed enough that you can actually set up a workflow. A workflow means when you lay on the ground, you impregnate the ground with these plates up to a distance that can enable you express a complete gait cycle. In a gait study, you should have about 10 meters of force plate. If you have 10 meters of force plate, you have what we call a workflow. But one force plate is bloody expensive. It takes, roughly almost close to $100,000. Some products, as some brands, as much as $80,000 for one. So before you can stack them up into 10 meters to make a workflow, you will see that 100,000 times 10 is about $1 million just to have your workflow in the Gait laboratory. But Cape Town University were able to manufacture a workflow that takes roughly $10,000. I mean, that's amazing. And yeah, they will be launching the product next year. I saw it and I was quite excited. So, but what does this first plate tell us? It gives us an insight into whether the foot mechanics is correct in the process of walking, because there must be an interaction between the terrain, the muscle forces, and the structure of the foot as you walk, as you put pressure on them, as you put your body weight over your foot, as you transmit the entire load on the foot. That tells a story, and that story is important. Normally, force over unit area gives you pressure. So pressure is defined as force per unit area. And so when you talk about center of pressure, which is very important, it means the force per unit area as you apply the force of gravity going through your body, plus your body weight on the ground at different points of the gait cycle. Normally, your foot moves from heel strike, initial contact, and we're going to deal with all that, to, pre-swing, terminal stance, and then pre-swing. Now, in all of this, the center of pressure moves from the heel. First of all, it goes laterally to the midfoot. After the midfoot, as it's entering towards the forefoot, He moves internally through the head of the tarsals. And then finally, he comes pinpointing on the toe, the big toe, at press swing. When the body now is propelled forward by the propulsive forces of the calf musculature, with the toe, pointing to the ground, and then the ankle locked in order to provide a launching pad that propels you adequately into the next phase of swing. So the trajectory, the movement of the center of pressure is important. If it does not move from the center, the midpoint of the heel, and then goes laterally and then comes internally and then ends up at the big toe, then something is wrong with that foot. So sometimes, if you want to know if it happens, pick up the shoe. You will see that the shoe will normally wear off at the midpoint of the heel. And that shoe will now wear off by the side. And then if you look at the mid part of that shoe towards the head of metatarsals, you will see a lot of pressure there, some wearing off around there. And then at the big toe, where it is in that shoe, you will see a lot of wearing off on that shoe. Any shoe that doesn't have that type of pattern means that the working mechanics is wrong. There is something wrong both with the person walking and maybe probably the footwear can also contribute as well, because high heel shoe is one of those things that messes normal walking up. And we shall be seeing how that happens today. So this is normally a foot scan. Take a look at what I've been trying to explain. You will see how, the red line shows you the passage of the center of pressure during a single stance. And the colors denote the peak pressures achieved at different points on the foot. So those ones that you see that are very bright are those points where you have extreme high pressure. So the extreme high pressures are felt at the heel and then the big toe and the head of metatarsals. And this explains why you have diabetic foot ulcer. We will deal with that as well. So there are 6 specific features that increase efficiency of walking and running. All reduce unnecessary movements of the upper body, either vertically or horizontally in the lateral axis. And these are those points. Pelvic tilt is one important thing that you must look out for in a gait study. Pelvic rotation. Why is pelvic tilt important? When you walk, the center of gravity is displaced laterally, it is displaced vertically, and it is displaced horizontally. Laterally, you will know that the pelvic tilts laterally over the stance limb. So if you stand on the right limb, for instance, the pelvis will tilt towards the right. And in order to transfer the body weight from the trunk to the stance limb. So it tilts. And so when it does that, it transmits that body load. If it has to tilt in such a manner that the tilting is so high, the tilting is enormous from one side to the other, it means there is a tendency that you need more muscle contraction to bring the foot within the narrow foot support, base of support. Because if you tilt excessively, it will throw the center of mass outside of the narrow base of support, because when you are on a single stance, the narrow base of support is so small. So if there's an extreme pelvic tilt that will push the center of mass outside that narrow center of that base of support, you are likely to fall. And when that has to happen, then you must have a robust control mechanism that pulls it within that area and doesn't allow it to go outside of that base area of support. If the structures are good, if all these body structures are properly aligned, you don't need that extra energy to achieve that. And so pelvic tilt and how it happens and what controls it is a very important point that determines whether there will be energy efficiency or not. Another one is pelvic rotation. The pelvis not only tilts side to side, it sways from side to side. Therefore, body mass sways, center of mass sways from side to side. The pelvis also rotates. And when it rotates, it pushes the limb forward. Without rotation, no limb can move forward. The pelvis rotation must come before one limb can move forward. And then in the next cycle, that rotation moves from one side to the other in order to advance the limb to the other side. The longer the foot is able to rotate, the more the pace. The more it rotates, the center of gravity will be lower. The distance between the center of gravity and the supporting surface is decreased with increase in pelvic rotation. However, there is a caveat. If you reduce that distance drastically, you also increase the stride length, you increase the base of support. Because remember, without pelvic rotation, the limb cannot move forward. So the more you move the limb forward, the more you increase the base of support. However, in the next cycle, when you need to move the contrary limb forward again, you know that limb has to move from double support to swing before it can now come to foot contact. Now, as he begins to rise to swing, the center of mass now also begins to rise from that low point to a high point. It moves against gravitational forces. So there is a vertical oscillation. First of all, the center of mass dropped down vertically when you have pelvic rotation. And when you now begin to advance the limb to the other phase of movement, when you now begin to move the contralateral limb forward so that the pelvis can rotate in the opposite direction, it will first of all, the center of mass will have to rise. The pelvis will also have to, the limb will also have to rise, and therefore decreasing the pace or decreasing the base area of support. That vertical oscillation from a low point to a high point, the more the vertical oscillation increases, that is the distance from where it was normally to where it dropped down and where it has to rise up again, there is a vertical workload to be done. And that vertical workload consumes energy. So the more you have pelvic rotation that is excessive, the danger of it is that there will be energy consumption, too much energy consumption to sustain that system. We will demonstrate this also. So knee flexion in stance is another area that can lead to energy consumption. So if you have excessive or if it's not properly aligned, then you have to have, this happens when there is compensatory mechanism. The ankle mechanism, the knee, the foot mechanism, if they are out of where they should be, you will have problem. We will also do the practicals of some of these things. So, but I want to move you to because of time, to the parameters of human walking. The parameters of human walking. So the basic parameters of human walking, before I go to the physics of stride, let me see if they are here. We mentioned them before. These are some of the things I was trying to explain. You can see a complete gait cycle, starting with heel strike, foot flat, mid stance, and then push off. That is the old nomenclature. Now we have 8 phases and subphases of stride that explains these events. These are things I was trying to explain to you before. The pelvic rotation, what happens with them, and so on. But I want us to look at the basal gait parameters. From that step length, we can get the stride length. If we multiply that step, remember 2 steps is equal to 1 stride. So if we divide the distance covered by the first individual, by the number of steps you took in to cover that distance, we can get the step length or the stride length. And the stride frequency refers to the number of strides it took the person to cover, that distance per unit time. So it's expressed as stride divided by time. And the stride velocity is distance covered over time. How long did it take him to cover that distance? If you get the time it takes an individual to cover a distance and divide it by the distance the individual covered, you get the stride velocity. In Gait also, you can get the same thing by multiplying stride length times stride frequency. So stride velocity is a product of stride length times stride frequency. And stride velocity is also the quotient of distance and time. That's when we plot the gait speed and the energy consumption. This is the profile that we see. And that is what we need to know. Now, a little bit of the neural basis of locomotion. After that, we'll move over to the practical session. So the gait process is actually influenced by the neural drive. There are 2 modes that have been proposed and highlighted in the studies and literature that investigated both human and animal models, especially the mammalian models or the primate models. So the peripheral mode was proposed by Sherrington in 1906. So Sherrington is a very well-renowned neurophysiologist, but he proposed the peripheral mode. And the peripheral mode hypothesis, or what we call the reflex chain hypothesis, simply says that what makes us to walk in the first instance lies outside of our body. They are not inherent in us, they are in our environment. And so we need to have a very good sensory system in order to pick up the stimulus that enables us to walk. So if this stimulus does not come, and if we don't have a very perfect sensory system that picks up these stimuli, we are unable to walk. And because walking occurs through the reflex arc, remember the reflex arc has a sensory system that gets information from the environment and then it is gated at the level of the spinal cord. It doesn't ascend to the supraspinal structures, straight to the effector muscles in order to break the, feed into the loop that enables execution through the effector organs, in this case, the muscles. So he is saying that this reflex arc is also behind movement and steps. Our human walking is nothing more than a reflex chain, continuous expression and firing of reflexes coming from the environment and which never goes up to the brain anyway. But then he provided some studies, some experiments that accounted for some of these. However, that position was also challenged much later by a lot of studies done by Brown in 1912, Seaford, Grainer, 1981, Ekokuro, and the rest of them. It was actually von Uskell in 1835, I believe, who first mentioned about this possibility that there is another control system that he doesn't believe the peripheral control system or the reflex chain hypothesis explains actually why we walk, and therefore proposed a central mode system, and which Brown championed. So Sir Sherrington simply said that as a proponent of the peripheral mode, proposes that peripheral mode is based on reflex chain hypothesis, which states that the sensory inputs from previous movement will trigger the next movement. And so he showed that deafferented animals were able to use their limbs for were unable to use their limbs for motion. And then Sherrington hypothesis was actually rejected by Brown in 1912, Tobin, Behrman, and the rest of them in 1968. And they did so because they demonstrated that deafferented animals were able to actually move their limbs and were able to engage in locomotion. You know what a deafferented animal is? An animal where you have destroyed all the sensory inputs, so it's no longer able to receive any sensory signals from the environment that should trigger that reflex activity. So they deafferented an animal, it made that animal insensate, and the animals were still able to move, even though they have lost their afferent inputs. And when they observed that, they now said, if we could deafferent an animal and the animal is still able to walk without sensory input from the environment, it means that what makes this animal to walk is something that is within the animal. And therefore they called it they came up with a central mode hypothesis. And so many studies were done investigating stepping in the cerebrate animals whose cortex had been removed, the cortical area had been removed, they were still able to walk. They went on not just to deafferent these animals, they decerebrated the animal, removing the cerebellum. The animals were still able to walk. They came to a point, they spinalized the animal. A spinalized animal is an animal where all the cortical structures and all the brain regions have been completely removed or ablated. All you have is just spinal cord being intact. Every other area that is supraspinal is gone. They spinalized the animal, and spinalized animal were still able to walk. They now went on to look at pre-locomotor infants. In pre-locomotor infants, the brain, the cortical region have not matured. You still see in them the reflexes, Moron reflexes, Barrow reflexes. Those reflexes simply tell you that there is a lack of cortical inhibition, that the cortex is not matured enough to exert control over the primitive reflexes. And so for pre-locomotor infants, there is primitive reflexes all over. The cortex is not functional, as to exert an inhibitory control. So a pre-locomotor infant is more like a spinalized infant, because it's only the spinal cord where the primitive reflexes hold sway that is more or less matured at that time. The cortex is not matured and is almost absent in terms of functionality. And they found that in this pre-locomotor infant, they were able to walk with a harness placed on a treadmill, and they executed bipedal locomotion. And so they came to a conclusion that what makes us walk does not actually lie in the brain, and it doesn't lie in the environment. It is found in the spinal cord. That is why from animal studies and pre-locomotor infant studies, They presented evidence of what we call the pattern generating mechanisms in the spinal cord. The independent pattern generating mechanisms, you know, were located in the spinal cord, and they were a network of neural structures that are functionally segregated, that are also in pairs, a pair in the cervical region, a pair in the lumbosacral region. And one of these pairs control one limb, and its activity is independent of the other limb. But they are also looped together. They are connected together, and they are connected to the proper. Likewise, the lumbosacral region is also communicating with the cervical region for harmonious coordination of motion, because that was a speculation that there should be such a feedback. And if there's no feedback, there will be disorderliness. But you need to prove that that feedback exists. And Lekokro demonstrated that in 1985, when he demonstrated through the H reflex activation that there is a cervicolumbar neural interaction of the central pattern generators, and that happens through the proprospinal neuron. But then, because the lumbosacral generators are faster oscillators, they first of all initiate movement through the hip strategy by bringing about those, flexion of the hip. And then once they trigger flexion of the hip, depending on the frequency of the limb displacement, they now generate a rhythm based on that frequency of the pendulation of the lower limb. They send the signal through the proprospinal neurons to the cervical generators, which controls the upper arm as they swing. Then they impose the pattern of swinging, the rhythm of swinging, and the pattern of feet to match that of the lower limb, to counterbalance the body around the midline. Otherwise, there will be a fall. And that is why we have alternate rhythmic limb movement as a result of the activities of the central pattern generators. A pair of them in the cervical region and a pair in the lumbosacral region. And these neural structures are now entrained. They are now modulated. They are now fine-tuned by the drive centers in the brainstem, such as the cuneiform, the subthalamic nuclei, the pontine nuclei. These are the drive centers, the key drive centers that modulate it. And then we also have the cortical region sending signals, the rubrospinal tract, reticulospinal tract, and so on. Through these regions, they modulate it and they are physically active. Now that also shows that the phases of stride have a sync with the activation of these neural structures in the brain. Remember the work of the reticular formation, how it plays a role in ensuring that we are agile and we, it stimulates a lot of activity and alertness, mental alertness. So it's not surprising that we see the reticulospinal inputs and then the red nucleus and all that the red nucleus does, And then you also see the inputs coming from the cerebellum, also fine-tuning. So there are multiple tracks that fine-tune these movements and also enables this movement. But the most fascinating part for me is the cerebellum, and the deep cerebral nuclei and the roles they play are very, very important. And the roles they play is not just providing postural control, but also have significant input in speed activation. So we found out that there are two deep cerebellar nuclei, the interpositus and the the dentate, globus, and the emboliform, because the interpositus consists of the dentate and the globus nuclei in lower animals. And then it's called interpositus. In higher animals, it becomes more differentiated, like a man. They stand separated, the dentates and the globus, and then the emboliform nucleus. And then you see the emboliform is more attuned to programming fast walking. So fast walking speed is mapped in the brain. Speed is actually mapped in the brain so that these structures in the emboliform, they fire and discharge to activate fast walking speed. And the structures in the interpositus, the globus and the dentate, they are activated to modulate and trigger lower walking speed. Remember, walking itself is not brought about by the central pattern, by walking is itself not brought about by the cerebellum or the cortex. Everything happens in the spinal cord. So, but the the final product, the walking pattern itself, the final product that comes from it is not very smooth. So they need to be modulated to be smoothened so that they appear effortless and seamless in all the phases of stride, from swing to stance to transitions from one phase to the other. Everything is so smooth because of the fine-tuning role played by the supraspinal structures, the motor cortex, the primary motor cortex, and the cerebellum. And I'm looking at those micro regions of the cerebellum that play significant roles in this direction. And then within the spinal cord is within the central pattern generators, each of those generators is further divided into half. And there is a program for one half of the human body in one half of that limb. So the extensors of the limb are programmed in one half, the flexors are programmed in the opposite half. And they are organized in the way that you see in this drawing. The ones above are the central pattern generators or cervical generators, how they are programmed for extensors and for flexors. And the one below are the central pattern generators, the two halves of each of them, left and right, how they are programmed for the extensors and for the flexors. You will see there's a contradistinction between the two. This is the exact programming. And this is what Ekokro relied upon to explain why we walk alternatively, the alternate rhythmic limb movement of human walking that helps to stabilize us and make us walk the way we walk. So essentially, from all we have said so far, you will understand when we say that human walking is neurally driven. You will see that it's not biomechanically driven, but it is neurally driven, because these central pattern generators are centers of automatisms. They are capable on their own of directly stimulating the alpha and the gamma motor efferents to bring about the contraction of the effector organs, which essentially are the muscles attached to the bones in order to move the skeleton and the locomotor apparatus. So essentially what you have seen is that there is a multidimensional architectural design, and then there is a neural organization that enables the human body to function as a machine. So from time to time, the way the machine functions is very versatile and flexible because of the sophistication that this structure has got. It can be organized transiently into a low-dimensional deterministic machine for the purpose of achieving the goal of the movement task. The goal of the movement task can vary from time to time, but this machine can be transiently and modulated, modified, can be transiently organized to any type of machine, and after the goal is accomplished, that machine structure is disassembled and then assembled again to form another type of machine for a different type of task. So the human body is so versatile. The gate system of the human body is so versatile, but it is all woven around the structure that makes us see it as a machine. And that's essentially what biomechanics does. It sees the human body as a machine and how that machine can efficiently accomplish the goal of human motion. Now, one of the things Ecocrode did, and one of the legacies he left, is to develop the modified field diagram. The modified field diagram is nothing more than trying now to use gait recording to calculate these basal gait parameters and then generate an equation, because one of the hallmarks of a neural system is that they are organized easily into equation, because the entire neural system are organized in rhythm and harmony. Anything that is organized in rhythm and harmony can be expressed in equation. There is no disorganization, no haphazardness. There is a coordination, which means that there is a kind of stability. And once there is stability, it can be captured in an equation and expressed in that light. And that is what gait scientists have done over the years. And particular attention was paid by Ecocrode to the basal gait parameters, which is the stride length, stride frequency, and the stride velocity. And you will see how we calculate them. I have given you also from our definitions so far what they mean and how you can calculate stride length and stride frequency. And I've given you the equations. I've given you how. Distance over time gives you stride frequency. Stride length is distance over the step, the distance covered over the number of strides will give you the stride length, or the distance covered over the number of steps will give you the step length. So if you know the number of steps and know the distance, you only know the step length. If you know the number of strides, by multiplying the steps, dividing the steps, 2 steps is equal to 1 stride. You also know the stride length by dividing the number of the distance over the number of strides. Likewise, the stride duration, the time it takes to complete that, you can record it actually. If you know the number of time it takes you to complete 1 step length, then it means you can also know the time you complete 1 stride length. You multiply by 2. So everything comes down to equation. And if you now come to the phases of stride, based on what we have explained so far, it means that in a gait cycle, it must comprise of the stance and the swing. So stance plus swing is equals to 1 gait cycle. But remember that a stance phase comprises of 2 subphases: double support phase, which is duration when the 2 feet are in contact with the ground, or 2, and then a single support phase when only 1 foot is in contact with the ground. So double support plus single support plus swing phase, it gives you 1 gait cycle. But as one leg is swinging, one leg is in stance, is in single support. So it means that also swing duration is equal to single support duration. SW is equal to SS as well. And you can also impute that into the equation of Gait. So it's a very flexible equation. So, yeah. So these were the things that Ecocrode utilized to develop the velocity field diagram. Let me not bore you with all this, but I want you to pay attention to these important components: velocity, stride length, and stride frequency. And then the phases of stride, the stance phase, the swing phase, and double support duration. All these can be calculated. There are equations for them developed by Kokoro and which he published. Well, this is the equation if you want to get double support duration, the stance duration, the swing duration. These are the equations. And you have what we call the stride duration. The stride duration is inverse of stride frequency. We will get all that, and you can utilize that information and feed it into this equation, and you get the double support duration, stance duration, and swing duration. We shall simply do all that. Look at how you get the key equation that expresses the interaction of the Bizarre Gait parameter. Velocity is equal to stride length and stride frequency. That is the primary gait equation that everybody must know. And we will strive to get these equations to explain it to see how we get to this point. All right. I think we have to switch now to the practical session. Is there any question? All right. Hafiz, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm going to stop sharing. I
Okay.
want to have a camera now go over to the workshop, to the clinic where you are. And okay, there is a question. Please, can you ask the question? I think it's coming from, can you unmute? Check the, yeah. Can somebody, Jibril or Hafiz, can somebody take a look at the comment section and see if there is something there?
Good morning, Prof. I'm raising my hand already.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, sir, for this educative workshop. My question is, the time that you were talking about the
Please, can we know your
ground
name?
reaction. Can you hear me?
Can we know your name?
Okay, I'm Dr. Davis.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay. My question is about when you're talking about the ground reaction, the choosing the appropriate shoe. And I want you to throw more light on that, because I should confess, I'm hearing that for the first time. What we do, in my hospital, I work in FMC Abeokuta. What we do, we encourage people. We even have a group, a aerobic group, that they come, and a large number, they're over 80. They come twice a week. What we assess them. What we normally do is we ask them to get convenient footwear that can help them to walk, because most of the thing we do is brisk walking. But when you're now analyzing it, that for appropriate ground reactions, that the type of shoe that's for walking is different from that of running, from that of brisk walking. So I think I'm interested in that. And how do we really get the appropriate parameters to be able to know the type of shoe to prescribe for them?
Okay, that's fantastic. Their question is quite very brilliant. And I'm not unmindful that Physiotherapists, in fact, many on this platform may be hearing what I said for the first time. Maybe the difference may be my students who I may have taught. Because we do not have Gait in our curriculum, Gait analysis. And let's be honest, part of the biomechanics we have in our curriculum and kinesiology looks more like routine. You know, people just do it, somehow they pass it. But we don't have the clinical application. And that is where the challenge happens, because you may have the theory, but the clinical application is important. And those clinical application is what actually helps you in the clinic. You are getting people to do aerobics is a fantastic thing. But when you now become knowledgeable in biomechanics, you will now know who should, even in the first instance, jog, walk, do brisk walking or normal walking, because the cardiovascular parameters have to come into play. Where do you start from? But those also combine with the gate parameters, you know, the projected expectations in order to make you know what to do. And with the knowledge of ground reaction forces, you now know who should have a bigger impact on the ground and who may actually end up with musculoskeletal pains and disabilities over time if the proper biomechanics of walking is not considered in prescribing the footwear. You must consider the biomechanics of walking for every specific individual in prescribing the footwear. With the velocity field diagram, we are able to determine, because in normal walking, the weight of the body is evenly distributed between the forefoot and the rear foot. And therefore, when you now do forefoot, rear foot load ratio, it should be equal to 1. Because the body weight applied on the forefoot must be equal to the body weight applied on the forefoot in a healthy foot. However, if the body weight applied to the forefoot is bigger than what is applied to the rear foot, then the forefoot rear foot load ratio will be more than 1. That means the forefoot will bear almost, in some cases, 100 and something times the body weight that it is supposed to accommodate. That will tear down the structures there. Over time, lead to diabetic foot ulcer in those who have diabetes. What actually causes diabetic foot ulcer is not because the sugar has been absorbed by the collagen structures and so on. No. The sugars are absorbed, they form the unstable amidori products, and even that unstable amidori end products are reversible through electrical stimulation and soft tissue mobilization. And all that we do to maintain the physiological properties of the muscle, they are reversible. The only time they mat the structures and then limit the range of motion in the ankle is when they form the advanced glycated end product, what we call the edges. Once the advanced glycated end products are formed, they are sticky in nature. They mat the entire skeletal structures. And then if you measure the range of motion, dorsiflexion, plantar flexion, everything that is about range of that ankle, the range of motion becomes limited from what it used to be. This is for diabetic people. And then you now begin to see the collapse of the medial arch because of atrophy and lack of sensation, you know, which eventually affects the calf musculature, and then, you know, Achilles tendon and so on and so forth. You now begin to have the talipes equinovarus with a claw foot coming in, you know, because of lack of biomechanical balance, which ordinarily should happen if there is sensation. However, this is amenable to physiotherapy, because when we do podiatry assessment, We look at the food, we assess the food, the sensation of the food, the distribution of forces on the food, and then we look at the footwear. So sometimes we modify that footwear for a diabetic patient by inserting some things, putting some insert, and then pushing the body load backwards to the foot, to the heel, because normally there is more load going to the forefoot than to the rear foot in diabetic patient because of talipes equinovarus, which is what happens when there is a collapse of that medial arch of the foot. However, it's a different kettle of fish when we have pes planus. We now have to put the insert not at the head of metatarsals towards the toes, but now at the arch of the foot, the medial arch position. Okay. Now, when you come to those who are exercising and you do a forefoot rear foot load distribution, from that you already know who is in danger, where you may have so much impact. It means that if you have a load imbalance in any foot, the impact of load will not be evenly distributed, and it is going to cause problem in the area where you have the greater part of that load. So the velocity field diagram helps you to calculate that, and you can tell who has a load imbalance and whether that load imbalance is higher in the rear foot or is more in the forefoot. And then you can make adjustments in the type of footwear. But generally, the ground reaction force triggered by the type of things we do, you can have a sense of it by taking a look at their footwear. It tells you whether it is normal or whether it is abnormal. Once it's abnormal, you begin to take a look. Where is the problem coming from? Is the abnormality at what stage of the gait cycle? There are about 8 of them. Is it initial contact? Is it at the pre-swing? Is it at the terminal stance? Is it at mid-swing? At what point do you see excessive wear and tear or pressure? And that tells you the type of footwear you need to consider. Those who already have so much impact on heel strike, on initial contact, means that anything that is high contact for them is not good. Any high contact sports, any high contact exercises is not helpful. And therefore, you must have to do a radical adjustment in their regimen. And if they must do anything that will create impact on their foot, you modify their footwear. There are different footwears. I don't know if you have done a course as an undergraduate, what is called anatomy of the foot of shoe. It is a course that you ought to do in biomechanics, anatomy of the shoe, where you look at the structure of the shoe last, the sole of the shoe, and so on. You will see the anatomy, how different parts of the shoe are designed for different biomechanical reasons. And then you will also note that all footwear manufacturers are by law mandated to put notification on every footwear, especially for those you use in sports and so on and so forth, how to use them, where they absorb, they have shock absorbers or they don't. And that tells you what is good for running, what is good for walking, and they will write it. Some will write R and circle it on the shoe, which means this shoe is for running. Don't use it for walking. And some will put W and circle it, which means this shoe is for walking. There are so many notations that are utilized in different type of sneakers. But what we do is, let's go to the gym, we take sneakers, and we go to the gym, and we use the wrong ones. And I'm sure if you look at some of those people that you people also handle, some of them will tell you, after running, I have knee pain, I have this, I have that. Well, you should have some soreness when you run, But when you begin to have increase in pain around the skeletal structures at the joints, most especially, something is wrong with that footwear. You need to take a look again. And you need to also take a look at the patient's weight and find out if that weight can actually be involved in high impact activity like jogging. Otherwise, brisk walking is safe, very safe to do some of those things. But for those who have weight, you may go the extra mile to make them wear the shock absorbing shoes that you can utilize in high impact sports like volleyball, basketball, and so on. And some of those high impact shoes, if you look at them, if you look at their mouth, that is, if you take a look from the front, you will see that the shoe is almost like a semicircle. It's like a semicircle. The where the toe box is not on the floor, is somehow bent upwards. And then if you take a look at the heel part of the shoe, it is also bent up, curved upward. So it's like curved. That is the kind of shoe you use for high impact sport because it allows for absorption of shock and flexibility and doesn't push the toe down so that the toe is fixated and then pressure comes on it. No. But if you take a look at the other sneakers, they don't have that curve. And the kind of materials used in making the last does not absorb shock, unlike that other one. I don't know if Dr. Davis is hearing me. Have you observed those kind of shoes before?
I'm hearing you, sir. Huh? Yes, I've seen different types of shoe, but
Good.
really, I just believe that if it's sneaker and they are comfortable, they are fitted, they are good. But all this that you are telling me, like even this anatomy of shoe, is not something that we did when I was undergraduate.
Uh, I understand. I understand because, anatomy of shoe, emphasis on this is something every physiotherapist must do. Not may do, must do. Because that is our area. But sometimes we miss out on it. Because if you are doing, for instance, exercises, the shoe is a compulsory part of it. If you don't do anatomy of shoe, the patients are in problem. That's why some patients, after doing exercises, have more musculoskeletal problem than they
Can
have
it
before
be
they started the exercises.
can it be included maybe briefly in this workshop, sir? Because of some of us, sir, is a request.
Okay, no problem. It can be included, but not in this, the one for today. We're already fully loaded. Maybe another workshop, we can just do anatomy of the shoe. It's a big deal, actually. It's a full day thing. You will see
Okay.
a lot of intricacies, a lot of variations, and so on and so forth. In fact, when shoes are manufactured, the manufacturers will first of all also insert in those shoes sensors. These sensors are like the F-scan mat. The F-scan mat are able to take pressure. They were used by Caselli in 2001 when they did a study, their very seminal study on diabetic foot ulcer. And then before we did our own in 2003. We never knew that Caselli was doing something in Italy, but we used a velocity field diagram to do the same thing he did, and we were able to define the variations in the foot pressure across the gait cycle, and then to also gain an insight in what causes diabetic foot ulcer and how load imbalance affects mechanics of the foot and the dangers it poses for different foot disabilities. And now, the good thing about it is that when you do anatomy of the foot, you can now have a deep understanding of how you can actually change your patient's, complications by just modifying the shoes. And you can also see how just, lack of paying attention to the shoes is actually responsible for the problem that the patient always had. So this is very important. So I think we can do that. Maybe if Ray comes up with a workshop in that, we can do anatomy of the shoes and then link it to football mechanics and create some content.
I'll be interested, sir. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
that's okay. No problem. I don't. Is there any other question? I don't think so. Okay. Hafiz, I can see that you guys are ready from that side. Are you there,
Yes,
Hafiz?
sir.
Okay. Yeah. Now somebody has to hold that camera, and I want to see the demonstrators now. I want you to. Do you have the tape measure? This tape measure is not the type of tape measure that we need, but that's okay. The type of tape measure you use in Gait is the long type, the type you use in building and construction, because you need to measure out 10-meter distance on the ground. Yes, something like that. Yes, if it can measure 10-meter distance, I doubt, but that's okay. But now, can you turn the camera to the gym so that we can see the inside of it? Because somebody has to hold that camera and that camera has to move with the person who will be walking. All of us on this platform, we are going to be taking records. At the end, I hope all of us have our graph sheet because I'll be inspecting the graph sheet. I'll be moving from person to person to see your graph sheet. All of us are going to do calculation and we shall plot. Okay, good, very good. Now, good. Now, did you mark out the floor? What is the distance of that floor?
We marked 7 meters.
Good.
So,
Fantastic. Fantastic. Now, where is the person that is going to do the demonstration?
yes, sir.
What is his name?
What's the
You are Mohammed?
Haris? Haris Muhammad.
Come again.
Haris Muhammad.
Okay, Mohammed. Can you please come to that starting point? That starting point towards the door on that thing marked. Okay, not that part. Go to the other part because the other part is, yeah. Go to the end of it. Good. Go to the end. Yes. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Yes, exactly. Go. Is that the end of the place you marked?
Yes,
Where did
that
you
is
mark?
7 meters.
I want him to go to the end of that 7 meters, not towards the door. He is leaving the point. I want him to go back. Yes, that point. Yes. Let him come to that point. Now your shoes should be outside that point. Where is that point? Are you standing on the point or
Yes,
outside of
standing
it? Uh-huh. Go backwards, go backwards. You don't have to stand that way. Go behind that point. Yeah, now let your shoes be exactly at the beginning of that mark. Good. Close your two legs together. Good. Fine. Now, who is counting? You're going to keep that your phone. It will not help us now because you are going to be the one to demonstrate for us. So somebody can keep your phone. Now, somebody will be counting the number of steps with us as he walks. Another person will be recording the time it takes him to complete this distance. What he is going to do is that when we ask him to start walking, then you will automatically put on the stop clock so that you record the time it takes him. And when he gets to the end of these 7 meters, you will give instruction, stop, and he will stop. Then we will now know the number of steps our counter has recorded, and then our timer will tell us the time it took him to complete that 7-meter distance. Hafiz, are we together?
Yes.
So,
Yes, Prof.
okay. Now, everybody on the platform, you are seeing them. I want you also to count number of steps because this camera will move with him so that we all can count the number of steps. This is actually how you do gait recording in the clinic, especially if you want to generate these parameters on your own without a wearable sensor. Okay, now, are we all ready? The counter is ready and the timer is ready.
Yes, yes, yes.
Now, Mohammed, we are going to give you instruction to walk in 5 different speeds. We will tell you the type of speed you are going to walk. So for all of us now, there are 5 different speeds we will ask him to express his gait. We will explain why at the end. There are certain disease conditions that don't express themselves in low walking speed. There are certain disease conditions that don't express themselves in fast walking speed. They are covered up. But when you express gait in the full dimensions of speed, you pick them up. And if you want to do a total gait study, you don't study gait in one speed. You study gait in the full spectrum of it. And then you are able to see how the entire neural system expresses itself. You will see where there is challenges or where there is normality. And that is what we want to do now. Now, because the body naturally does its thing, the reference point for all motion is walking normally. So whenever you want to do gait recording, you must start with that reference point. You will ask the person to walk normally so that the brain is configured to think in that sense. This is my reference position. This is how things are supposed to be done normally. So when we ask him to walk slowly, very slowly, he now knows from this reference point that very slowly means to go down, 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 walk, from this normal reference point, or to go a notch further. And if we say walk fast, it means to go a notch up. And if we say very fast, so it helps the brain to find a reference point to express the gait speed. So that is why it's important we start with normal walking speed whenever we're doing gait recording. So there will be 5 speeds we ask him to walk. The first one is normal walking speed. The second one will be very slow walking speed. The next will be slow walking speed. The next will be fast walking speed. And the final one is very fast walking speed. We give them a code 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So number 1 speed is equal to very slow walking speed. Number 2 speed is equal to slow walking speed. Number 3 is normal walking speed. Number 4 is fast. Number 5 is very fast. But in gait recording, we don't start with number 1. We start with number 3, which is normal walking speed. So Mohammed, you are going to now walk from where you are to the end of this platform that is marked. You're going to walk normally the way you normally walk, and you walk in a straight line. And there won't be anybody around him to avoid distraction. So you all will be on one side so that he is not distracted and he can express himself normally. Now, Mohammed, are you ready? Okay, now you are going to start walking normally. Put your hands by your side and then we will start. Now, Hafiz,
Yes, sir.
I will give the instruction to start, you will give the instruction to stop when he gets to the the marked line, yes. And then we will now check our scores, okay? So Mohammed, now walk normally. Start.
Stop.
So how many steps?
11.
11 steps.
Yes, I counted 11 as well. What is the time?
8 seconds, 90 milliseconds.
Yes,
7.8 seconds.
7.8 seconds. Okay,
Give me 8.9.
8 point, pardon?
Yeah, 8 seconds, 9 milliseconds.
So let's just say 8.9 seconds. All right. Now in Gait recording, you will do it twice, and then you will get the average. So Mohammed, you're going to repeat it again from where you are back to where you were before. You are going to still walk normally. Is everybody ready? All right, start.
Yes. Stop.
Now it's about 10 and how many steps?
10.
About 10 and a half steps.
10 and a half.
Yes. What is the time?
6.5 seconds.
6.5. Now what you will do is add the first number of steps to this one and add the time together and give us the value.
The total steps is 21.5 steps.
21.5 divided by 2.
Okay, divided by 2 is 10.75.
10.75 is the number of steps on the average
Yes, average.
for slow walking. What is the average time?
No, for normal walking, Prof.
For normal walking, yes, for normal walking. What is the average time?
8.9 plus 6.5 equals to this divided by 2 is 7.7 seconds.
7.7 seconds is the number of time, is the time
Average.
is the average time, and the average step is
10.75.
10.75 steps. Good. Now you are going to walk, Mohammed, you're going to walk very slowly. You're going to walk very slowly. The recorder, the counter, are you ready?
Yes, we are ready.
All right. Mohammed, you're going to walk very slowly. I didn't say slowly. I said very slowly. Start.
Stop.
So it's about how many steps?
18 steps.
How many steps?
18 steps.
About 17 and a half, actually, but it's okay. 18 steps. Who is the timer? What? How many seconds?
17.60 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you repeat it again, Mohammed, so that we can get the average. You stand just at the tip of the line. Good. Good. Are you ready? Start.
Stop.
Yes. How many? What is the number of steps?
16 and a half.
17 steps.
15 steps.
I got 17 steps.
Okay. What is the time?
19 seconds.
Okay. Give us the average of two of them. Add them up, divide by 2, each of them.
17 steps. Step 17 average. Time 16.94.
Time is 16.94. Step is what?
17.
17.5.
Step is 17.5. Time is
16.94.
16.94. Okay, good. That's our average for very slow walking. Now, Mohammed, you're going to do slow walking.
Slow.
Not very slow now, but slow walking. Which means it's a speed you have to define yourself that is above than very slow walking, but below normal walking.
Normal.
All right. Ready? All the counters and timer. Start.
How are you running away? Let me breathe. How do I find?
Stop.
Yes. What number of steps?
Number
13 steps.
13 steps. I got 13 as well. What's the time?
Time is
9.85 seconds.
Huh?
9.85 seconds.
10.81.
I got 9.85.
9.85.
10.11.
Okay, let's go with one person so that we don't get confused. We will just deal with one person. So we deal with the lady, let's women first. Okay, that's fine. So how many seconds? 9 point what?
85 seconds.
All right. Now we do the reverse now. We do the second. Mohammed, slow walking, ready, all the counters, go.
Stop.
12.5.
So what number?
12.5.
12.5 steps.
12.5 steps. What's the number of time?
9.73.
9.73. Okay, let's just say 9.73. Can we get the average?
12.75 steps.
12.7.
5 steps.
Okay. And then what of the time?
9.76.
9.76. Good. Now we are going to do fast walking. Everybody ready? Mohammed, you're going to walk fast now. Not very fast, but fast. Above normal walking speed, but not very fast walking speed. Fast walking speed. Start.
Stop.
How many steps?
10.
Time.
5.50.
Okay. Now, Mohammed, you repeat it. Ready? Go. Start.
Hello, be calm. Ọmọdé máa ń calm ni.
How many steps?
9.
10.
How many seconds?
5.34. 5.34.
6.86.
Okay. Can you add them up and give us the average?
5.48. The time is 5.48. 10 steps.
What is average step?
10.
Okay. Now we are going to do very fast now.
Not bad.
Very fast. Mohammed, are you ready? All right, go.
Stop.
How many steps?
9 steps.
Okay. How much is seconds? What's the time?
4.23 seconds.
Okay. Mohammed, oh yeah, repeat it again. Are you ready? Start.
Stop.
8.5. How many seconds?
Steps.
7.
4.08 seconds.
Okay.
7 seconds.
Okay, add them together. Give us the
2.15
average.
seconds.
What's the average?
Steps is 8.75.
Yes.
Then the second is 4.23 plus 6.
Got money.
Seconds is 7.48.
7.48.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we are going to do the actual calculation. This is how gate recording should be done. Normally, when gate recording is done, you don't cluster around. You are a little bit far from the person. One person will be at the beginning part, one person will be at the end point, who will say start and stop. So that is how it's normally done. But this gives you a sense of how we can measure the gate parameters. Now, we are going to go over to the calculation now. So, based on what we have done so far, Dr. Davis, are you there?
Yes, I'm hearing, sir. I'm with you, sir.
Based on what we have done so far, we have measured the number of steps. We have measured the time it took him to complete this distance. And we also have an information on the distance he covered. The distance he covered is 7 meters. I want Jibril, Hafiz, can you write out on a plain sheet, on a table, all the average values now and display it so we can see? And put the camera over the sheet so that we can see it. Because this is the critical part we are going into now.
Napis, you can mute those speaking in the background.
Please, can you mute those people speaking so that, it doesn't interfere?
Fatima Binta Isa.
Can you mute them? All right.
Abdulkadir. Hi.
Now, I hope I can only hear those in the gymnasium. And then I want to have the calculation that we have made now, put it in a tabular form. On one column, write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is the header of the row. On the header of the row, you write number of steps on a column, and then on the header you write speed types 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then also you write time, just a tabular thing, and then put the time across the 5 speeds. Put the write in a bold way that everybody can see. Yes, I can. Yeah.
Hello, hello, Hafiz. I think I saw a board. Why can't you write it on the board there?
Yes, a board will be bolder, but after you've written it out on paper, so we have the clean copy, you can now, if you have a marker, you can now write on a board, and then
The marker is spoiled, please.
Oh, okay, that's all right. Yeah. And maybe, yes, if you can zoom into that document.
But you have to indicate the distance covered of the table so that we know that this was done under 7 meters. And then you have to include the SI unit for the time and for the steps.
Yes, I think that, yes, you need to. Now, what you will now do is create another blank paper. Get another blank paper. I'm going to tell you how to make the table now, because we're now going to calculate based on this rough one. Good. Now, turn it around. Not, yeah, make it to be not landscape. Good, good. Now, on the above, right? Just draw a line. Draw a line from one end of that page to the other end. Yes, draw a line across. Good. All right. Now, divide this line into 6 columns. Draw 6 columns. Yeah, draw the first one. Good. Second one. Good. Third one. Good. 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 All right. Now, on that first up, if you go up, the first column, write number 1. No. Second column, write number 1. Second column, second column. No, not that first one. Not that first one. Second one. Good. Write 1. Yes. Then the second one, write 2. The third one, write 3. Next one, 4. There should be, yeah, 5. Good. Now, the first column, what you write there is variable. Variables, the first column, good. Now, draw a line across, like a first row under, yes. Yes. Good. Draw a second row. Draw a second row. Good. Draw a third one. Draw a third one. Have you done that? Good. All right. Now, under that variable, the first thing you record there, record stride length. Just write stride length. Then under it, write stride frequency. Under it, write stride velocity. Then under it, write stride only. Then draw another column. Draw another row, so rather, underline across. Under that stride, yes, draw a line across, down. Then under that stride, write time. All right. So we start. From the rough work you already have, what is the number of steps at very slow walking? The average number of steps at very slow walking.
12.7.
What?
17.5.
Now, what should be our stride? Dr. Davis, we have 17.5 steps. What do you think should be our stride?
We multiply by 2.
Multiply? How many steps make one stride?
2 steps.
2 steps make one stride, sir.
So do we multiply it by 2 if we want to get one stride?
You want to get a stride. You divide by 2. Sorry. Divide by 2.
Good. So we divide that number of steps by 2 to get the number of stride at very slow walking. So 17.5 divided by 2. What will it give us? Huh?
8.75.
So now write it there, 8.75 strides under that stride.
Column 1.
Column 1. Go down to stride. Go down. No, stride is not there. There is stride down.
Second to the last row.
So 8.75, that is where stride should be. Now for column 2, what is number of steps?
The average step.
12.75. Slow walking.
The average step is 12.75.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Davis, I'm going to work with you on this one, so bear with me.
Okay, sir.
12.75 is number of steps. So what should be the number of strides now?
We are going to divide that by 2.
Can you divide for us so that we have some engagement both virtually and physically?
Okay, the step is
6.37.
12.75. The stride will be 6.375.
6.37.
Okay, 6.37 is our stride under very slow walking speed, under slow walking speed, right?
Column 2.
Under column 2.
How much? What is the value, sir?
6 point something. What did you call it now?
6.37.
6.3. Okay. Now, what is the number of steps for normal walking, the average number of steps for normal walking speed?
5.5.
10.7.
No. The
5.5.
average
10.75.
10.75.
5.5.
10.75.
for very
Oh, 10.75.
okay. 10.75
5.
divided by 2. So Dr. Davis, what do we have?
Yes.
5.38.
5.375.
5.375, approximately 5.38.
8.
Okay.
So,
Now,
Prof, if we are approximating this one, I think we'll have to approximate also for slow walking because it was 6.375.
okay, go ahead, approximate it. There's no problem.
The uniform.
That's okay. All right. Now, for fast walking speed, what is the average number of steps?
10.
10.
So, Dr. Davis, what do we write?
10.0.
No, we said 10.75.
10.00.
If the number of total average number of steps is 10, what should be the stride now?
5.
5.
It's 5. 5.
Okay, 5. And then for the very fast walking speed, what is the average number of steps?
8.75.
8 point what?
75.
75.
For very fast, not fast.
For very fast. So, Dr. Davis, what do you advise we write there?
So it will be 4 point. For stride, it will be 4.38.
4.38. So you are going to take over to do the calculations. The reason why I want you to do that is that it helps you to be familiar and also help others to also walk along with you. So I will stay back. You have seen me do the first one. So let's do the other averages. We have done for stride. Now, the next thing we're going to do is stride length. So, Dr. Davis, what is the formula for stride length? Now, stride length is distance over total number of stride. The distance is 7 meters.
Yes.
So if you divide the total number of strides by total number, if you divide the distance by total number of strides, you will get the length for one particular stride. So since the distance is 7 meters, Dr. Davis, take over from there. Tell us what will be the stride length for holotype for very slow walking based on values we already have now. Tell us how to calculate it and how to get it.
To calculate it for stride length, it will be 7 meters divided by the stride, each of the strides that we have for each one of the.
Good. So,
Hafiz,
can you people call out for her so that she can walk with you? I want those virtually to walk with those who are on the ground.
Okay, so for very slow walking speed, stride length D is equal to 7 meters and stride is 8.75.
The voice is breaking.
7 divided by 8.75 will give us 0.8.
Hafiz, can you hear me?
I can't hear. The voice is breaking.
Yes, just hold on, Dr. Davis. Hafiz, can you hear me from your end?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay. Okay, can you tell us what the stride length will be at very slow walking speed? Let us have the value. What is the value of number of strides at very slow walking speed?
Okay.
8.75.
8.75. So what will the stride length be at very slow walking speed?
0.8.
7
I
meters
want
you
I want
divide.
Dr. Davis to tell me that.
Okay. Well, the 7 meter divided by 4.38.
What is the value for the stride length? What is the value for number of strides? Number of strides is 8 point something, isn't it?
No, the step is
No, not
8.75.
We
Then
have
the
gone past the step now because we have divided step by 2 and we got stride.
Yes, the stride now is 4.38.
Is that correct? I don't think so.
No.
The stride is 8.75.
Yes.
The stride is 8.75. So what will the stride length be if the stride is 8.75?
0.8.
I'm asking Dr. Davis, not you people over there.
The complex.
The step is 8.75. The stride is 4.38.
So
No, Dr. Davis.
the stride is 8.75 and the distance is 7 meters. And the stride length is distance over number of distance over stride. So if the stride is 8.75 and the distance is 7 meters, what will the stride length be? The stride length will be 7 divided by 8.75. I don't know if that is correct, Dr. Davis.
Because they should have said all the same measurement. So I don't know what. But the next, then if that's another one.
Are you with me?
The step is 8.75. Then the stride is 4.38.
No, we have already calculated the stride. We have divided the step and we got the stride as 8.75. So the stride length is what we are calculating now, which is supposed to be.
It will be 7 divided by 8.75.
Exactly. And if you divide it, what do you have?
0.82.
Don't tell me, please. Allow her.
Oh, sorry.
I want them to participate from the virtual platform.
I have to use my calculator.
Okay, can somebody calculate for her? She will be telling you what to calculate.
Yeah, 0.80.
0.8.
Okay, 0.8.
Yes,
so,
Prof.
7 divided by 8.75 gives us 0.8. Will it be expressed in what unit now?
That's meter.
To be expressed in meters.
Meter per.
No, not per. Because it's length, it will be in meters.
Yes, because we are looking at the stride length.
Okay, meters. Yes.
It will be expressed in meters. So
okay.
it is 0.8
meters.
So the stride length of Muhammad, which we just watched now, his stride length when completing this distance is 0.8 meters. That is the stride length.
0.8.
The stride length for his very slow
walking. 8.7 meter, 0.8 what?
0.8 meters.
0.8 meters. Now, what is the stride length for slow walking?
1.09.
How do you get that? 7 meters
7
divided
meters
by what?
divided by 6.38.
6.38.
Yes. And so what will you give us? 7 meters divided by 6.38.
1.09.
1.09 meters.
Yes.
1.1. 1.1.
1.1 meters. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
if you approximate the 9, it will be 1.1.
That's okay. Now, let's go to normal walking speed. Dr. Davis, are you there with us? That is 7 meters divided by what?
5.38.
7 meters divided by 5.38, which is number of strides.
Yes.
And what does it give us?
1.3.
1.30.
1.30.
30 meters.
Good. Now, what is the stride length at fast walking speed? 7
5.
meters divided by 5.
Yes, Prof.
What does it give us?
1.4 meters.
1.40.
1.40
meters.
meters. What is the stride length at very fast walking speed?
4.38.
7 meters divided by 4 point what?
38.
And so what does it give us?
1.61.
1.6.
1.6 because it's 1.59. So if we approximate, it will be 1.6.
All right. Now, Dr. Davis, take a look at that measurement. Is there anything you can observe about the stride length?
Okay. The stride length, as one increase the speed, the stride length increases also.
Fantastic. 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 That is very correct. That is very correct. Now, let us go to the next one, which is the stride frequency. The stride frequency, what is the formula? The formula is number of strides divided by time. Number of strides divided by time. So we have to enter the time first. Hafiz, can you people enter the time?
Yes, sir.
The average time for the entire walking speeds.
Slow. No one go. 7 point. Fast.
Okay, now we have the time. So if we now divide the number of strides by time, we get the stride frequency. So what is the number of strides at very slow walking? Is 8.75 is the number of stride. And the time is 16.994.
Yes.
So the stride frequency is what? That is stride per unit time is 8.75 over time. 8.75 over time, which is 16.74.
0.52.
0.51.
0. What?
0.52.
So 0.52. Now, can you enter it there? 0.52. Now, Dr. Davis, are you with me?
Yes, sir.
So in the second speed, which is very slow speed, we have 6 point what? Number of stride is 6.4. Is that right?
38.
6.38.
6.38. Now, to get the stride frequency, it becomes 6.38 divided by the time. What is the time there?
9.76.
Okay, 6.38 divided by 9 point something. And what do we have?
0.65.
0.65 is our
Stride frequency.
stride frequency for slow walking speed.
Yes.
We are no longer seeing that list. I can't see it anymore. Maybe you have to mute everybody so that we can see. I don't know why. Okay, go ahead. I can see it now. So, can you turn it the other way? That your paper is. Yeah. Can you turn it? So no. Yeah. No. Good. Yeah, something like that. That is okay. Okay. So, what is the stride for normal walking? 5.3 what? 5.1? 5.38 divided by 7.15?
0.75.
0.75. So that is our stride frequency, which is stride per second. Now, for fast walking, it is 5 divided by what?
5.48.
Is that 5.48?
Yes, Prof.
Yes.
5.48.
Okay. So that gives us what?
0.92.
0.990. Okay. So the next one is 4.4 divided by 4.15. Okay.
1.06.
1.06. Okay. Dr. Davis, are you with me?
Okay. Yes, sir.
What do you observe
Okay.
also
I
for
can't
stride
get it.
frequency?
It also
It also increases.
So as you are
It also
increasing the
increases.
speed,
Inversely
it was
proportional.
also increasing. Remember we said that stride frequency tells us about the rate of leg swing or the rate of pendulum swing of the leg. So we were swinging the leg very fast in order to catch up with the speed we want to execute. So as we were increasing the speed type, we were also, Mohammed was increasing his stride frequency. Likewise, the same pattern for his stride length. Now, the next thing is stride velocity.
But there's another observation in the stride frequency. It also affects the time. The time decreases with increase in stride frequency.
Yes. As the stride frequency increases, the
Time
time
decreases.
reduces. That means it takes lesser time to complete the distance by increasing the stride frequency and by increasing the stride length. So when you want to cover a distance in a shorter time, you can increase the stride length at which you walk, or you can increase the stride frequency at which you walk, or you can increase both. That is the implication. Now, can we calculate the stride velocity? How do we get the stride velocity, Dr. Davis?
Okay.
The equation for getting velocity, even ordinarily in physics,
Okay, distance over time.
Exactly. So what is the distance now? In what Mohammed
Distance
did,
is 7 meters.
fantastic. So now for a time at very slow walking of 16.4, am I right? 16.4 seconds?
94.
16.94 seconds. And
Yes,
the
Prof.
distance is 7 meters. What will the velocity be? It will be 7 divided by
by
16.94.
6.94. 0.41.
It will be 0.4. What is the unit?
0.41 meters per second.
Meter per second. Because we measure that distance in meters and we also got the time in seconds. And the equation is distance over time.
Time.
Good. So what is the velocity for the second speed? It will be
7
divided by 9.76.
0.72.
0.72. So for the third speed, so third walking speed is 7 divided by 7.15, which is 0.9 what?
8.
And then for the fourth one is 7 meters divided by 5.46. And that gives us 1.28.
Yes.
And lastly, 7 meters divided by 4.15. And that gives us 1.69.
Yes.
Dr. Davis, I come back to you again. What do you observe about the velocity?
It increases too.
Good. Now,
though I did not get everything.
Okay, which one did you not get?
0.41 for number one. For number two, well, I got the last one, so I can see that it increases.
Yeah.
Well, the ones in the middle, I cannot get.
Okay, which one is that you didn't get?
Number 2, 3, and 4.
Number 2 is 9.76 is the time. So 7 divided by 9.76 is 0.72.
72, okay, sir.
Then for number 3, 7 divided by 7.15, which is 0.96. Am I right, Hafiz?
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Then number 4 is number 4. Number 4 is
7 divided by 5.46.
7 divided by 5.46.
1.28.
Which is 1.28. And then number 5 is 7 divided by 4.15. And it is 1.69.
Okay, I got it. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So you see, as Muhammad was moving from very slow walking to fast walking to slow walking to normal walking to fast walking, the velocity was also increasing. All right, we are going to do something now. Remember in the equation, the Gait equation, in the theory class we had, velocity is also equal to stride length times stride frequency. I don't know if you get me right. We also said that velocity is equal to stride length times stride frequency. So I want to see that list. Yes. Now I want us to confirm whether this is correct. Because the way we generated our own velocity is distance over time. But in the equations of Gait, we say that velocity is equal to stride length times stride frequency. If what we say in that equations of Gait is correct, it means we can generate the same value by multiplying stride length and stride frequency under every type of speed.
Yes.
Okay, can we just do that? Davis, I want you to stay with me.
Very correct.
Can you bring that camera close so that we can see the figures? I wish there was something like a marker to write on the board so that we don't have to strain our eyes. But
it's not for now.
Okay, so what we have here is 0.1. Your stride length is what?
0.8 as stride length.
Yeah,
0.8.
Dr. Davis, you have this already, right? Is Dr. Davis still there with us?
Not very clever.
Okay.
Has he entered? Okay.
Can you people
0.41.
What is the stride length under very slow walking speed?
0.8.
0.82.
Now 0.82 times stride frequency, which is 0. What?
5.
Okay, 0.82 times 0.52. What do we have? Can somebody multiply with your calculator? 0.42.
0.41. 416. If you approximate it to be 0.42.
Yeah. So I'm sure that that 0.741 you people wrote there, you didn't approximate as well.
Yes, so we didn't approximate. So if we don't approximate this also, it will also be 0.41.
Okay, that's fine.
0.43.
Not correct.
Now, if you now come to the second one, 109 times 0. What is that?
109 times 0.65.
Yeah, what do you have?
0.66.
0. What?
71. 0.71.
Yeah, so there is an approximation somewhere in what you guys are doing. Somewhere approximated, somewhere not approximated. So that's why you have that variation. So
If we
it's
equally
0.72. So if you approximated things, even that is one thing you have to do. Whenever you are doing this calculation, if you are going to approximate, then approximate for everything. And if you're not going to approximate, then don't. So that you have a uniform thing. But it is 0. It's going to give you the same value anyway. Now let's look at the third one. 1.3 times 0.75. What do you have? 1.3 times 0.75.
0.98.
0.975.
0.975, which is 0.98.
Yes.
Now, if you do 1.4 times 0.91.
1.4. 1.274.
1.27. If you do 1.59 times 1.06.
1.59 times 1.06 is 1.68.
1.685.
1.685, which is 1.69.
69, yes.
So you see that distance over time is equal to stride length times stride frequency. Velocity, which is distance over time, is also equal to stride length times stride frequency. So if you have stride length and stride frequency, you can generate your velocity. If you have distance and your time, you can generate your velocity. So have you seen now that we have quantified the entire speed of walking of Muhammad. We have defined his stride frequency. We have defined his stride length. We now have his number of strides, and we now have his time. In gait analysis, all those parameters we generate, time is a temporal parameter. Temporal because it changes within the cycle. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 is, but velocity, stride length is a spatial parameter. It has a spatial value. That is, over a landmass, you can measure it out. For length, for time is temporal. But there are parameters we generated from the spatial and the temporal, which is velocity and stride frequency. Stride frequency is number of stride over time. Stride velocity is also distance over time. And those are known as spatiotemporal parameters. We call them spatiotemporal parameters. They are a combination of spatial and temporal parameter. Time is temporal parameter. Distance is a spatial parameter. So velocity is a spatio-temporal parameter. Stride length is a spatial parameter. Time is a temporal parameter. Velocity is a spatio-temporal parameter. And we also see stride frequency as a spatio-temporal parameter. I'm breaking it down so that when you hear those jargon, you don't get confused by them. They just mean nothing, really. It's just the jargon for biomechanics and gait analysis study. You will see many publications like that. Don't be thrown off as if they're not a big deal. This is just what it is. Now, having done this, and we have made our observations, we are going to do something now. We are going to plot stride length, stride frequency, and stride velocity in a graph. In that graph, the type of speed, which we call velotype, the type of speed, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these are types of speed. We will put it on the x-axis. We label the x-axis 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then on the y-axis, we're going to plot each of these parameters one after the other. Is there a graph sheet there now? Hafiz?
No, sir.
Why not? Because they're graphs.
But I asked you people to get a graph sheet.
Yes.
So what happened? There's no graph sheet in Kano. That is impossible. Please, does anybody have a graph sheet here?
Sorry, Prof. I think they can use an online graph. They can go online and get graph sheets and draw it.
Okay. Can you go online, please, and get the graph sheet?
Have you done it?
Yeah. So who knows how to do that?
No, which one is X axis? Which one is Y axis? Which one is X? Which one is Y?
But is there any of the participants here who have a graph sheet?
Yes, sir. I do have a graph sheet.
I do have a graph sheet.
Okay, fantastic. So can we share your graph sheet as we plot? If you can share your, if you can turn your camera and share with us, then you can plot and we will call out the figures and we plot with yours. I know why I wanted us to do graph sheet. It is simple and easy for everybody to understand. And then when we are done with graph sheets, we will now look at the system and can use our laptop as well. But let's do the basic one so that even in your clinic, where you may not have the benefit of computers and so on, you can still plot. So can somebody who has a graph sheet show us his or her graph paper? Can you share your screen so we can call out the figures and you plot?
No, I'm not tired. No, I'm not tired.
Dr. Davis, do you have a graph sheet? Okay. Okay, we have a graph sheet already. Okay, that's fantastic. So who is plotting? I want you to write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the x-axis. You have the first one is 0, then the next one is 1, the next one is, so start from 0 to number on the x-axis. Are we there? Who is plotting?
So please, what parameters are we plotting against each other?
On the y-axis, we have the 3 parameters: stride length, stride frequency, and velocity on the y-axis. We will be plotting them one after the other against the speed type, which we call the velo type. That is very slow walking speed. We gave it a value 1, on which will be on the x-axis. Slow walking speed, we gave it a value 2. Normal walking speed has a value, we gave it 3. Then fast walking speed 4. Very fast 5. So we number the x-axis starting from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then on the y-axis, we will have the other parameters. But we will start plotting one after the other. First, we will plot stride length. We plot the stride length, we get the max at 1, which is very slow walking speed. We get the point of intersection at 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then we will join with a straight line, a line of best fit. For those on the virtual platform, is there any question where we are now? Any confusion, anything? Who asked me what we are plotting against what?
Sir, it is I, Chukudi Esther.
Okay, is there any, did I clarify?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you take a look at what they are doing now, they are doing 0.8, 0.3. Okay, because they have enough space. This is, the graph can take that. They're labeling, which is okay. It means that you will keep moving until you get to 5. That axis you are looking at is the x-axis. I hope you know the one we worked on before. You've not finished it. You stopped at 1.6. You have not finished it.
Sir,
Otherwise,
can't they just do
what I
0,
wanted you
1,
to
2,
do
3, 4,
is
5?
listen. What you ought to have done is on the x-axis, where you wrote 0.4 now should be 1. You leave that y-axis. Go to your x-axis. Let's get your x-axis correct. Where you have 0.4 now, just put it 1.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Just put it 1. Okay. Yes. Then where you have 0.2, put it 0.5. Where you have 0.2, yes, make it 0.5. So where you have 0.6, make it 1.6 or just 0.6, which means 1.6. Then where you have 0.8, make it, 2. Yes. Then the one in between will be 0.5, which means what? 2.5. Then the next one will be 3. Yes, 3.5. Yes, the next one will be 4. 3.5. 3.5. Then 4. Then 4.5. Then 5. Yeah. So you stop at 5. That's it. So we have 5.
Amara, you have slept enough. Come on, go and bath. Arrange the room.
So we have 5 walking speeds there.
Then know what you can do.
Now go to the y-axis. Come to the y-axis now. What is the highest value we have for these parameters? Can you take a look at that table?
1.69.
1.69. So we can decide to now say for every cell is 1, every cell is 1. You know what I mean?
Do fast so that you can call that man that is doing that will do the light.
Every cell is 0.1. You can do it that way, if that will be okay. Or if you want to do it any other way, what scale are you using?
You should have just washed out this plate immediately eating. Are you saying you are going to sleep from morning till night?
Obi Grace, please, off your mic.
Mute yourself, please. Oh, Jesus.
Now, are you on the y-axis? Who is plotting? I need a feedback from you. You guys
So
are
for the
muted.
y-axis, you say?
Yes, for the y-axis, what is the scale you want to use?
Okay, well.
You can actually use, are you with me? On the y-axis, you can use, you know, each cell is 0.25, each cell is 0.25. That means 4 cells will be equal to 1. Is that correct?
We're not hearing, the line is breaking.
So now, count 1, 2, 3, 4,
Hello?
and put 1. From 0, you already move up to, yeah. Where is your cursor? Your cursor is not, I want you to see what I'm saying. Put your cursor, yes, move on. Yes, go to the next one, which is 2.
Go to the
That
next
is one cell. Move to the second one, that is second cell. Go to the third one, which is third cell. Go to the third one, good. Go to the fourth one, which is the fourth cell. Go to the fourth one. Move your cursor. No, yeah. So that can be 1. That can be 1.0. Just put 1.0 there. Now move to the second cursor. It becomes, have to count two cells and put your 1.5. Yes, 1.5 should be there.
Program.
1.5 should be there. Good. Now count two cells and you put your 2. Move up. Yes. So your 2 should be, yes. No, you're above it. You have to come down. Yes. Come down. No. Just 2 ahead.
But sir, the distance from 0 to 1 is not too much.
You can use, I will explain. Just put, that's 1.5. Just count 2 cells now and put your 2 and we are done. Then we can start plotting. That one is 1.5 now. Just put 2 there. Yes. Yes, exactly. Okay. That sorts it out.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Please, what is on the y-axis? We have the stride length on the x-axis, right?
No. On the y-axis, we are going to plot the stride length. On the y-axis, we have the stride frequency. On the same y-axis, we have the velocity. You will see how we're going to see how we're going to do it. On the x-axis, the only thing we have on the x-axis are those different types of speeds. And we call them velotypes. V-E-L-O. Then T-Y-P-E-S, types. Velotypes, that is types of velocity. And they are self-selected. 1, standing from very slow walking speed. 2, for slow walking speed. 3, for normal walking speed. 4, for fast. And 5, for very fast. Now, is what we have done so far, is it clear? So we are going to start plotting. Who is plotting now? Is that Hafiz? Who is the person plotting for us? I want to know your name so I can call you and tell you what I want.
Adamu. Mr. Adamu.
Adamu, now. Go down. You take a look at our table that we generated. Okay. The first thing we are going to plot now is stride length. At velotype 1, What is the value of stride length?
Stride length 0.8.
So can you now go to this table and get 0.8?
Yeah.
Because 2 cells is 0.5.
Yes.
So your 0.8 should be what?
0.5 is 2.
Because half of it will be 0.75. So maybe
Yes.
one more notch across. Then move to 1. Move to 1.
Okay.
Move your cursor to 1. The intersect. Yes. Good. Put that point there. Just put a point like a star or something, or circle or dot.
Like a sky blue.
The sky what?
You have to put that dot over 1. At that point, sorry, at that point on the intersection for x-axis at 1. X-axis will be on the 1, and the y-axis will be on 0.8. So if that is the point, that's fine. That's what I want to see. No, that point is not over 1. That should be over 1. That has to be on the line, on that line of 1. Well, 1 is on the line, so that point must be on that line exactly. Good.
I'm sorry, this is the first time we are using this graph.
It's okay.
Trying to see what to use for the points.
Anything you like, either point or star, anything.
Okay. 1.
Check on insert. Check insert.
Okay.
Okay. You have to shift it to 1.
Can I get fine like this?
No, it has to be over 1. Remember, the 0.8 is on the y-axis, not on the x-axis.
Okay.
You have to get the 0.8 on the y-axis, and then you come to the x-axis over 1 and put the dot.
Okay, understand. No point.
Yes, it should be somewhere around there.
This is too big.
Okay.
So are we good like this?
Yeah, it's okay. Now go to the second one. What is the second value? Under velotype 2, what do you have as your value for stride length?
I will read like this.
1.1, sir.
1.1. Now,
Yes, sir.
You say, sir,
yeah,
we are not hearing you very well.
I say we are now plotting the second velotype, isn't it?
Okay. Yes.
What is the value? 1.1. So look for 1.1 on the y-axis.
Okay.
Following that number 2. Just move it over to number 2, second value type on the x-axis. We're already at 1.1. Are you at 1.1?
Yes. Yes.
Now
Sir.
move your cursor to come to 2 on the x-axis. Drag that point. Good. Yes, that is where the point should be. Something like that. Now go to number 3.
Okay, sir.
What is the value for number 3? 1 point what?
1.3.
1.3.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so take a look because each cell is 2.5. So 3 should be probably half of the other cell up.
Yes, like this. Yeah.
Move it to number 3. Drag it to 3 on the x-axis. Yes, good. So somewhere around there. Then on the number 4, what do you have as a value for
1.4.
1.4? So over 4, get 1.4 and then put it over 4 there. Good. Okay. Now go to number 5. What is the value at number 5?
1.59.
1.59. So
1.6.
1.6, which means each cell is 2.5, isn't it?
Yes,
so
sir.
so it will be almost like in the third cell, somewhere in the middle of the third cell. Okay, something like that. Okay, that's fine. Now connect these dots with a straight line. And see which straight line has the most number of dots in line. That is line of base feet. No, this doesn't have all of them. It has some. So we try another point. No, why don't you start from down? Why don't you start from down up?
Okay, sir.
And see if you can have more points from that direction. From the last one, from the last.
We could only get 3, the base feet.
Okay. Yes, now you got 3, the base feet, which is okay. Just leave it there. Very good. Truncate it, good. So this line is known as SL or stride length line. You can label it across that line. And so if you can label that line stride length or SL. Now, for those of you who are plotting with your graphs,
yes,
this is the kind of thing you may likely see. Now, let's plot the second one. We are plotting.
I think someone has shared her own in the chat box, sir.
Pardon?
Esther has shared her own in the chat box.
Okay, so you can see all the values in the chat box. So you have the values already in the chat box. I think Esther put it up there. So somebody said I can't see anything. Am I seeing it? Is everybody seeing what we are plotting? Is there any problem with please, I can't see anything.
We can see it.
Okay. All right. So now let's plot the second one, the stride frequency. Adamu? At value type 1, what is the value for stride frequency?
Stride frequency is 0.52.
0. What?
52.
Okay, then come down under 1.
Oh, are we
Come
plotting
down.
another graph?
No, the same graph. The same graph.
Okay. Okay.
Come to 1, come down, come down, come down along that one. Yes. Go up to this. 2 cells is equals to 5. So that one is 5. So 5 point something is somewhere there. Above it, a little bit above it, 5.2. Good. So mark it because 5.25 is half of it. Yeah. Yeah, thereabout is okay. Put your point there. Now, under below type 2, what do we have?
Under 2 is...
I can't see the mark you are making, Adamu. Okay, that's fine. I've seen it now. Now, for under 2, what do we have? For
0.66.
Okay, 0.66. So you already know that half is that, yeah. So 0.66 should be somewhere there, yeah. It should be below that line. It should be on 2. 2 on the x-axis. Move it to 2 on the x-axis, but it will be below that, yeah, something like that. So what is the other line, the other value for velotype 3?
0.75.
So 0.75 will be above that line. Move it to x-axis. You take a look at x-axis 3, number 3, then above 7 point what?
75.
7.05 will just be below.
0.75.
0.75 will be almost, yes, where you are at the middle of that thing. That's correct. Now, what is the next one for velotype 4?
0.91.
0.91.
Yes.
So you move it there. It should be below 1. 1 on the y-axis, what it is. So you come below that 1. It will be 91 will be somewhere below where you are. Yeah, thereabout, hopefully.
Okay.
But it will be on top of 4 on the x-axis. Good. All right. The last one is what?
1.06.
So you move on 5, you move up to 1, go to the, yeah, no, that it will be above 1.06, right?
Yes.
Okay, then that's fine. I think that point is close around there. Can you now draw the line of best fit?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that line of best fit gives you, label it stride frequency or SF. Stride frequency or SF. Okay, now let's do for stride velocity, finally, to see the plot, to complete our plotting. At velotype 1, what is the value?
0.41.
So, yes, so plot. 41 is above the first cell. Yes, 41 should be above that first cell. Almost, yes, something like that. Then what is the next value?
Next value is 0.72.
So 0.72 shall be above that line. Yes, it should be above it because that line is 7. So 2 should be small, a little, no, it's too far. Yeah, somewhere there, good. The next one is what?
0.98.
So 0.98. So already that one is 7. So you move above, yes? Move above. There's somewhere close to 2, close to 1. Yes. Yes. Next one on the 4.
1.28.
Huh?
1.28.
1.28. So you move to 1.
Yes.
Come to 4. Yes, move up. So somewhere around the middle there. Good. Something like that. Okay. The next one.
1.69.
So 1.69. You move up to 5. Yes, move up to 5. You're not up to 5 on the 1.5 on the y-axis.
Okay.
You are not up to 5. You're not. Yeah, that is 5. Then 6. 6 what?
9.
6, 9. So continue moving a little bit more. Yeah. So that's it. Put it there. Okay. Now draw a line connecting this line, the line of best fit. No. You didn't get most of your values. Take, yes. Take the origin from, yes. Move, no. It's not, it doesn't get that. How many?
Yes, I'm doing straight line.
No. Okay. How many? You only got 1 point.
So let me see. Let me to the L. Yeah, now I think I got yes more than 3 bus.
Okay, start from the second point to join your line. Let's see.
So how
Start
about
from
now?
that second point, that second dot on number 2, from number 2.
Okay. Yeah.
No. Come to number 2 on the x-axis. Just remove the line. So yes. So we plot from. Come to number 2. Good. Now, how many points will you connect from that number 2 if he moves up from there? Up to 3. Up to 3, right?
Yes, I have more than 3.
Okay.
Now I have more than 3 on the line. 1, I have 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay, move it. Continue to project it. Continue to project it. Just move it straight. Continue moving it straight. That line. Continue moving it straight. Yes, continue moving it.
To connect 3.
Just continue moving it straight. Just move it straight in space. We're not connecting any more line, but just keep it. Yes. Good. Leave it that way.
There is no more. Like this?
Yes, good. Yes, you can. Yes, you can put a point. They're just a straight line, so you can. Yeah. Good. Good. Now that line, that stride length line, move it up again. Project it forward. That stride length line. Yes. Move it to be in a straight line beyond that point. Yes. Good. Leave it. That's fine. Okay. Good. Come down. Move that. Move that one also straight along this line. Yeah, that is not straight. Leave it that way. Truncate it at the same point where the other one intersected. The two lines. Then yes, move backwards. Yes, no, move back. Move your cursor. Let me show. Move it.
And then
Look at the
then
intersection of those two lines up. Those two lines up. You saw the yes, the intersect. No, just move it straight below where it is. But I'm just trying to show you the graph line where you should stop it.
Yeah.
You are bending it. Move here, keep it good. That's fine. Just move it straight. It's okay. Good, exactly. It will stop on that rigid line. Stop it there. Yeah, terminate it there. Good, that's fine. All right. Can you now let us see the entire graph? Let's see the entire graph. Okay. Now, see what you are going to do. Are you with me?
Yes.
Draw a vertical line. You see where these two lines intersected?
Yes, sir.
Draw a vertical line, dotted line from there downwards. If you can't get dotted, no problem. But downwards to touch the x-axis.
Okay.
Through that line, it will project down to the x-axis.
Okay.
Vertical.
Recording in progress.
Keep coming down. Keep coming down. Keep it straight. 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 Good. Very good. Very good. Come to the X line until it touches the X line. Come down. Keep coming down. The x-axis. It has to touch the x-axis. Keep coming down.
It touches this is the x-axis.
Okay, let it touch the x-axis. It won't go beyond the x-axis. Yes. So it won't go beyond. So that small part that went beyond it, you can just, yeah. Okay. Now come to the other part where the line intersected again. You know, there are two places it's intersected.
This one?
So project a line again from above. Yes. Move it through that intersection to touch the x-axis. Good. It will not go below the x-axis. It will just stop on the x-axis. Very good. Perfect. I'm looking for the first line that went down. Where is it? Where is the one? Okay, good. Now, there you are. Now, I want you to take a look. I want interaction from everybody on the platform. What can you people observe? Is there anything you can observe from this diagram? So what we have now is that all these values we generated from Mohammed when he walked, we have plotted them on a graph. This graph now is the regression because we calculated the regressional value. We put them into equations. And these regressional values, we have now put them in the graph and then developed a line. So this line is a regressional interaction of these basal gait parameters. The gait parameters we have there is the stride length, stride frequency, and stride velocity. You see how these three parameters are interacting across the entire speed spectrum. So throughout the entire speed, we asked him to walk from very slow, slow, fast, very fast. You know, there was a point when he was at zero velocity. That's why you see that line projected to the y-axis where it touched zero. There was a time he was at zero velocity, then he started increasing from 0 to 1, and then improved his speed from 1 to 2, and then from 2 to 3, 3 to 4, and 4 to 5. Now, can you please mute this person? I don't know why people will not be muted and they distract other people. It's not fair. Now, this is a very important aspect of what we are doing. This is very, very important. Dr. Davis, are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you, sir. I'm hearing you, sir.
Okay. And I can see a whole lot of you. Please, I want you to pay attention. So Dr. Davis is my point of contact to all of you. Now, you see, what can you observe, Dr. Davis, taking a look at this diagram? What pattern can you see?
I can see that there is increase from in all the parameters that we plotted on the graph. There is increase from that zero that we to there is increase. I can see that there are increase in all
Very
of
correct.
them.
Very correct. Now, if you look at these three lines, is there anything you can notice about these three lines, their behavior? Were they behaving the same way?
Okay. Yes, there is a kind of intersection.
Where?
In that place where we drew the...
Which line was intersecting with which line?
There's intersection between stride velocity and stride frequency at almost 2.20, almost 2.0 of time spent to cover the distance.
2.4.
Good. And then where again?
And above.
There is another intersection between stride length and stride velocity at beyond 5 seconds to cover the distance, more than 5 seconds to cover the distance.
Now, that thing is not seconds. That thing is velotype.
Okay, that's the
Okay, you said velotype, yes.
Velotype, that
Different
is
types of velocity.
exactly. And that is a very key observation. Very, very key observation. The one that kept interacting with others is the velocity line. But the stride frequency line and the stride length line, they were not interacting. Did you notice that?
Okay.
The only intersection you observed is that velocity intersected with stride frequency and then went on to intersect with stride length. Do you observe that?
Okay, yes, sir.
Good.
Yes, sir.
So, velocity has to, how many patterns can you see from that velocity?
Yeah, it makes sense here.
From that interaction now, how many patterns can you see?
Okay.
Or how many regions can you see?
We go back more than velocity and straight line as well, because you give velocity again. Aga it's interactive time, right? All about the
Okay, can you see that there is a region of that velocity which is below stride frequency, between 0 and 2 point something?
Yes, Prof.
It is below stride frequency and it is below stride length in value.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Then after that intersection with stride frequency, then the stride velocity became greater than stride frequency, but lesser than stride length. Did you see that in the intermediate region?
Yes, Prof.
And then if you take a look at the point of intersection up there, velocity now became greater beyond that point of intersection. If you project that line further, it became greater than stride length and stride frequency. So there are three regions. There are three different distinct patterns of velocity. The first velocity is defined by its value being less than stride frequency and stride length. The first one, its value is greater than stride frequency but less than stride length. The third one, after the point of intersection, is defined by its value being greater than stride length and stride frequency. That first point of intersection is labeled E1. Adamu, you can label it E1 if you can. At that first point of intersection, E1. And then, yes, and when you are done, I will tell you what you label the other one. The second intersection is E2. Can you do that? If you can't, no problem. But if you can, then that's fine. Okay, you have done E1 already, so you can do E2. That's good. That's perfect. That's fantastic. So now, are you seeing something that is totally different from what we expected? We asked Mohammed to behave in 5 different manners. We asked him to demonstrate 5 different patterns of velocity. The first pattern we called velotype 1, which is very slow walking. The second pattern we called velotype 2, slow walking. The third one we called velotype 3, normal walking. The fourth one we called velotype 4, fast walking. The last one we called velotype 5, very fast walking. But when we now plotted it, instead of seeing 5 different patterns, we only saw 3 patterns of velocity. I don't know if you're getting the point.
Prof.
Velocity only behaved in 3 patterns. The first pattern had a value less than stride frequency and stride length. The intermediate pattern, the one in the intermediate region, had a value above stride frequency but less than stride length. And then beyond it, it had a value above stride length and stride frequency. So this is the velotypic mapping of the brain. Remember we mentioned that the stride movement, walking, is an expression. It happens under a neural drive. All that Mohammed did was the expression of the neuromuscular configuration that defined the neural interpretation of the command we gave him. So we asked the brain, we commanded the brain, we told him to select 5 different speeds, and he had to have a neural configuration and a motor program that need to be executed to generate those 5 types of speeds. And when we looked at them, the entire spectrum of speed, the brain only appreciated 3 patterns, nothing more than that. And those 3 patterns are defined there. And the first pattern is the slow walking speed. And it is defined by the value of velocity, which is lesser than the value of stride length and stride frequency. The second pattern is known as the normal walking speed. That normal walking speed is the pace of walking in which the velocity value is greater than stride frequency, but lesser than stride length. And the third pattern is the velocity value where the value of velocity is above both the stride length and stride frequency. So the brain actually appreciates only 3 speed of walking: slow, normal, and fast. And therefore, the brain itself is configured, and the neurons of the deep cerebellar nuclei is configured to fire only at 3 speeds. They can never fire beyond those 3 speeds. What we did here is to mirror the behavior of the brain and put the behavior of the brain on a graph. And this graph represents the regional segregation and configuration of the nuclei that control speed and postural control. And expressly, it also demonstrates what happens essentially in the deep regions of the cerebellum, with inputs coming from the primary motor cortex. The projections that go to the substantia nigra, the basal ganglia, the caudate, the putamen, the globus pallidus, interna, externa, and so on, and their projections through the fenestra ovalis, and so on and so forth. These ones only serve as relay systems that now fine-tune what happens in the deep cerebellar nuclei. But the nuclei that actually fires to configure the speed of walking is in the cerebellum. And so when Ekokoro did this, he now posited that if the brain appreciates 3 walking speeds, then its neurons must be organized to only fire in 3 patterns only. And he was proven right by the works done by Grillner and so on in primate animals. And they discovered that the emboliform fires, the deep cerebral nucleus fires only in 3 patterns. The emboliform nuclei fires to put the speed, the dentate, and which is the interpositus, they fire to initiate slow walking speed. The 2 have a mutual balance to generate the normal walking speed. So what you are seeing here is the neural organization of Mohammed's brain. Neural organization of speed in his brain. That's what we are seeing here. That's the map we are seeing now. It means also that if anything happens to him, this map will change. And therefore, if we are conducting an intervention that we promote walking in a patient and we are trying to manage this patient, we should be able to take a look at this and say, this is normal, this is abnormal. If we don't measure these parameters and plot them, and then have them in patient's folder, we may not be able to track changes. So when we are now making some gains, it's difficult for us to know. Now, this is one aspect of it. The other aspect I want you to take a look at That point E1, therefore, is a point of equality, is the point at which Muhammad attained the path of minimal energy trajectory. It is the point where his locomotive system attained that pathway where he can consume minimum energy. That is the natural rate of walking or normal speed. So the region between E1 and E2 is the region where every human being seeks to attain, where there will be minimal energy consumption when you walk. Below E1, you will consume energy. Above E2, you will consume energy. So the bigger this region is, the more it tells us that your system is adapted, is having challenges anyway, is resistant to speed transition. So sometimes in those who have problem, that region E2, that point E2, you will never see it. Now they can attain normal walking speed, but their system cannot push them to go beyond normal walking speed and walk fast. There is resistance to fast walking speed because of fear of fall, or because of muscle weakness, or because of dysfunction in the neuromuscular system that drives muscle activation that will execute that task. So by the time we intervene and we begin to see E2 appear, then we are excited because he has now regained the capacity to move from normal walking speed to fast walking speed. In pathological conditions, osteoarthritis, you won't see E2. In conditions like Parkinson's disease, in neurological conditions, you won't even see E1. E1 will disappear. You will see the three lines, they will never interact. So the brain, the integration of the sensorimotor system has a dysfunction when the three lines don't interact. That is the hallmark that there is lack of integration, sensory integration. But when you see the sensory motor integration and where the brain exerts a cortical inhibition on the primitive reflexes, you now begin to see the three lines coming together to interact. There's integration of the nuclei that drives that function. And this pattern is what you will see. So the brain only appreciates three movements. Ekokoro proved this with the velocity field diagram in 1985 and in 1989. It is simple, but a very powerful tool. He reduced the entire configuration to equation and put that equation up to form this. And this is a very fantastic tool. You will see how we shall use this tool to make a diagnosis and make a prediction in a short while. Okay. So I deliberately insisted we plot it so that you have a sense of how it is done. Because when you see the diagram, sometimes it looks so abstract. But when you do it yourself, it becomes something you can relate to. You know how we calculated it and how we got to this point. Now I'm going to go a little bit further. Is there any question?
My question relates with sports persons rather.
Yeah.
So for high contact sports like football, and then you know that you have different play position. You have your center back, you have the midfield, the winger, and all that. And then you want to do personalized training based on maybe their injury history and all that. So now maybe somebody who has ACL injury, and then you are treating without surgery. You are doing you are treating without surgery with physiotherapy training, and then part of his return to play, you are now using maybe parachute method, resistant band on the person's hip, and the person runs against resistance. You want to improve the speed and agility of the person. Will there, obviously there will be E2, but how will I know if the person's E2 has improved or has not improved? Because normally his E2 will be more than that of a normal pace.
Yes.
How can I relate this with training, like a training, post-injury training for footballers?
Okay, I'm going to give you the secret now. Can we go back? Can we go back to the table? Can somebody shoot the table? Let me show you the secret of that. Can we see the table? I wish that table had been typed by somebody so that it will be easy and look nice when we display it. I forgot to tell someone to type it, and so that it becomes just like this diagram now. But is it possible to switch, Hafiz?
Okay. Okay.
I think someone has a question to ask.
Okay. Let's sort this out, then we go to the other one so we don't mix it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Now let's take a look at this. Who is handling this? Hafiz? Who is okay? That's fine. Now, where is the lady that was working with me from your end there? What's her name?
Dr. Davis.
No, not Dr. Davis. The person.
Yes, I hear the table.
The person there in the gym. Can you call out those figures? The stride frequency and the stride length are below type 1. That is at very slow walking.
Stride frequency 0.52.
0.52 is the stride frequency. What is the stride length?
0.8.
Okay.
0.8.
Good. We are going to calculate what is called the stride ratio. Can you draw a line above stride length across the entire table? and we just put it stride ratio. Good. Stride ratio. All right. Now, stride frequency divided by stride length. Give me the value.
0.52 divided by 0.8.
Stride frequency divided by stride length.
0.8. 0.65.
Okay, 0.65. Dr. Davis, are you with us? Who asked the question?
Edit, Lucy.
Okay, edit, good. All right. Now, can you also divide the same thing for velotype 2?
5 divided by 1.09. That's 0.59.
No.
Stride frequency.
Yes. Divided by stride length.
Divided by 1. Yeah, it's 0.59.
Okay. That is at what point?
At 2.
Okay. Then at 3.
At 3, 0.75 divided by 1.30. That's 0.57.
0.5. Can you record it? I want to see the recording. Those on the ground.
0.57.
Okay.
0.91 divided by 1.4. 0.65 at 4. Then 1.06 divided by 1.59 equal 0.66 at 5.
0. What?
66.
Okay.
At 5.
Okay. Now, if you take a look at adjust all of them to 1 decimal place. I want you to see something.
This is at 1, it will be 0.7. At 2, it will be 0.6. At 3, it should be 0.6 again. At 4, it should be 0.7. At 5, 0.7.
So what did you observe? Can you write those adjustments out for me, please? Who is holding this paper? Can you write those approximation somewhere that we can see, everybody can see? Approximate to 1 decimal place so we can see what it came to. Okay. What you are able to see is that you have 0.7 at velotype 1. You have 0.7 at fast walking speed. We have 0.7 at very fast walking speed, isn't it?
Yes.
And then at
Yes,
slow
Prof.
at slow walking speed is 0.6, at normal walking speed is 0.6.
Yes, Prof.
The truth is that in this gait recording, there was mistake in slow walking speed and normal walking speed. And that's why when you plotted that line of base fit, you saw that some points went off. Good.
Yes, I noticed that from
Otherwise, all what you will see actually is all of them will be 0.7, 0.7, 0.7, 0.7. All of them. From very slow to very fast to normal, they will all be 0.7. It is telling you that even though the values are different, it is the same motor program, it is the same configuration, it is the same proportion of relationship defined by the relationship between that stride length and stride frequency is consistent. The muscle activation and what should go into it is consistent. So it ought to be 0.7 across the entire spectrum. So, but we knew that there was a problem, and that has to do with the way the approximation was done when they were doing the calculation. That's why in gait analysis, those approximations are things you don't joke with. And the recording must be done by one person, not by two persons. So at some point, there were two people there. That's why at a point I said, I only want one person. Because if two people begin to record the same gait, you will have mistakes. Only one person, tester reliability will become an issue. So stick to one person. Only that person will give you the value of counting. Stick with one person will give you the value for time. So there is consistency because of that inter-rater reliability. And so I knew we were going to have this issue. Otherwise, what you will have seen is 0.7, 0.7. Now that tells you the nature of muscle activation and where the emphasis is more. For those that have 0.6, 0.6, it means that the stride length was amplified more than stride frequency. The system gave preference to stride length than stride frequency. Now, that happens only when there is a balance issue and the person has fear of fall, or when the activation has a problem. Now, when you have athletes like that, if you generate this, the E2 will be there, the E1 will be there. The value of E1 for somebody who doesn't have ACL and is being asked to return to play, if you use that person who has normal ACL without issue as the control, somebody of similar age, similar this, a player as well, a footballer as well in the same team, who may even be playing the same wing. And then you ask the person, you record the person's gait and use it as a standard. And then compare it to the person who have the ACL issue. Take a look at the point where the value of the E2, it is not going to be the same. That's number one. So you can use it as a standard. Number two, take a look at the muscle activation parameters, which is take a look at the stride ratio.
Yes.
His stride ratio will not be consistent because the way the muscles are activated will vary. At the point where he is challenged, the stride ratio will drop. One, either he prefers to protect himself by increasing the stride length and decreasing the swing. Therefore, the stride length will be more than the stride frequency. Or he prefers to walk in an antalgic way. An antalgic way, he tries to avoid putting pressure on the foot. Therefore, stride length will decrease and stride swing will be higher. In which case now, muscle activation will favor the swing, which are the flexors and not the extensors. And you begin to see an increase in the value of the stride ratio. So the stride ratio will tell you how the activation goes. where the flexors or the extensors are working, and why. And that is what you are going to use to monitor this person.
Wow. Thank you, Prof. This
You're
makes
welcome.
a whole lot of sense.
That is what we have as physiotherapists, but we don't use it. So you see the value of gait analysis. That's why I don't want to speak grammar today. We have been hearing this grammar thing is not helping anybody. We want something you do now, you take it back to the clinic and see your patients. That was why when we did a study of a stroke patient who was being monitored, who was being treated, I worked with Gabriel, who is in US now, my student. And a stroke patient walked into the physio clinic and we have a rehabilitation. He walked in, he was good. And then he recorded the gait parameters. And he decided, let us do those things that I taught him. We recorded the gait parameters of this patient at the point where he was received by physiotherapist. After 1 month of intervention, this person had hemiparesis. There was no crisis. The blood pressure was under control. There was no second stroke. There was nothing. The blood pressure was good. He didn't have ischemia. He had hemorrhagic CVA in the first instance, or hemorrhagic stroke, not thrombotic. And after 1 month, we saw that as physiotherapists took over to manage him, he was deteriorating. When we plotted the VFD the first month, we found out that this person's VFD had E1 and he had E2. By 1 month, they received him in November 02. By 03 of December, he had only E1, he had no E2. He deteriorated so much that he no longer could transit from slow walking to normal walking. He barely could do that. He can't even try walking from normal walking to fast walking. He lost that one completely within 1 month. And then we went and took a look at the stride ratio. And so that the physiotherapists were building the extensors and they left the flexors. The quadriceps were in a mess. Whereas the actual issue should be to target the quadriceps. And you will have seen that the quadriceps articulation had problem from the stride ratio. And if that patient has continued like that, he will be bedridden. But can you believe it? Under physiotherapy rehabilitation, you can believe it. So all the intervention was going to strengthen, give him to so he can have more strength. So they created an imbalance. But we were able to dictate that with the stride ratio and with the velocity phase diagram. And we saw that the extensors were stronger than the flexors, and they created an imbalance. And we said, no, reverse the treatment, target the quadriceps, and he was okay after 1 month. I don't know if you're getting the point now. So we have these resources to feed into our clinical practice. But the reason why we don't tap into them, both as physiotherapists in sports or as physiotherapists in the clinic, is because we do not have some of this knowledge. There is a whole lot. Now, what I have done so far is I have given you a little bit of what you can do. Now, with what we have now, I want us to get another parameter, the gait efficiency region. We will calculate it right now from that diagram, the gait efficiency region. It tells us what percentage of the spectrum of his walking that this person spent walking slowly and what percentage he spent walking fast. Now, if you take a look, let's go to the graph. Let's know the percentage he spent walking slowly and percentage he spent walking fast. Let's see that graph. Hafiz. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is our E1? What is the value of our E1?
2.5.
In the velotype?
In the velotype, yes.
2.4.
No. 2.2.
2.2.
No, 2.25.
2.25. Lucy, I'm going to give you
Yes.
something you can use. Now, 2.25 divided by 5.
Two 2.25 divided by 5.
2.25 divided by 5.
2.25 divided by 5 is
0.45.
0.45.
0.45 times 100.
0.45 times 100.
45.
45.
I doubt it that 0.25 is equal to 0.45. 0.25 divided by 5 should be 0.5.
The velotype is not really at 2.425. It's like 2.24.
Okay. If it is 2.24 divided by 5, it will be what? 0. What? 4 what?
2.24 divided by 5 is 0.48.
Times 100. That should be 48%. Because once you multiply by 100, it is expressed in percentage, isn't it?
Yes.
So he spent 48% of the entire gait cycle walking slowly.
48.
Mohammed
Yes,
spent
48%.
48% of the entire gait cycle walking slowly.
It sounds
Remember,
yes, Prof.
2.24 or E1 is the boundary between slow to normal. So we took that boundary, divided by 5. 5 is the entire velotypes that we had. So that E1 over 5 times 100 will tell you the proportion of the velocity field that the patient or the individual spent walking slowly. If that portion continues to increase, the individual is in big problem. If the proportion moves from 48% to 50% to 60%, whatever you are doing for that patient is causing harm. Is causing the opposite of your purpose. Because as this patient keeps improving, then the proportion he spends in the entire gait cycle walking slowly should be decreasing. Because he wants to transit to the path of minimal energy expenditure very quickly. So when you keep delaying that point of transition, then the proportion he spends walking slowly will keep increasing. So if that E1 now moves to 3.5, it means you have increased again. It will now become 3.5 divided by 5. Can somebody do it? Just to give you an idea. Maybe the next time he came, you now plotted this VFD, and you found out that the E1 has moved to 3.5, and you now say 3.5 over 5 times 100. Can somebody tell me what the answer is?
Times 70.
So he now spends 70% of
70, Prof.
So it now becomes
70%.
that it now means that he is now deteriorated from spending 48% walking slowly to 70% of the entire gait cycle walking slowly. That is what happens to fallers. When you begin to see that deterioration, then there is a problem in your management of a case. So you can apply that for somebody who you are also rehabilitating with ACL tear. You can monitor with that. What percentage of his gait cycle does he spend walking slowly? It can give you a sense of the healing, because as he heals, he will do better. You can also compare that with a player who is normal and who plays the same position, who has similar characteristics like this individual. It can be your standard for comparison. So that is one. Now, what is the gait efficiency? You can also use gait efficiency as another method to know how efficient his gait is, because a healthy person has a good efficiency. From what we have seen, you will see that gait efficiency is supposed to be ideally at slow walking speed, which is signified by the number 3 velotype 3, isn't it? I mean, at normal walking speed. And the value for normal walking speed is 3. And that is the speed of walking when Muhammad was very comfortable. His energy expenditure was good. So, but what he expressed, what the brain appreciated, what the system configured when we looked at the interaction showed a different thing. That E1 should be at 3 if everything was okay. So, but that E1 was at 2.24 or so. So we call it, let us now find the gait efficiency. The gait efficiency is 3 minus E1 over 3 times 100. So,
look at the clouds.
3 minus E1 over 3 times 100. Can somebody calculate it?
Yes, 3 minus E1, 2.24 equals to 0.76 times what, Prof?
Times 100.
Times 100.
3 minus E1, whatever you get divided by 3 times 100.
Okay, 3
minus E1 over 3 times 100. So you first of all subtract, then divide by what?
Minus 2.24 equals to 0.76 times 100 equals 76%.
So his gait is 76% efficient, which is good, because if you take a look also at the percentage of his entire velocity field that he spends walking slowly is below 50%, it's 40-something%. Now, if the gait efficiency begins to drop from 76 to 66 to 50, it means that the system is not efficient. He consumes too much energy. So you can use gait efficiency to monitor your patient. Any patient, one of the symbols of gait issue is that the movement becomes uneconomical. That is to say, energy expenditure is too high. So you need to monitor gait efficiency. And then you need to monitor what proportion of the gait cycle he spends walking slowly. You will generate this data all from the velocity field diagram and from the stride ratio and so on. Like we have done stride ratio, we have done velocity field diagram now to do the gait efficiency and the proportion of the velocity field he walks slowly. So all this gives you insight. You are able to quantify what you do. You're able to have tangible and objective data. All that you see Mohammed do now, you have seen how much data and insight we have gained now about Mohammed's work pattern of working, just from what we have just done. A simple thing that we just did now. And it is not all. By the time we now begin to take a look at the pathology angle from that velocity field, there's a pathology angle. That angle disappears when there is pathology. Can you go to that velocity field? Let me show you. Adamu?
Yes, sir.
Let's see that.
Okay, you want the graph?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if you take a look at the angle of the stride frequency and the stride length at E1, I don't know if you can do that sign for an angle. You know, when you draw a mathematics, there's this thing
Yes.
that looks like a semicircle or something, or small curve between those two lines. If you can draw it there, yes.
This
Yes,
one?
between those two lines, yes. Something like a curve, a small, yes, to show an angle. Yes, something like that. But, you know, normally it bends. Good, good, good. Now this is a gate angle. Now, draw a line. Let me show you pathology line. Draw a line. You see that interaction? Okay, let us complete it. Go up to the E2.
Okay.
Draw the same angle. No, between velocity and stride length. Come down before E2. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, this just between the two lines.
Okay.
Like you did down here on the opposite side. No, not that side. Don't you see those two lines? Like, no. Between the stride
This one?
length and stride velocity. No.
Okay, this
Above
one?
the E2.
Between them, around there. Come down more, come down to as if you're going, good. Just put that angle there. It has to curve the other way, yes?
So let me use freehand. Okay.
Aha, very good. So this one is the stride angle. We call it gamma 2. The other one is, we call it alpha 2. And then this first one is the gate angle. The one E1 is gate angle. The one you have at E2 is a stride angle. We call it alpha 2. Okay. Now, draw a line. Go to along this E1, where that line touched stride length line on E1.
Okay.
Go up.
Yes.
Good. Draw a line connecting it to where
Which
this
one?
good. Connecting it to where E2 line that crossed the stride frequency. Downwards. Just draw across diagonal.
Okay. Like this?
Keep going to E2. Yes, down. No, down where the E2 line projected downwards to touch stride frequency line. Yes. That particular line we drew from E2 down.
From here?
Go back to where you were before.
Here?
The intersection you were before. No. Up to stride length. From there, that point, draw a line.
Okay.
Draw it downwards. Good. Keep coming. Good. Yeah, that point. Good. Exactly. There you go. Good.
Like this?
Yes, it's fine. Good, good, terminate it. Now, that line you just drew now is called P line. You can label it P line or pathology line.
Okay.
Now, from that point of origin of that line, write P1.
Which one? Here?
Yes, P1 there. And then where it ended under P, write P2. Where it crossed E2 line, where it intersected with that line that came from E2, where it intersected.
So please excuse me.
Yes. Yes, who is asking a question?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I'm the one, sir. Chukwudi Esther.
Okay, Esther, go ahead.
Okay, so I was asking this P line. It looks a little bit slanted. So I wanted to know whether it has to be that slanted or it has to be straight to meet this other perpendicular line coming down from the E2.
It is defined by the position of E1 and E2. You must join them by a straight line. In joining them, if it is slanted, so be it. I don't know if you're getting my point. You have to join that point. You know, if you look at what Adamu has done, he didn't even get it right properly because it has to really intersect with that line properly, but it's fine. It's giving us, I'm going to show you what it is, and it will do so under E2. If you project E2 downwards to where E2 touched the stride frequency line, that is where you connect. So you connect from this other side to this other side. And then you have that point under E2 labeled P2. And you have the point above E1 labeled P1. Then you now come to the center of this line you have drawn now. You draw a vertical line downwards through the center of that line. Draw it down to the x-axis. Good. Draw it down. Beautiful. If you measure the line to be sure it is the center halfway, you draw through the half line, right? Good.
6.
Yeah,
it's half exactly.
Good. So having drawn it now, you take a look at the angle formed by that P line. The angle formed by that P line with velocity.
Yeah.
See the angle formed by that P
With
line.
velocity.
Yes. Just define that angle there. Good. That angle is labeled pathology angle. That angle reduces in the presence of pathology until it disappears. So anytime there is a pathological condition that interferes with movement, take a look at whether the pathology angle is formed or not. And if you are treating that patient, that pathology angle should be increasing. If it is decreasing, it means that pathology is increasing until it completely disappears. When it disappears, it means the pathology is too much that it is now interfering with the physiological balance, the physiological relationship between stride length and stride frequency, how they combine to produce velocity. So it's called pathology angle. So I'm trying to show you many metrics that you have in the VFD that can now enable you to track changes in the patient and to know where there is problem in the individual. What time is it?
6 minutes past 3.
It's 3 minutes past 6.
6 minutes past 3.
6 minutes past 3. Good. So
Yes,
we
sir.
now have another one to do. When we come back from a short 5 minutes break or 3 minutes break, so you can stretch your legs, we are going to do another interesting part. We are going to now calculate the phases of stride. Stride length, the stance phase, the double support phase, and the swing phase. We will calculate them. We shall now plot them also on this VFD. You will now see the beautiful interaction between the phases of stride and the basal gait parameters. And you will now see the completeness, the complete insight they give you concerning disease conditions. So by mere looking at them, you already know where the problem is coming from. You already know whether the stance phase is affected, whether the swing phase is affected. You can now also see what we call the loading zone. And you can now get the slope of the loading zone and use it to calculate the weight of your body that is applied at the forefoot. And then you subtract it from the weight of the person to get the value applied on the rear foot. And you can now calculate forefoot, rear foot load ratio. You will see whether the foot has problem just from the velocity field diagram. I don't know if you are getting my point. Dr. Davis, are you still with me or have I lost you?
Okay, Davis saying again, yeah.
Dr. Davis? Esther? Lucy?
I think they need some break, bro.
Prof, I'm here, although I
have a question. Oh.
Okay, what is the question? We answer the question, then we go on break.
Okay,
They
okay.
need break.
I have 3 questions, but I'll just ask one. I was lost on this pathology angle. How did the middle? I was like, how do I get the middle? Do I have to measure the distance, the length of the that line, the P1, P2 line to get the middle?
Yes,
I don't
you
get
have
that.
to measure the distance with a ruler. If you use a ruler and that line is 4 centimeters, for instance, it means at 2 centimeters you put a point, then you draw a perpendicular bisector of that P line. You draw it down to touch the x-axis. That line you have drawn is normally called the B line. That is bisector line. It enables yes, it enables us to have the proper metrics for understanding what has happened with the pathological changes. All right. Is there any other question so that we answer it?
It's not a question, it's just a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
My second question I intended to ask was about the fatigue in footballers. You know, it's one of the risk factors for injury when they don't take time to recover properly after training or post-match. But I've already seen the answer when you were talking about energy efficiency, because I wanted to know how to relate the Gait velocity field diagram to checking if a footballer has recovered from fatigue.
Exactly.
So I've seen that.
I have a question, Prof.
Exactly, yes.
What's the role of cognition in woman gaits?
Cognition has a role in processing, you know, because you need to process intelligently. how the terrain is. You need to also process what you have perceived and make some cognitive input in making some judgment about whether there needs to be some adjustments or a different activation of muscles, which muscles you must activate more than the other in order to navigate that terrain. So cognition plays a significant role. And that is why when your cognition begins to diminish, you are likely to fall. One of the risk factors of fall, if you look at the new instrument we developed and published on BMC recently, which has wide application in HIV conditions, in geriatric conditions, in stroke conditions, in all conditions that will lead to imbalance. Now, you don't actually need to begin to know a patient who will fall by trying to, follow the person up and down or ask questions. No, all you need, because we looked at all these factors and then we determine their risk weight. They have a risk weight. And the cutoff point for fall in their risk weight, which we have calculated, is 12.8. So each risk factor has a risk weight, which was determined from our regressional analysis. Now, some have 1.2, some have 1.3, some have 1.4. So if you come and see a patient you are assessing in the clinic, you ask whether there is polypharmacy, and there is polypharmacy, which increases drug-drug interaction. It has a value, maybe 1.2. You take a look at what we have provided. You now write 1.2. And then you ask the question, is there cognitive issues? After you have assessed, you see there is cognitive issue. Then you now have, it has a score, cognition has a score, you enter it there. Now, those who are taking drugs that have adverse cognitive effect, NCAEs, it has a value because it's a risk factor for fall. You put the value there. So you also have for neuropathy, you have for different, if you take a look at our paper, you will see the weight of each of them. Now, after you have identified all those symptoms and put their weight, add the scores we have provided. If it is above 12.8, that person is at a great risk of fall. Immediately begin to treat that person as one. Now, to relate it to what you asked, you will see that one of the risk factors of fall is cognition. Because the moment you lose cognition, you can't make those judgments, and which will come from the processing of information that is gated to the effector organs in the locomotor apparatus to either improve the muscle strength and then increase the base of support by increasing the stride length or double support duration in order to stabilize the system. And once you can make that judgment and give that information, you can process that information in that manner because of cognition, then you are likely to fall. So it has a significant role in walking because poor cognition will lead to fall.
Secondly, you lay emphasis on the role of CNS, central nervous system, very well. You do not mention the role of ANS, autonomic nervous systems, as it happens in, does it really, can we use it also to describe what is happening to Gait? Because you mentioned more, your explanation using ANS.
Yes, the autonomic system plays a very significant role. Like hypertension, for instance, all that you have with the cardiac system is a risk factor for fall. So there are so many things that are prone to emotional challenges that respond to those autonomic systems that are under their influence, that are risk factors for fall. And that means they interfere with the expression of the gait parameters. So they have a role to play. However, why you see me mention some of these is when we begin to look at the command centers that are responsible in normal situations where the programming, the central programming of motor function is done. I was looking at those target areas. Remember, the role the autonomic nervous system plays is more or less like a modulatory role, not a programming role. But the central programming system we get feedbacks, sensory input from all these systems, and they help them to generate and configure a motor program that addresses any challenges it sees anywhere that will lead to poor execution of the gait or the movement task. So the input coming from the autonomy system only plays a fine-tuning role, but they do not program. The programming is done at these centers we now mentioned. At the primary motor cortex, we have inputs coming from there, but the drive centers are the basal, the brainstem region, where you have the pontine, the subthalamic nuclei, the cuneiform. These are the key primary drive centers. They entrain the CPGs, they modulate the CPGs, and input coming from different centers that are supraspinal also key into these drive centers. The cerebrospinal neuron, the reticular formation, the reticulospinal neurons, and so on. So they all come into the drive centers. They get, they feed the drive centers, and then the drive centers feed them, and then they send down, they continue to send down modulatory influences after processing this information to the central pattern generators, which are the key things that actually lead to the step you take in walking. However, because of the nature of the primary motor cortex and the interface it has with the autonomic system, there are feedback loops. Let me give you, for instance, the basal ganglia plays a role in walking. That is why when you don't have dopamine, you are in trouble. And you know the basal ganglia and this relationship with substantia nigra, and then the globus pallidus, and so on and so forth. Now, the basal ganglia, the substantia nigra, all of them are not connected to the cerebellum. They don't have any direct connection with cerebellum. They don't have any direct connection with the primary motor cortex. The primary motor cortex does not also have a direct connection with the basal ganglia. The basal ganglia processes information and sends them to the pallidus, to the thalamus. The thalamus is like a relay station that receives this information processed in the basal ganglia and in substantia nigra. And then from the thalamus, it is projected now to the primary motor cortex. The primary motor cortex receives this information from the thalamus, which is coming from basal ganglia, and transmits it to the cerebellum. And as it is receiving this information and processing them, it is receiving input from other waters, processing them, and then transmitting to the cerebellum. The cerebellum takes all this and configures either the postural or more gait-related or gait-oriented, or velocity-oriented program. Because in the same cerebellum, postural control is programmed. In the same cerebellum, gait speed is also programmed. So the deep cerebral nuclei play two critical roles, but they also receive information both from autonomic and from all these other things. So you can see now that there are inputs coming from different places that are not directly related to motor programming. But the centers that do the programming receive this information and they impute it in doing the actual programming. So autonomic system is also very important. It has its own input, which is very important. And of course, the reticular formation is key in that regard. So it plays some role. All that you see the thalamus really don't do too much than to receive this information and relay them. Of course, coming from the basal ganglia, they all pass through the fenestral ovalis, and then they are relayed from the fenestral ovalis in the thalamus to the primary motor cortex, and then that is how you form the loop, what we call the corticofugal system, and that is very essential when you're talking about movement programming. So I agree with you, it plays a role, but their roles are more like modulatory, helping to fine-tune the final program.
Thank you. It's a complex entity, actually. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Fatima, I think Fatima has a question.
Yes, Fatima.
Good day, sir. Thank you so much.
Good day, Fatima.
Sir, the questions that I want to ask are, so the E2 in our model, E2 was achieved at 8.5, right? Somewhere
Yes.
around 8.5. So is there an ideal range for that to be achieved? Because I believe E2 will be achieved by running faster.
You see,
right?
yes, if that's why if you take a look at the gate recording, two
Yes,
things
sir.
happen there. We have an inter-observer differences. Sometimes some of the values we imputed came from one observer. Some of the values we imputed came from a second observer. So there was no consistency. And that's why when we did the stride ratio, which tells us the consistent configuration of the neuromuscular system, the motor program is consistent. What simply happens is that it is amplified. As you now begin to, increase your speed of walking, that same program continues to be amplified. And that's why you see velocity increase, side length increase, but they increase relative to one another. For instance, let me give you an instance. If I pay you 2 naira.
Yes, sir.
And I pay your assistant 1 naira.
Yes, sir.
What is the relative ratio? 2:1.
It is. Yeah.
Good. If I add 2 naira to your salary.
Yeah.
And add 2 naira to his salary, what is the relative ratio?
That's odd, sir. It's supposed to be 2 to me and 1 to the other person. That's
Good.
going to maintain the ratio.
So if I maintain the ratio and keep increasing the value, you will see, you will see an amplification, but the ratio or relativity is maintained.
I understand, sir.
To divide the two, it will still be the same. That is how the program works.
Okay.
There should be consistency in that programming, but we have problem with recording.
Yeah.
And if we have done the proper recording, we will have seen that consistency 0.7, 0.7, 0 across the entire spectrum of working. You will see it is the same program, only it's amplified. And then when you plot that graph, you won't see that E2 moving too far outside of that number 5. It will be within that range.
Okay.
So there was an error there. But what is important is that, and in gait recording, you're about to still see errors. Even some of the errors will come from the person, because this speed is also self-selected. He has to interpret it based on how he understands it. Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir.
So the way I interpret and the way some other person interprets may not be the same. But what is important is that if that is how you interpret it all the time, that is a consistency, and we use that consistency to monitor changes in your system.
Exactly. So my second question, sir, is okay. Now this is like a clarification. When you were speaking about the strengthening of the lower limb muscles, I think you were mentioning shifting the focus to quadriceps. But I wanted to ask, isn't it the focus should be shifted to hamstrings, right? Because most physiotherapists focus on the quadriceps.
When the patient presents with extensor weaknesses, because you must have to do your muscle charting.
Yeah.
If you do your muscle charting and you see that the extensor compartment, which supports the key function of standing against a gravitational force field, is very weak. And when you compare it with the quadriceps are stronger. And then ideally, you will also have to strengthen the hamstrings.
Yeah.
But do not forget that nature has made it that the hamstring and the quadricep must have some balance.
Yeah.
So when you strengthen the hamstring, pay attention to the quadricep, because if the hamstring become stronger than the quadriceps. And the quadriceps go into disuse, especially in conditions like stroke. Then sometimes even the hamstring have also, is parasitic as well. However, despite the fact that it is stronger than the quadriceps is parasitic as well, despite the fact that it is stronger than the hamstring. But sometimes our focus goes more to the hamstring. We do back slabs, we do this, we do that. All we are trying to do is how do we ensure that this person can stand? And when they now walk in a compensatory manner, they avoid using the quadriceps. They can swing their hip. They can do circumduction, avoiding to actually, do the flex. And if you don't pay attention to those things, the quadriceps will begin to deteriorate. So most of the things we do, we pay a lot of attention to the hamstring to the detriment of the quadriceps. And that can cause a problem. And we can find that when we do the stride ratio.
Okay, so I actually thought that the quadriceps were the ones that are being overused in stroke patients, and then the hamstrings ignored. Because like when the patient is moving, it's almost always extended, so the quadriceps are almost always activated.
If you look at it, you will see that in some cases, you know that, for instance, in stroke patients, you have extensor deformity. I hope you know. You have extensor deformity at the lower limb and flexor deformity at the upper limb. Isn't
Exactly,
it?
sir.
Yeah.
Exactly, sir.
So the tendency is that, because the person has that deformity, the stroke intervention means that the hamstring has problem, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And so people now begin to stimulate the hamstring, begin to activate the hamstring. And when they do this, they tend to overlook the quadriceps. And once the hamstring is strong and you ask them to move, they do circumduction. They avoid bringing the quadriceps because if the quadriceps also do their bit, apart from the glottis and the psoas, if they do their bit, you also don't see that circumduction so much. So most times attention by physios go too much because they already present with this deformity. Let's tackle the hamstring. Hamstring is in problem and he needs it to stand. He can't stand without the hamstring. They activate. They
Exactly,
sometimes
sir.
overlook the quadriceps.
Exactly, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, the third one is what is the essence of P1, P2? Sorry, I missed that. Like, why do we need to divide P1, P2 line into two?
Yes, we divided into two because we want to take a look, want to measure, want to get the angle, the pathology angle.
So I thought the pathology angle was between the P1, P2 line and the SV, the stride velocity.
Yes, it is between the P1, P2 line and the strike velocity. But that perpendicular bisector tells us how the P1 varies in its position and location. If we
Okay, so sir, we take the angle at the midsection. We don't take it at the beginning.
No.
At the division.
You take the angle between the perpendicular bisector and you take it.
Okay.
So now what you simply begin to monitor is if that bisector begins to shift its position, is it shifting to increase or shifting to decrease? Like I told you, once the pathology is heavy and dense, that pathology angle decreases, it diminishes. And at some point, it disappears, it's not even formed at all. Then you know there is a big problem.
Okay, sir. So, sir, I take the angle right at the midway between P1 and P2. That's where I take my pathology angle.
It must be an angle between the line P1, the P1, P2 line and the velocity line.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then it should be right at the point that P1 and P2 divide into two.
Yes, you can do it at that point. You can also do it anywhere. That angle is the same across that entire thing because angles, even when you put them anywhere, it is the same angle. 60 degrees is 60 degrees. So far, it is between those two lines. But we use that bisector to know the shift.
Okay. And then, sorry, that's the final question, sir. For gate efficiency, the gate efficiency, the formula is 3 minus E1 divided by 3 multiplied by 100.
Exactly.
So when do I divide by 3? Is it after subtracting E1 from 3 or before that?
Yes, after subtracting E1 from 3, then you divide by 3.
Okay, sir, in that instance, then I think 3 minus 2.4, our E1 is 2.4, right?
Yes.
So that's going to be 0.6 divided by 3 times 100.
Which is what?
It's 20.
Okay, because these are things you need to actually factor in. That is how it is done. I don't do the calculation. You do the calculation and tell me. So
when you did the calculation,
so now
I heard
the implication is this. When your E1 is formed at 1.0,
yes, sir,
it will be 2. 3 minus 1 over 2, which is 2 over 3 times 100. That gives you 66.667%. The switch will happen at a lesser velotype. It should happen to something. Something.
Okay.
But when you begin to see that switch happen at 2 point something, 3 point something, that system is not efficient. But remember that calculation and recording, inter-rater observer issue, can also cause problem for you. That is why you have to be consistent.
Yeah, I understand, sir. So, sir, like, what is the ideal percentage? Like 20%, I think that's poor, right? So maybe we need like 50% above?
It should be above 50%.
Okay,
50% and above.
Okay,
50 is halfway. Above it means efficient. You know, 50% means it is just there. Okay, that's fine. Below 50 is poor. But down to 20% is very poor.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Prof, another observation that I noticed, apart from the inter-rater variability in recording the parameters, I think there should be like an objective measure when you're using it with different persons, because, you know, we just told Adamu to start with his normal walking speed. Personally, I wanted to comment on it. When he started moving slow speed and very slow speed, there was really no difference, significant difference with his slow speed and very slow speed. I think we should be able to say, can you walk as if there's fire outbreak or something? Walk as slow as a snail. Because that could have equally affected the strike ratio.
What you are saying is correct. The interpretation he gives to our command is key. So our command has to be clear. When we say walk very slowly, we may not ask him to walk as slow as a snail, because in gait analysis, you use his own personal experiences to calibrate his system. At that point, we are trying to provide a reference point that normalizes his own system. If you tell him, you know how you walk, just walk the way you walk normally. Now, he has an experience of what is normal to him. And when we tell him, you know how you walk when you are very, very tired, you know you walk very, very slowly. Just walk, okay. Even if you want to walk as if you are in slow motion, just very slowly, walk very slowly. Now he is using his own experiences, now reaching out to the hippocampus to dig out the motor program that is commensurate to that. Now, when you begin to tell him walk like a snail, as slow as a snail, he now uses his imagination of what a snail can, how slow a snail can be. It is not an experience he has. It is more or less something he perceives. But we want to use experiences that are stored in the hippocampus to calibrate the system. I don't know if you're getting my point. And so we try as much as possible to use these experiences to do that. So normally, because we are looking also at the science of it, and if you say walk slowly as a snail, it is how he understands it. But the moment you are consistent in walk very slowly, the way you walk when, you are extremely tired and you just walk very slowly, he can relate with that and walk very slowly. Okay, walk when you are slow, but not extremely tired, but not normal. You can walk in between the two. But you start with the reference point, walk normally, the way you normally walk in real life. It becomes a reference. He can compare the two. Any more questions?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have a question from some of the answers you just gave now.
Yeah.
So I want to know if the value you assign to a box on the axis, for example, the y-axis on this part, we had 0.05 assigned to a box. Like, I don't mean a big box, like a very small box. But me, I assigned 0.1 to the bigger box. So by the time I get to the place where 1 is on the graph on the picture, mine is 0.4. So I want, because it influenced my values. Where we got 2.24 for the E1, I got 1. So does it like, do we have a particular value you must assign to each axis?
No, it's like when you want to plot. Already there's relativity in those scores. For instance, if you are going to set up a scale, you just scaling. A scale can amplify, can amplify a configured value. A scale can also shrink it. So it is to be consistent with the scaling that is important when you are dealing with those values. If you actually amplify it by probably making this 2 cells is equal to this on x-axis, 2 cells is equal to that on that. Now, you find out that if you are doing this in the real sense of it, you will be the one. If you want to get what Adamu gets, you will use the same scale he used. There is no scale for it beyond what scale you decide to use. And that scale is what you are going to be consistent with whenever the patient comes to your clinic. So for any given patient, if you decide to use 2 cells is equal to 1, or use the kind of scale you just used now, that is fine. What is important is that value you got now in the same patient will keep changing as your treatment keeps changing. I don't know if you're getting my point. So the scaling is just amplification. But the real values that scale can amplify are constant and they are still there. So if you want to use any scale, just like a normal graph plotting, the real values will always have a relative relationship with 1.
Okay, sir. So my second question is, the 7 meters we use as a distance, is it like constant, or you can even use you can use 10 meters?
Normally, we use 7 meters when we are dealing with patients. In normal subjects, healthy subjects like Mohammed, we use 10 meters. But if you look at the space in that gymnasium, I don't think it will accommodate 10 meters. 7 meters is almost close to the door. So what we just did is just a demonstration. But in real life, 7 meters is for those who have patients, because they get tired easily. So you don't take it more than 7 meters. But for healthy individuals, 10 meters is the standard. So the question is very important.
Yes, sir. So my third question is, when you were talking about explaining more on Gait efficiency, you were saying that getting below 50% is quite poor. Does that relate to age? Do you also consider age while doing this? Is there any maybe scale or something that shows us, just like the way we have the chart for head circumference according to months? Do we have a scale based on age to show us what is optimal for each age group?
Yes, this is why it's important that when we do our research works, when we have these skills, we begin to do our research work and we begin to have, a nomogram. But normally, what you said is quite correct. As you deteriorate in age, gait efficiency decreases. Now, we don't say because you are 70 years and when you have 20%, it is fantastic. It is inefficient and it is inefficient. But that inefficiency is due to age-related issues. I don't know if you're getting my point. But we expect, we can now define it and say for those who are elderly, we normally have between 20% to 40%. In the real life, actually, those who are elderly have between, in fact, some even have 15%, and we define that in context with the critical point for fall. And the critical point for fall for those who are elderly is 3.5. And therefore, we don't expect them that their gait efficiency will be up to 60%. I don't know if you're getting my point.
Yes, I am.
Yes, because ideally, you will expect gait efficiency, gait speed transition to happen before 3. In fact, speed transition should actually from slow walking to normal walking should happen at 1 point something. It should be below 2. But for them, that speed transition happens at around 3.5. Some happen at about 3.7. So they are even inefficient. So when you subtract their gait efficiency, you will be having minus something, minus something, not even plus. So that tells you when they're inefficient, they are, okay, for instance, 3 minus 3.5, what does it give you?
0.5.
No.
Sorry, minus 0.5.
Exactly. Now, minus 0.5 divided by 3, what does it give you? That should be minus 0.16.
Minus 0.17.
Approximately 17 times 100. That gives you minus 17%. Are you seeing that already it is telling you that it has moved from plus to minus, which is inefficient? I don't know if you get the point. So it decreases up to a point, it gets to minus, it gets to 0 and moves to the minus value. That minus value tells you inefficiency. But we don't normally wait for that minus value to happen. It happens in elderly. But you will tend to look at least 20%, but whenever you see it in elderly people, minus sign means that those people it normally happens in people who are prone to fall, or who are so old that they now walk with walking stick. They now rely on instrumented gait. And mind you, when you do gait recording, we usually do gait recording for those who do not walk with their walking stick, especially when we want to get some parameters. However, when people have their walking stick with them, we don't do that because the walking stick interferes. Walking stick increases
I can't hear you again, though.
So sorry, my system went off, and so I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So when you
Yes, sir.
do gate recording, you don't do gate recording for those who use instrumented, because already they are challenged. And so when you take them through that, you are dealing with issues of fall. Normally, you can do instrumented gate recording, but if you're looking at patients who do not have walking sticks, when they walk, it is safer. We don't compromise safety, in certain situations. So if they will walk and fall, we don't even bother, especially when we think it's unnecessary to go to that route. We need to, first of all, treat them and bring them to a point where they can walk without instrumentation, and then we can now record. But if they have to, it means the tendency to fall is very high. So we use other parameters.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Okay, so we go for how many minutes break, Jibrin? Jibrin, how many minutes break do we go for?
Maybe 30 minutes is okay, sir.
Okay,
But
so 30 minutes.
You spend a lot of time talking. You need to rest a little bit.
Yeah, so this is 3:48. 30 minutes time to be when?
Maybe can we say 4:20 or so?
Okay, so we come back by 4:20, and it's going to be another interesting part, because now we will calculate the phases of stride. I want you to see how it is calculated, and then we plot it on the graph. We also see more insight it gives us.
Okay.
So don't move away from here. Don't go to eat your Christmas rice yet. After the whole thing, you can now go back to your Christmas rice.
Okay,
All right.
Prof. Thank you.
Okay,
See you
sir.
in 30 minutes time.
All right, sir.
What did I Oh, good to see you. Thank you. So nice. So nice. Looking so refreshing. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Well, but why did you have to drive yourself here? You told me to do it. Oh, that's what you're saying. Oh, she. So let's see. You have such a lovely note. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Yeah. So let's go inside. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. All right. Thank you. So how was your ride here? It was good. It was okay. It was okay. Good. I've been waiting to talk to you about something. I have a friend who is into the real estate business. He owns it. I'm currently looking for investors. I've very, very recently invested in some other business venture. So my funds are a bit tied up. But I did tell him I'll mention it to you
All right. Good evening, everybody. I think we can start now because we have also given more time to everyone to at least to recover. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We can hear you, sir.
Okay. So what we do now is, let me see if I can share my screen. And, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
That is why when I can buy him. Yeah, right. Exactly what I got. Đoán có sự giá kể hai đại robot. Giá kể hai đại robot. Từ cô chiều anh nâng ý là lấy giá kể model robot sẽ sẽ
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
We're not hearing before. We
Can
can hear
hear
you
you,
now.
sir.
Oh my goodness. So sorry. I was saying, okay, if you look at the velocity, the equation we have today, the basic parameters, we have succeeded in defining them. We now calculated them. We now have them. We have used them to plot the velocity field diagram, the basic feature of velocity field diagram. So what you have there is the basic feature of the velocity field diagram. And what we used in plotting it are the basic parameters of human walking: stride length, stride frequency, and stride velocity. The velocity is related to them in this equation. Velocity is equals to stride length times stride frequency. Can you see the equation? Can you see the equation here, up here?
That's the velocity.
Yes.
Is equal to stride.
Yes, velocity is equal to stride length times
stride length times stride frequency.
So if we keep velocity constant, it also means that if we want to find stride frequency, we can get stride frequency by dividing velocity by stride length, isn't it? Because if V is equals to XL times XF, then XF is equals to V divided by XL. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are right.
Okay. And it also means that if we want to get the stride length, we can as well say XL is equals to velocity divided by stride frequency. Is that clear?
Correct.
Yes.
Good.
Correct, sir. Yes,
Now,
sir.
it also means that if we keep velocity constant and increase the stride frequency, what do you think will happen to stride length?
To decrease.
To reduce.
Take the question again, please, sir.
If we keep velocity to be constant and then increase stride frequency, what do you think will happen to stride length?
It will reduce.
It will reduce. But I know some of you may not get it immediately. So I'm going to go a step further to explain it by using numbers. Assuming our velocity is 20 meters per second, and our stride length is 10 meters per second, and our stride frequency is 2 meters per second. Now, 2 times 10, our stride length is 10 meters, and our stride frequency is 2 strides per second. Now, 2 times 10, what will it give you?
20.
20. So velocity of 20 meters per second equals to 10 meters times 2 strides per second. That's okay. So 10 times 2 is equals to 20, and that's fine. Now, if we keep this velocity constant at 20, so it will not change, it is just 20. And then we now increase stride frequency from 2 to 5. If we increase stride frequency, which used to be 2, and we make it 5, what do you think will happen to stride length?
It will reduce to 4.
So if stride frequency is now 5, can you give me the value of stride length?
4.
Velocity is 20. Stride frequency is 5. What will stride length be?
4.
It will be 4.
It will be 4. But before, stride length used to be what?
10.
Used to be 10. It used to be 10 because before it was 10 times 2.
I am not really purple.
But we now increase stride frequency to 5 and stride length reduced to 4, isn't it?
It is.
4 times 5 is equals to 20.
20.
So what can you see that is happening now? Can somebody tell me what you just saw that happened?
Can we say that irrespective of the stride length and stride frequency, the velocity remains constant?
Yes, if we keep velocity constant,
okay, if we keep the velocity constant,
between stride length and stride frequency, they are able to compensate for each other.
Yes, when one increases, the other one decreases.
Exactly.
When the other one increases, the other one will decrease. When stride length increases, stride frequency will reduce. When stride frequency increases, stride length will reduce.
Fantastic.
That's the relationship.
At the same velocity. That is, with the velocity being constant.
Yes, when we keep the velocity constant, these two variables are able to compensate for one another. So when one is affected, the other one covers up in making sure that the gate output is achieved. We call velocity gate output. That's another word for velocity. So sometimes you will hear gate output. That gate output means the end point of it all, because when you multiply stride length and stride frequency, the output of it is velocity. So all that gate is all about is about movement velocity. So the gate output actually is velocity. So when you keep velocity constant, stride length and stride frequency can compensate for each other. So if you should suffer an injury, and that injury makes your stride length to reduce, you are able to compensate by increasing the stride frequency. And if, for instance, you have an injury or a situation that now reduces your stride frequency, you are able to compensate to maintain the same speed by increasing your stride length. But a problem arises now where there is a physiological limitation. When these two are no longer able to compensate for each other, then there is a problem. In a normal healthy person, these two must compensate for each other. And that is why when you always look at the stride ratio across the entire spectrum of walking velotypes, speed 1, velotype 1, velotype 2, and so on, the stride ratio is always constant. It ought to be 0.707 for Muhammad, for instance. For another person, it may be 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, because they are able to compensate. There is that relativity between the two variables. Okay. Now, if one increases, the other one decreases. What does stride length tell us? Stride length tells us how long your 2 feet are in contact with the ground, because it is a measure of the base area of support. It tells us the dimension of your base area of support. You know, when you take a step length from one foot contact to the other foot contact, so the center of mass is in between those two. And therefore, it's your base area of support that, in essence, it is mirroring the safe, region. So your stride length is a multiplication of your step length times 2. So it is a measure of stability. It's an indicator of stability. The most stable part of the gait cycle is that part when the 2 feet are in contact with the ground. You cannot fear that you are going to fall when you're 2 feet on the ground. But only 1 foot is on the ground. You are a little bit afraid because if there is a challenge, somebody pushes you when you have 1 foot on the ground, you may begin to somersault or you begin to fight to, regain your stability. So 1 foot being on the ground is an unstable phase. And there are phases in walking. When 1 foot is on the ground, we call it single support phase. And there are phases when both feet are in the ground, we call it double support phase. Now, the more your pelvis is able to rotate, the more your stride length increases. And the more your double support duration increases. So with greater increase in pelvic rotation, greater stability is achieved. In stroke patients, you begin to understand why in Bobert technique, for instance, part of the intervention you give them is to train them on pelvic rotation. Without pelvic rotation, they can't increase their stride length, they can't increase their double support duration. Stability is a problem. Because remember, when they begin to improve and when their system begin to recover, they are able to now move from slow walking to normal walking and to fast walking. As they increase their speed, stride length may increase relative to stride frequency or may decrease relative to stride frequency. So it all depends on the configuration of the system and what the system wants to achieve. But in normal healthy people, these two are held constant. They can be amplified together. And that is why when you look at the stride ratio, it is always the same. But in disease condition, it is not like that. It varies. The stride ratio at low speed is different.
So we can't hear you again. No, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Prof. We can hear you. Let us check our system.
Okay, maybe your system may have an issue. Take a look at your system. If you are using earpods, maybe the earpods, the Bluetooth connection may have an issue. Take a look again. So now,
okay, sir.
Now, if you are able to increase your stride length, you are also going to do that by increasing your pelvic rotation. And because you increase your pelvic rotation, you also increase your double support duration. So increase in stride length goes with increase in pelvic rotation. And increase in pelvic rotation goes with increase in double support duration. Therefore, we regard pelvic rotation, stride length, double support duration as measures of stability, indicators of balance. When they increase, they reflect the tendency of the system to prioritize balance rather than speed or speed transition. Because when you increase your stride length, increase your pelvic rotation, increase your double support duration, automatically you begin to also see that there will be a change in the gait cycle, in different proportions of the gait cycle. Gait cycle consists of double support plus single support, which gives you the stance phase, plus swing phase. The stance phase is normally about 60%. The swing phase about 40 or a little less. And so you see that double support duration is a critical part. And if you take out the double support duration, then that person hops from one limb to the other. And that is when running begins to occur. You now have a speed transition quickly from walking to running. So what makes it walking is double support duration. So Double support duration acts as a delay, as a bridge that enables you to move from one limb to the other without hopping from one limb to the other. So it creates some stability in the system. But when you want to increase speed, you will compromise safety. Because as you are increasing speed, you may likely be increasing the swing duration, the rate at which you swing your limb. You may be reducing your double support duration and increasing the swing duration. And as you are doing that, it gets to a point double support duration disappears completely. And then you move from walking to running. The point of transition from walking to running on the VFD is E3. We shall see that when we plot our next physics of stride. So there is a point of transition from walking to running. And at that point of transition, normally double support duration is 0, is completely absent. So that tells you that double support duration is a critical indicator of balance. And as you increase your speed, double support duration has to reduce to enable speed increase. But whenever you see anybody prioritize double support duration and refuse to reduce it, speed transition is impossible. So if you plot the velocity field diagram of those who have E1 but they don't have E2, you will see that the double support duration is high and will never come to 0. There won't be any E3. It will only remain high. And their stride length will also be long, would be, they maintain a high stride length. In that situation, this equation, velocity equals to stride length times stride frequency, will not hold. There will be a physiological limitation to it. Velocity will no longer be able to compensate for, stride length will no longer be able to compensate for stride frequency increase by decreasing, So it will never allow a decrease. Even when you try to increase the stride frequency, there will be a resistance. There will be a physiological limitation. So there are situations where that can happen. Now, having said that, we now want to plot and calculate the phases of stride. It is possible to calculate the phases of stride, but the link that enables us to do it in the equation is what we call stride duration. Stride duration. Remember, we have time, we have stride, we have stride frequency, we have stride length, we have stride velocity. We also have what we call stride duration. Stride duration is the inverse of stride frequency. It is time, therefore, over stride, instead of stride over time. So, for you to calculate the phases of stride, you use stride duration. And it is expressed in this equation. S is equals to 1 over SF. Can you see that in the equations? If you look at the equations, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Person DS, not S. DS.
You see DS, you see ST,
yes, sir. And SW.
And then you see where I wrote where S is equals to stride duration. Because in that DS, in that ST, In that SW, you will see constants. For instance, in DS, DS is equals to minus 0.18 plus 0.24 times X. ST is equals to minus 0.18 plus 0.72 times X. Swing phase is equals to plus 0.18 plus 0.27. I don't know if you see that, times X. So that S is the stride duration. How do you derive the S? You derive the S by calculating the inverse of stride frequency. That is 1 divided by stride frequency. So Hafiz, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Please share your screen now. Let us first of all calculate our stride duration, or S, based on the values we already have.
Okay.
So maybe I stop sharing my screen. And then you can share your own. Have you shared your own?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I can't see it.
You have not seen it too. Okay.
Okay. I can see your screen now. Now take a look. Where is the stride frequency? Yeah, we can see the stride frequency. Can you get another sheet?
Okay.
Get another sheet and draw the lines like you drew on this table now. Draw the columns also draw. Label them variables 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like we did in this one. The difference is that we are now going to use the first column to record stride phases of stride. So the first column is variable. Second column is 1. The next one is 3. The next one is 4. The next one is 5. Then you do the first row. Draw a first row. That first row, you will write stride frequency. Draw a first row across. Good. I mean, write stride duration, sorry, stride duration. S, stride duration. Then draw a second row. That row will be stance phase. I mean, double support phase. Let's start with double support anyway. DS for double support phase. Then draw another one. That one will be swing phase or SW.
Yes, sir.
Then you can draw another one.
Another one.
And that one will be that one will be stance, ST. Stance phase. ST.
Yep.
S as in, just like you have S in SW, ST, T as in tea you drink, which means stance, STANCE, stance. STA, what you wrote there is S, is it SO?
STA.
Don't you know what stance mean? You are I didn't say draw and underline, no. What is that? Adam?
Yes, sir.
I don't understand what you are recording there. Oh.
Right,
You say
SP.
Is that T or this small T or capital T?
Sir, the voice is seasoned, sir. We are not hearing you very well.
I said you ST, not D. ST. T like in stance, standing up. ST. S and T as in tree.
T for table.
T for table, yes.
Yeah.
T for table, not D.
Stance.
Okay, ST.
ST.
Okay.
Aha, that is better. Good. So if you write in full, it means stance. All right, so we are going to calculate now the stride duration. Can you tell me 1 divided by stride frequency at very slow walking? What is the stride frequency at very slow walking? From the table you have, can you shift that table? Can you put that table under this one where we can see it? Can you put that table below this one where we can see? Yes. What is stride frequency at speed 1 or velotype 1? What is stride frequency?
0.52.
1 over 0.52 is what?
Ilundu.
1 all over 0.5.
Dr. Davis, are you there?
1.9.
1 divided by 0.52 gives what?
1.9.
4 point what?
1.9.
Ah, I can't hear. Oh.
Sir, 1.92.
149 what?
1.92.
Okay, write it. 1.92.
So where should I write it?
Write it in that new one under stride duration S. The first yes. 1.92. Good. That is our stride duration. Then second one, what is the stride frequency in the second velotype or very slow walking?
0.66.
So 1 divided by 0.66.
1.5.
What does it give us?
1.52 approximated.
This approximation thing again. Okay, 1 point what?
52.
I can't hear you. I'm straining my ears.
1.5.
Just divide all of them. Just divide all of them by 1, like I have taught you now.
Okay, sir.
And enter the figures there. Let us see the figures. I just wanted people to follow so they know how we got the value. So all you need to do is to divide 1 by the value of the stride frequency. So we call it the inverse of stride frequency. That will give us stride duration, or S. So now we have the stride duration, or S. Can you give us the value? Can you call out the values now?
Yes, sir. Number 1 is 1.92.
Okay.
The second value is 1.52.
Okay.
The third is 1.33.
1.33.
The fourth is 1.1.
1.1.
And the fifth is 0.94.
Okay. Dr. Davis, what can you observe in the trends?
Okay, there is decrease along the line.
Dr. Davis, what can you observe in the trends now?
I can observe that the first one is the highest. So there is decrease along the line.
Fantastic. Fantastic. That is very, very correct.
Hello, Prof. Can we say there's decrease?
Yes.
With relationship with the time. 1, 2, 3, 4, with the fifth, like based on the fastness or the slowness of the walking.
Exactly.
Okay,
so
sir.
as he was increasing his speed, the stride duration was reducing. That is fantastic. Now, let us now go to our formula. And that formula is what I showed the last time. So I'll be sharing my screen again. We'll come back to Hafiz. Adamu. So,
yes, sir.
Yeah. So you see this formula. So let us calculate double support duration. Let us first of all multiply 0.24 at times S, the value of S at very slow walking speed. What do we give us?
Value of S. Right.
I think it's 1.92 or something we have as our S.
Yes.
At very slow walking speed. Is that correct?
Yes, 1.92.
I need a feedback from Adamu and group.
Sir, the S, do you mean straight?
Double support would be
what is the S? What is the S value that you just calculated
1.90
at very slow?
That's 0.46.
No, the first
the
one
answer,
is
the outcome of the
1.92.
multiplication is 0.46.
At very slow walking, what is the value of stride duration? Stride duration is
1.92.
1.92.
1.92. So why are you giving me a wrong information?
So you say I should multiply with 0.24.
Multiply 0.24 times S. S is 1.92.
So 0.24, because we are working for double support duration now.
It will be 0.46.
0.24 times 1.92 is equal to
0.46.
0.46. So now minus 0.18 plus 0.46. What does it give us?
Take it again, sir.
Minus 0.18 plus 0.46. What do we have?
1.28.
0.28.
Which one do I take now?
Sir, take it again, please, sir. Say the figure again.
Minus 0.18 plus
0.28, sir. 0.28.
Minus 1.17.
Plus
minus 0.18.
Oh, yes, isn't it?
Adamu, you are not giving me what I want. I don't know what is going on from your
It is
end.
easy. We are not hearing you very well.
Okay, where is the other lady that was with you before that was doing the calculation? Where is she? What is her name? There was somebody working with us from your end in the morning. What's her name? Hello?
Is it from the virtual?
There is somebody from Adamu's end who was working with us in the morning when we were doing the gate recording.
No, she was virtual.
Oh, she was virtual.
Yes, sir. Just that she was paying a lot of attention.
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Because I think she had a calculator too, so that we can
Prof,
compare.
I know, but I cannot fully participate because I'm in a match, the Chan match, Nigeria versus Ghana.
In they go, the students.
Okay. Somebody is watching Nigeria versus Ghana. How can she understand Gait?
No, I'm the team PT.
Competition.
She's a physiotherapist in the match.
Oh, okay. I see the
Yes.
point. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes, so I'm in
That's
dressing
what she
room for
meant.
this second session and just putting on the Zoom.
Oh no, I understand the difficulty. Okay, okay, that's fine.
All right.
All right. So Dr. Davis is with me and Adamu is there, so we can do this with other people. So Adamu, what do we have as our product of 0.24 times S? What did we get?
You need to unmute, Adam. You muted yourself. You need to unmute.
Okay, sir. So you say 0.24 times
our S. What is our S?
1.9. Our 1.9.
That is 0.46. The answer is 0.46.
And what does it give us?
0.46.
0.46 minus 0.18.
Okay. 0.18, right? 0.28.
0.2x. No, it cannot be 2x anymore because we have used S already. We converted it to a value.
8.
So 0.28. So DS is 0.28.
Sir.
And that is in milliseconds because we have to do the inverse of seconds there. So now record it under the velotype 1, 0.28.
So I lost out. Sorry, after the stride duration calculation, I didn't know where the 0.18, all the other figures that were added and subtracted were gotten. I'm actually lost right now.
Okay.
Sir, I want to ask questions.
Let me explain the first one.
Okay.
We wanted to convert stride frequency in order to get stride duration based on the equation you are looking at right now. If you take a look at our SW equation on that line, you will see where I said S is equals to stride duration equals to 1 over stride frequency. Already we have recorded our stride frequency in the table. So what we need to do is to get S across the table, and we have got our S across the entire table. We calculated it, 1 over stride frequency at very slow walking, 1 over stride frequency at fast walking, very fast walking, and normal walking. Now, what has happened is that we now want to put it in this equation. We will now put our S. Look at all the equations. All of them, we have constants that multiply S. That S is what we have calculated. For you to get DS, it will be minus 0.18 plus 0.24 times S. For you to get ST or stance duration phase, it is minus 0.18 plus 0.72 S. For you to get swing phase, it is plus 0.18 plus 0.27 S. So you see S is all over the place. So you have to first of all get the S, which is what we have done. And that S is got by dividing 1 with the stride frequency. At very slow walking speed, we divide and get S. At slow walking speed, we divide 1 by stride frequency at that level and get our S. At normal walking speed, we divided 1 with the stride frequency to get our S. We use it for also fast and very fast. And that gave us S. S is stride duration. So we will now substitute S in this equation at every velotype. So at velotype 1, for us to get double support duration at velotype 1, we put the S value in this equation and calculate it. And then we have double support duration for that velotype. So at very slow walking speed, we will get the S we have already calculated, put it in this equation for double support duration and solve it and get the value of double support duration at very slow walking speed. At slow walking speed, we also put the S we calculated for that slow walking speed already. We put it in the equation and solve it and put it there. At normal walking speed, there is an S we calculated for normal walking speed. We put it there, and we know how we got the S. We got it by dividing 1 with the stride frequency. I don't know if it is clear.
Yes, sir, it's clear. What was confusing me was that I wasn't actually seeing the formula on your screen. What I'm seeing is actually the VDF continued, the part of the explanation you put there, but what's showing here is not the formula page.
Are you serious?
Yes, sir, that's what I can see from my own side.
Oh, okay, read what you can see. Read the first line.
DS decreased progressively with increase in speed, probably facilitates.
No, don't worry. Let me reshare.
Okay.
Can you see it?
It's coming. Change the slide.
Can you see my slide?
No,
It's not
I can see it, but
slide
not the
118. It should be slide 116. Go up. Just go up. You are showing slide 118. It's supposed to be slide 116.
There is something wrong somewhere. I'm trying to. Don't worry, I will sort it out now. Can you see my slide?
It's coming. We have not seen it. It's coming. It's the same thing. The active slide is 118. That is what is showing. You need to click on slide 116 to be active.
I think there is a glitch somewhere, but it's fine. We'll be able to overcome that glitch.
Okay. One by one.
Can you see it?
It's showing the same thing.
Can you see it?
We can see your slide, but it's not showing the formula page.
On the left side of your screen, you see all your slides number. So you pick the right one.
What you are seeing from your end is not what I'm seeing from my end. Okay, now what can you see?
The same thing.
Is it moving?
Double support decreased. It's not moving.
It's not moving.
Yes.
No, there is
Close
the problem
this slide, close everything.
I think there is a problem somewhere. Can you see?
Yes, it's moving.
Can you see it now?
Yes. It's moving now.
Okay.
Aha, exactly.
Yeah.
This okay.
Yeah. Can you see it now? Who asked the question?
Yes.
Sorry, I thought it was moving, that we are seeing the formula. Look at the formula here. So this is the formula we will have to solve. Is it clear? So if we have the values of S, if we can share that value of S on the thread, so everybody can see it, they can now use it to calculate at every velotype or at every speed of walking. So the first speed, the double support duration for very slow walking is minus 0.18 plus 0.24 times the value of S. And that value of S is 0.4 what, Adamu?
Yes, sir.
What is our value?
0.46.
0.46. So when we multiply 0.24 times S is 1.9 something.
S is 1.92.
So when we multiply 0.24 times S, we got 0.4 something, right?
Times 1.92. 4.6.
4.6. And then when we now
0.46,
0.46. And then when we put it into the equation, this equation is also as good as saying 0.46, which is what we solved when we multiply 0.24 times X minus 0.18. And if we do that, what do we have?
Okay.
0.28.
0.28.
Now 0.28, that is what you got, is our double support duration at very slow walking speed. Now, who asked me that question the first time? Who asked the question? I want to know if you are following up to this point.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, I'm here. Who is talking?
Esther, sir. I want to ask the question.
Okay. Are you following now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that's fine. So we go to the second. Any other question? Somebody also wanted to ask a question. Did I clarify you, or do you still want to ask?
Yes, sir, it is me, and it was clarified. I was wondering which equation we are using in the first place.
Oh, okay, that's fine. So now let's go to the second column where we have the second speed, slow walking speed, number 2. We already have calculated our stride duration, or S. Adam, what is the value?
1.52.
Now multiply 0.24 times 1 point what?
52.
Times 1.52. What do you get?
0.36.
Minus 0.18. What do you get?
0.18.
What?
0.18.
No, it's not correct.
We are minusing
0.18.
They are minusing 0.18 from 0.36, and it's giving us
0.1. Yes, you're correct. What are we minusing?
Hello, Prof.
Minus.
Yeah.
Hello, Prof.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. This is Foluke, one of your participants.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a suggestion, sir. I did appreciate if people can just, solve the remaining value type.
Yes.
So that it will make this presentation faster. And we will just,
Okay, can we all solve it? I agree with you. Can we solve it now and have a value filled in that table so that we can now plot it?
Okay, sir. That's my suggestion, sir. Another question, sir.
Yes.
We could do the same for because for ST, SW, there is like a formula with constant variables for those ones, so that we just substitute what the value of S is for each value type.
Do we need to do for ST and SW also, or just for double support?
Come again.
Do you understand, sir?
I didn't understand the question.
Okay, sir. You know, you presented like 3 equations.
Yes.
You can do this
Double
manually.
support equals minus 0.18 plus
And we
0.24 Hz.
Yes.
For the remaining variables, which is ST, I don't know what ST means anyways.
ST means stance duration. Stance.
And SW is swing, sir, right?
SW means swing duration or
Swing
swing phase.
duration. Okay, sir. You gave us corresponding constant equations for all those ones too. So I'm asking, should we also do those ones, or we only need to calculate for double support alone?
You will calculate for double support duration and fill that column across. Adamu should share it. Then you calculate for stance duration. You calculate for swing duration across the 5 speeds.
Exactly. That is what I was actually asking, so that we can do it to save time and so that it can make the presentation faster. Someone can be doing that, and once we reach that stage, we can just dictate what the values or what the figures are.
Okay. So who are those good in calculation and addition? Can
Let's
somebody
do it
take it up?
together, sir. Let's do it together. We
Hello,
already
sir. Hello, sir.
Yes?
Please, sir, I have a contrary opinion.
Let's do it
Doing
together.
it together is helping us because sometimes what you get will not be the correct thing. So like sometimes we get confused. But because we are doing it together, we are getting better understanding. We are just we're in the 3 now. And we'll be done. We're already on from 3
That's
times
not the problem. That's not the problem. It will be explained how the values were arrived at.
You are even wasting the time the way you are just arguing. Let's do it together.
Okay.
So we
Yes.
plot the graph together.
I think we can all use Excel to automatically calculate one cell and drag it to complete the others. I think if we can explain just one, then the other, like now we did it exactly with reference from the first calculation, we can be able to generate a similar sequence for the rest of the values.
We cannot progress until when we finish it. So let's finish it so that we'll plot the graph. That's what the prof is saying.
Okay. You see, why sometimes I tried to carry everybody along is because most of us have when you just produce an answer, they don't know how you got it. Then everything is lost. And it's difficult for them to fit in. And unfortunately, at the stage we are, if you miss out any of these and get confused, you will not be able to replicate this when you work alone. So that's why I try to do it in a painstaking way. I know it takes time, but when I carry everybody along, I'm comfortable. And that is why whenever I have workshop, I try to take my time so that everybody who has, attended it, we have something they can take back home. And then we know we have dealt with that issue and it is done. Next workshop, we move to something else. Unfortunately, it takes time. I would like to make it faster so that I can also finish up on time and rest. But I have to sacrifice because of everybody. I want everybody to focus, to be carried along. So maybe we can just make that sacrifice and then do it together. But what is not helping me is from Adamu's end. I don't get the quick response I need from that end, and it is really giving me a lot of headache.
So we will improve.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So
if you can even allow me to share my spreadsheet, I think it will be more easier because everyone can see and we can calculate directly from there.
Copy out the equations, then you can share your spreadsheet.
Yes, I copied.
Can everybody else copy out these 3 equations because I won't be able to show it at the same time?
Okay.
So that when I take it off and he shares his own screen, you will not be lost.
Okay.
Yeah. If you have copied it already, then I can stop sharing my screen so Adamu can share his own. Please let me know once you are done copying so I can remove this, I can stop sharing.
Okay, I think we can just screenshots.
I've done that, sir.
All right, so I stop sharing now so Adamu can share. All right, Adamu, please come on. Share your screen.
Okay.
Yes, right. It is shared.
So I like we share.
Adamu, have you shared yours? Okay, that's good.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay. Very good. That makes it so for those of us who already have the formula, you know we have calculated our S. So that S is now being used to multiply and solve that equation. That's what Adamu is doing using the Excel. So you Excel, you program it and it will solve the equation for you.
You didn't put down the formula for double support.
The formula for double support is minus 0.18 plus 0.24 S. Do you get that?
Yes.
Do you get that? Somebody asked the question.
Come again, please, sir.
Adamu is typing
Minus
it.
0.18.
Yes. I'm trying to just write them the
Minus
formula.
0.18 plus 0.24 S. Where S is the stride duration we calculated, or the inverse of stride frequency.
So I think you can see the formula here down.
Adam, what did you say?
So I just write the formula below. Double support formula is equals to stride duration times 0.24, and then we minus 0.18 from it.
Okay.
And everyone can see it here, highlighting.
Okay, that's good. So where is the other formula for the other ones?
Is the same thing.
Let's finish with this one first.
Okay.
Have you finished with double support duration?
Yes.
What's the formula for stance duration? Did you put it up?
What?
It's
Now,
just
which one?
1 divided by
Stance duration or ST? Stance duration.
1 over stride frequency.
No. Yeah, it's 1 over stride frequency.
You can write the formula. They can see all the formulas at a glance.
1 over SL. Inverse na stride frequency. Okay, inverse.
Just put it.
Stance or ST is equals to minus 0.18 plus 0.72s. Minus 0.18 plus 0.72s.
ST. Minus 0.18 plus 0.
Minus 0.18 plus 0.72s.
Okay. ST2. Plus 0.38. Do you mean like this?
Yes, minus 0.18 plus 0.72s.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good. 72. 72s. 72. Good. 72s. Capital S. S for school bag or for student.
Okay.
Yes. And then that one up there for double support duration is minus 0.18 plus 0.24s. Is minus 0.18 plus 0.24 capital S, like, you know.
Minus 0.18 plus
0.24 S, capital S, like student, S. Yeah, that's it.
Oh my God. Yes. Just minus 0.18 plus 0.24. Yes. Okay.
I think what you have to do is to put the actual value of the S now. At speed 1, speed 2, you put the actual value of S.
Okay, sir.
Because the S was kept changing from speed to speed, if that is giving you problem.
So I figured out the problem. The Excel is not recognizing something, and I just figured it out.
Anyway, can you calculate the other you have done for stance, you have done for double support duration.
Yes, and ST.
Can you now do for can you do that now for SW or swing phase?
Yes, I can do, sir.
Go ahead and do it, then I will explain. We will run you through with other people to confirm what they got.
0.18 plus 0.2 plus 0.27. Yeah. Okay. Anna? Which one is S ɗinku? Okay. And wannan shine SW? Then ST. What is ST? Bracket S is equal to yes, sir, we did. We finished.
Yeah. Can you take a look at your double support duration again?
Double support duration, yes, sir.
Because I'm trying to look at that figure you got there.
Okay.
If you say minus 0.18 plus 0.24 times 0.42, am I correct?
So you say times S, and the S is stride duration, right?
What is, yes, what is our S?
The S is 1.92.
1 point what?
92.
1.92. 1.92.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, it is correct.
Yeah.
0.2808.
Yes.
Dr. Davies, I want to run this thing by you. What did you get?
I'm sorry, sir. I did not calculate. I'm just looking at, since he's calculating it, I'm just looking at the results he's putting.
Okay. Are you
So
able
can
to?
I help?
Yeah.
Okay, the first two rows are the same for mine, but the last one, that's for the stance duration. When they were inputting the formula, they made a mistake. I saw it. They, instead of putting 0.27, they put 0.2. So it differs for mine because I use 0.27.
So it must be 0. The last
So
one.
0.24. Everyone can see it.
That is
So
for,
I highlighted it in the
for stance.
for stance.
No, for yeah, the last row he's talking about, is that not stance?
Okay, 27 go. 271.
The formula for stance.
Yes, sir. Yeah, stance ST 0.2.
Stance, the formula
0.27,
is minus 0.18 minus 0.18 plus 0.72 S.
Okay. Yeah,
7.2.
2. Yes.
S. Yeah. Okay.
Results SWE.
Now, this one you wrote base of SW. I don't understand it. I think you
So
better write
everything.
these words in full to avoid confusing anybody. That number 4 is swing phase, not base of SW. Swing phase.
Okay.
Swing phase. Now, phase is ING, good. Phase is PHAS, good. So the other one is double support phase. Very good. The last one is stance phase. That one you wrote ST. Stance, good. Phase. Then you can now write in bracket ST so that people will know what it's all about, the abbreviation, capital S, good. Then for swing phase, the capital SW. Okay, that is perfect. Now we have this thing sorted. If you take a look also, Dr. Davis, I know you didn't do the calculations all through, but at least you can see the trend.
0.70.
Oh, okay, sir.
So what do you observe in the trend?
For which one, sir?
For all of each and every one of them. Just take a look at each one. Tell me what you observe.
Okay.
That they are all decreasing.
They are decreasing along the line.
They are what?
They are decreasing. They are decreasing.
Yes, they are reducing as you move from very slow to normal to fast and very fast. They are all reducing.
Yes, sir.
So, but we don't know whether the proportion of reduction we allow for a speed transition from walking to running, or what it actually means relative to the others. So we are going to plot these values now on the VFD that we already plotted before. In plotting it, it is different from when we plotted the basal gait parameters. We plotted the basal gait parameters, stride and stride frequency and stride velocity in a linear form because they have a linear relationship. But in this one, when we plot this one, we connect the dots from point to point. So, Adam, if you can go to our graph. If you copy these values now, we go to our graph and we plot them. Dr. Davis, I don't think you are following at some point.
I'm following, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
It's because I don't really have calculator, and if I take it off.
Oh, okay, don't worry.
The one on my phone, I may
calculations after now. You will see how we got to that point.
0.1.
Okay. Now, Adamu.
Yes, sir.
Let's plot the first phase of stride on our table. What is the first phase of stride there? Is it double support?
On
the table that you just did on with your Excel.
It's stride duration.
Eh?
It's stride duration. Okay.
So stride duration, we have used it to calculate. So we don't need to plot it. We just use it to calculate the physics of stride. So it has had its purpose now. What we're going to plot here are the 3 phases of stride. Double support duration, the stance duration, and the swing duration.
Okay.
So let us plot the double support duration first, just like we did the other parameters. We will now get the dots first across the whole 5 points.
Okay.
The whole 5 walking speed types. So the first one is at very slow walking speed, you have the value with you. So what is the value at very slow walking speed at number one? What is the value of the...
Okay.
The value of double support pace is 1.2024.
Can you plot it?
Yes, sir.
Can you just put the point there?
What scale are we taking?
Use the same scale. The same very scale that you used here will apply to it. You are going to plot it on the same graph, not a new graph, on the same graph.
Okay, okay.
Not a new graph. Uh-huh.
Okay. What is the value? 1.201.
So what do you say is the value again?
1.202.
So it will be above 1 there. Uh-huh. And then probably in between the lines there, somewhere around there. Yes. But you'll be on 1. Good. Yes. Something like that. Okay.
Okay.
Have you plotted it?
Yes, sir. I'm plotting on 1. Yes, sir. With green line, green dot.
All right, so plot the second one. What is the value for the second one?
Okay.
Double support duration for very slow walking. What is the value?
What is the value? Yeah. 1.1, 0.18.
0.1?
1848.
All right, 0.1.
18, yes.
Okay, go ahead and plot it.
Okay.
Zero 0.1. Yes, somewhere around there. Okay, now the next one. What is the value?
Yes.
For below type 3?
0.13.
0. What?
0.1. 0.13.
Okay, plot it.
Okay. Yes, sir. So I plotted.
Okay, then what is the next one?
The next one.
0.084. 0.084. Okay, that is on number 4. So plot it. What is the next one?
0.0456. 0.0456.
So almost 0. So plot it. All right. Good. Now, use a line. connect the first point that you plotted from 1 to 2. Connect the two of them. Yes.
Okay.
By a straight line.
Which one and which one?
It has to connect from, yes, very good. Then stop, only to that point.
Hmm? Okay, only to the point.
I mean, terminate it at that point. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. It didn't really, we need to adjust it properly. Yes. Okay. Now, draw another line, straight line from second point to the third point.
Okay.
Now, draw another line from third point to the fourth point. Straight line, straight line, straight line. You have to go through that point. You are not, yeah. Yes, that is better. Now draw another one from that fourth point to the fifth point. Very good. Very good. Very good. Now, come to the beginning of that line at the first point. I don't know what you drew there. I don't know how straight that line is. That first one, from the first to the number 2. From number 1 to number 2. That's what I mean.
Okay, so it's not straight, it bends.
No, just connect it with a straight line, not the connect number 1 to number 2. Don't worry. Because that line you connected is not it's rough. The other ones are smoother than that one. I don't that first one we did.
Okay. Let me remove it.
I don't know.
Yeah, let me plot another one. Yeah, is this fine like this?
You have to remove the first one first so that we know we're dealing with only one. I can't see what you're doing. That first one it needs to go.
I remove it.
Eh?
Yes, so can you see I am connecting with different devices in the system? Probably the system is disconnecting.
Oh, okay, that's all right.
Yeah.
I can't see, I am seeing double lines.
Yeah, it is reload.
It is loading.
This network. I don't have any people. Abin da yawa ka yi abin da sai kai zuna.
We're not seeing your screen, Adamu.
Yes, sir, the network is disconnecting and he's trying to reconnect it back.
Okay.
So can you see now?
Okay, I can see.
Yeah.
Okay, so connect. Yeah. Okay, that's all right. That's cleaner than the first one. Now, label this line. If you project this line above the first point, yes, project it further up. Good. Project, no, in a straight line. Yes, that's good. Perfect. Now, just label it DS or double support duration.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Now, plot the second phase of stride. I think it is stance phase.
Which one, sir?
Yes, the second one.
Stance phase. We are done with double support duration now.
Yeah.
Yeah, sir, they have the same value we plot on top of it.
Huh?
Yeah, the value is the same.
At number 1.
Yes.
That's fine. Now that tells you you are beginning to see that his interpretation of slow walking, fast walking are not exactly the same. I mean, are exactly almost the same, and that's why you are having that issue. But that's all right. Put it as where is it? Let me see. What is the value?
1.204.
What is the value for double support duration?
Double support duration. 1.2024.
1.20 what?
1.2024.
1.2024. And then for stance is what?
It's also
1.2024.
1.2024. Okay, that's fine. Just go to the second point. Go to the second point.
Okay.
What is the second point?
Okay. What is it?
I want to know how you multiplied that thing. Can I see your table?
So what do you say?
What is the stride frequency? What is the stride frequency?
line is breaking. For slow is 0.9144.
No, let me see your table. I doubt why it should be the same thing. I doubt it. Let me see your table.
You're not really calling the right figure.
0.9 go.
Madam, share your table.
Share your table.
Yes, sir.
You are not calling the right figure out.
You're not calling
the line is breaking.
It is not possible. It can't be the same.
They are not the same on the table.
What is the value, please?
Open the table. My good
Let us see
friend
the table first.
from Kano. Show us the table, not the graph.
You are showing us the graph. We want to see the table.
The table.
Stop sharing the graph. Go back to the table. Let us see the table on the Excel worksheet. Show us the Excel worksheet where the table is.
Can you hear us?
I don't think Adamu is hearing us. That is it. And if you take a look at this, you will see that the stance phase at very slow walking speed is 1.202. I doubt how it is going to be correct to be the same thing with double support duration. It's not possible. Can you do the recalculation? The stride duration is 1.92. That can never be correct. Let me recalculate.
The stride duration on my own is 0.28, sir.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that value.
That's the double support, 0.28.
Yeah, 0.28. Yes. I think
that's for double support.
I got 0.28 too for double support.
Let me calculate it now. Minus 0.18 plus 0.24 times S, and our S is 1.92. 1.92. S is 1.92.
0.2.
Is 0.28.
0.28. Adamu, double support.
Adamu, you wrote 1.2024. That means 0.28. Yes, that thing is 0.28. So that formula, you have to take a look at it.
SW 0.27.
So actually, what you plotted the first time, okay. Yeah. So that is what it should be. That is the correct thing. So if you plot it, it is going to be a bit different. And it's like what you already plotted looks like the stance phase. So if the value you had for stance phase the first time is what you plotted now in place of double support duration, then you have to rename that that line to stance phase instead of ST line instead of double support phase. You get the point I'm making? Adamu, can't you hear me? Adamu, are you hearing me at all?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Are you done? If you are done calculating, please switch over to the tape to the graph.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
So can you see the graph?
Yes. So what you have plotted down looks more to me like stance phase.
Okay.
It's like you use the values for stance phase to plot this. So instead of deleting it, just write stance phase and let us plot double support phase. Change the value to stance phase. That's what we actually plotted.
Okay. Okay, see it. So is it fine now?
Yes. Now, let us plot double support duration based on what we have on the table.
That's all.
Are you there?
Yes.
Start plotting. What is the value? The first value. Let's start plotting.
Okay. Tell me the value. So we are plotting double support pace now, right?
Double support duration. That's what we are plotting first.
Okay. Only what is the first value?
0.28.
Are you there?
Yes, we are here.
So what is the value for number 1?
0.28.
0.2.
H0.
Okay, that's fine. Then what is the value for number 2?
Yes, sir. Here is the point.
0.1.
Number 2 is what?
0.184.
0. What?
1.8.
Okay.
And 3.
Number 3 is what?
0.13.
Okay. Number 4 is what?
Number 4 is 0.08.
Bring it down. Bring your point down to number 4 if you are done number 3 now.
Yes.
What is the value for stance duration at number 4?
Stance duration.
Excuse me.
0.612.
0. What?
612. Somewhere around here.
That means it should be different from what we have there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you have to replot that stance duration after we are done plotting the double support. Maybe you just clean the line, clean all the lines and all the points, all that you have plotted for stance. Clean them up because they don't seem to tally. So it doesn't confuse you.
So let me correct it now. There is some problem and I figured it out.
The stance, remove all the stance.
I'm correcting it now. Yes.
Where does this one come from?
Yes, sir. Now, these are the lines.
The what?
These are the correct lines for the double support.
Okay. So, you can connect the lines like we normally do, connect them point to point.
Recording in progress.
Point to point. Point to point. Good. Yeah, that is it. So you project it above. As it, yeah, yes, at that point, straight line, good. Cut it off. Cut it off. Good. So you cut it off at the axis, at the it doesn't have to project beyond that. Yeah. Yeah, you can cut it off there. That's okay. All right. So now label it double support duration.
Okay.
Or DS.
Elisa.
Yes. So plot the next one.
Okay.
Plot the. We will soon end. So don't be worried. We shall end very soon.
Thank you.
But I know that after this seminar, you can have the video and then you can watch it. And I'm open to receive your questions on WhatsApp, on any platform. We can still have that conversation, but let's plot it properly so you have it with you. All right. Can you plot for stance phase quickly?
Okay.
I need to show you something interesting after we have plotted. And
Okay, sir.
that will help everybody.
The point.
All right, connect them with a straight line.
Okay. Okay.
Connect point to point. Yeah, point
Okay.
to. Yes. Go on. Yes. Yes. Go on. Yeah. Very good. So you terminate it there. Or you can project beyond it. If you just project it beyond this straight line. Yes, I just want to show you something. Project beyond it.
Like this?
Just leave it there at that point. Okay. Now let us plot the second one. Yes. So label it stance phase.
No.
All right. Let's now plot for swing phase.
My friend Adamu, your hand is shaking and you are a surgeon.
It's not my hand, though. It's a tick.
Surgeon Adamu.
You see the cursor is not. Let me show you.
It's your
See?
hand. I can see. It's your hand.
There's no way. The thing is not pointing in the right place. Let me see. You see? It can't.
My friend Adamu.
Yeah. Can you just continue to project it?
Yes, sir.
You didn't go through that line at number 4. You didn't go through that line. Correct that line. It has to move up at number 4. So you can go through the center of the line. Yes. Yes. No, move it up, move it up. No, 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 no. You are going below. Move it up to go through to the center of that line. Continue. Yes. No, up. To go to the center of the line.
This thing is not willing. It's not willing to point the right place.
Okay, continue. Continue doing what you're doing. No. It didn't go through the center. No. It's messing it up because if it goes through the center, it will intersect the other line at number 5. It will intersect the stance line at so you are making it go not to the center. And those are the things I want to show you people.
Compose yourself. You can link it. You can do it. Good. Good.
Very good. Very good. Very good.
Better.
Yeah. So this is something that looks like what it should be. Yeah. It looks like what it should be, but that's okay. If you replot this, you get the exact result, but we can manage this. Now, this is actually what the velocity field diagram will look like when you now plot the phases of stride and the basal gait parameters. Normally, this swing duration and the stance duration, it gets to a point they become equal, where they intersect. At that point where they intersect, that double support duration will be equal to 0. If you look at double support duration at 5, it is not 0. It is close to 0. If you project it forward a little bit, it will become 0, almost at the point where swing duration and stance duration where they intersected. If Adamu should go to that point now and project it from number 5, that point, yes, you will see that it will come to 0 where the stance and the swing duration intersected. If you look at that double support, no, not that point now. No. Go to DS. That DS. Double support here, that line below. If you take a look at that DS, no, that's from number 4 to number 5. That line should pass through the middle of number 5, not below it. It is passing below it, and it is wrong. It should pass through the middle.
Okay.
It should pass through the middle, yes, through the middle of that line, not below. Middle of that point.
Like this?
That thing is going below the, you made a dot there. If that line should go through the middle of that dot. Yes, exactly. Better. Now you will see that it came to it. Yes, that is it. Perfect. So what you can see, everybody, if you take a look, you will see that the stance phase, which is the phase in which the double support that tells you the duration when the foot is on the ground. It's made up of two things I told you before. It's made up of double support duration and single support duration. Single support duration is equal to swing duration. So if you, in the equation of stance, you say stance is equal to double support plus single support. Single support means that the duration when the one foot is on the ground. But whenever one foot is on the ground, the contralateral foot is in the swing duration. And that swing duration is equal to the single support duration, because once the swinging foot makes contact with the ground, double support duration starts and swing ends. So as long as the other foot is swinging, the one on the ground continues to maintain single support. So we normally say that swing duration is equal to single support duration, or SS. If you look at that diagram, you will see that this swing duration became equal to the stance duration. And that means that if it becomes equal to it means that double support duration has no value. And it is at the point where double support duration becomes zero. That is the point where the swing and the stance duration intersected themselves. Because now in that equation of stance equals to single support plus double support plus, and then gait cycle equals to that stance plus swing. So if you say double support plus single support plus swing, it becomes gait cycle. And if you now say that double support becomes zero, it means zero plus single support, swing plus double support, but plus a stance duration. At that point, for stance duration, which is double support plus single support, to be equal, means that swing is equal to single support and double support is zero in that equation. And that's what happened here. So at any point where there will be a speed transition from walking to running, double support must be equal to zero. So Mohammed's velocity field diagram tells us that he is able to transit from walking to running. The behavior of his gait parameters are very stable. He can transit from single support duration, from walking to running. He can transit from very slow walking at E1 to normal walking, and from normal walking to fast walking at E2, and then from normal fast walking, he can transit to running. That point where double support now touches the ground and where the swing and ST became equal, that is the intersection point or the equality point, it is labeled E3. So Adamu, you can label it E3. That ST, that point where the two lines intersected, ST and SW, you call it E3. It's an equality point. Yes, that point, E3. So if you look at it now, you see that as speed is increasing, double support duration is decreasing. And double support duration is a measure of balance. But this system is so confident that it now prioritizes movement because the mechanism that controls the body and holds it from falling is very strong. And therefore, it can afford a speed transition. There is no fear of fall. And because of that, double support duration can actually be reduced to zero at some point as he progresses to walk. When we processed it, we see that the brain is capable of commanding and programming that there be speed transition from walking to running, hopping from one foot to the other. And that is possible. And that is what we can see at that point of intersection. Now, speed change is impossible without double support duration decreasing. If you take a look, you will see that at the point of the first intersection, where we have E1, that double support duration have dropped drastically. And at the time you are coming to E2, it has also dropped drastically further. And beyond E2, it goes on to drop further to give you E3. And that's why I know, if not for the error we have in recording our basal gait parameter, that E2 will not project to that point. It will actually project somewhere before 5. But I'm just trying to give you a sample of what it looks like. In a subsequent discussion, we will now use this diagram to make discussions on how we can now use this to interpret what is wrong with the individual and so on and so forth. But I want you to take note of those trends, that it's impossible to transit to running if double support duration refuses to decrease. But it can refuse to decrease when the brain senses that postural control strategies cannot sustain, you are likely to fall. There is postural imbalance. There is instability in postural control. Because mind you, the posture and speed are programmed in the same area. They are programmed in the cerebellum. And all the inputs that are required for that are programmed at that area and then forwarded to the drive centers for implementation. So you can see now that there is a cooperation between the neurons that fire for speed and the neurons that fire for postural control. Double support duration represents the postural control parameter. It's an indicator of postural control and an indicator of balance. As speed is increasing, there is inhibition of the expression of the neurons that fire for posture. And therefore, there is a trade-off between safety and speed. When the system emphasizes safety by increasing double support duration, then it triggers the neurons that fire for postural control to become more active and suppress the ones that discharge and fire for speed change. So the centers in the emboliform nucleus and the interpositors are inhibited reciprocally by the programs, the centers that fire and discharge for postural control. That is the thing you have seen in this diagram. And you can see that there is a compensation between speed and postural control. So when speed increases, postural control, the indicators of balance and stability are minimized, and they are less prioritized by the system. But when the system begins to prioritize indicators of stability, then the neurons that discharge and fire to ensure speed transition, they are inhibited, and the system does not prioritize transmission. So there are 3 postural control strategies. The first one that fires at E1, you see that postural control strategy emphasizes safety before E1 rather than speed. And that is why double support duration is high. But if you now look between E1 and E2, double support duration decreases more. And as it decreases more, you see that swing, which talks about the pendulation of the limb, begins to increase. And even the stance phase begins to drop. And then it comes to a point, the two of them intersect. And at that point, they intersect, double support duration drops to a point of 0. And therefore, the swing increases and surpasses stance. So it means at that point, the individual spends less time on the stance phase because double support is 0. And what you have now is equality of swing and single support and swing. So the person must hop from single support to swing, single support to swing, single support, which is actually running. So running contains only 2 phases. Walking has 3 phases. Double support duration, stance, and swing are the critical features of walking. But for running, it's only single support duration and swing phase. But for that to happen, there is a trade-off in the brain. The programming, the mapping of the brain, the velotypic mapping of the brain is altered. to enable that to happen. And you can see that change. So this velocity field diagram is just a mirror of the programming of the brain, the phenotypic mapping of the brain, how the brain adjusts with dimensions of velocity, and how the phases of stride, which mirrors this dimension, are programmed and how they interact under a neural drive. And this is what you have seen. Now, in different disease conditions, these pictures changes. There are different pictures for different disease conditions. And as these disease conditions begin to heal, as you make your intervention and they begin to recover, they return to normalcy. You begin to see this clear normal mapping begins to appear. But in disease condition, you don't see this normal mapping. You see different types. And if we have this lecture again, we are now going to look at different neurological conditions and their different presentations. You will now see variations. But I will share with you some of these, the ones I have before I let you go. I will just share. Can you stop sharing now, Adamu? So I can just share and show a few things that will make you see what I mean. Then we can round it up, take questions, and then we call it a day. Stop sharing, Adamu, so that I can share my own screen quickly.
Adamu, stop sharing.
Adamu, have you gone to bed? Are you still there?
My friend, I come to Kano, I was punky. My friend Adam.
Adam, are you still there?
Who is there with him? Hello? Hello, Adam. I'm not sure whether they are listening or hearing us at all. Prof, can we take questions?
Yes, let's take questions, please.
Yes, thank you for this wonderful presentations. I would have loved if we could explore the something further to microstructural level, looking at cardiovascular aspects at each phase of the Gait circle, talking about this double support stand SW, what will happen to the heart rate variability if we try to explore it from that angle? Have you looked at it from that angle before?
Yes, some studies have been done in that regard. You know, as you keep increasing the speed of walking, all the vital signs also begins to adjust. In fact, once you begin to increase the speed, of course, even when you run or when you walk brisk walking, when you walk fast, without being told, you begin to pant. The blood pressure will begin to increase a little bit. The pulse rate will begin to increase a little bit, and so on and so forth. However, they have a normal range, and therefore there is nothing abnormal that happens. Abnormality only comes in when there is a disease condition. And so, you know, and when you see people who have certain disease condition, if you take a look at their velocity field diagram, you will see that it is totally different from the normal velocity field diagram. That's why I said when we look at disease conditions and velocity field diagram, we can now begin to integrate that. And some people have done a lot of work in that area, trying to integrate heart rate variability with velocity change. And it is normal, the change is minimal, not significant actually. But it only becomes worrisome once there is, you know, I don't have the exact value of the changes they have, but it becomes significant in different conditions. Different disease conditions have different presentations. And it will be interesting really to see what it is like in Nigerian context, because we have not done that study in Nigeria, but other people have done that as well. But we've not done that using the velocity field diagram now to integrate the two metrics together. But what we have actually done is that we have calibrated different neurological conditions using the velocity field diagram, and we have those phases. But it is something that we can do. But when colleagues of mine at VETS, at Cape Town, UK did their studies, and US especially, and Italy, they also looked at heart rate variability. And normally it is within normal range, except when there is a cardiac or cardiogenic disturbance.
Okay. What about during loading? Does he have extra load?
You know that when you load, when you talk about loading being an issue, is when the muscles are not strong enough to influence the load available to it. Now, for instance, in parasitic condition, the biomechanical modeling shows that the muscle strength is not sufficient to influence the load. And what is the load? The body weight. In such situations like that, the body struggles, and also there is a struggle in that sense for the heart to meet up with the blood supply, because now there is extra work and there is fatigue and there is a mismatch between the muscle strength and the available load for it to influence. And therefore, you see the person get fatigued easily, and the blood circulation is not adequate to support the nutrients required to execute those functions. And you see lactic acid all over the place. And so immediately, you begin to experience some kind of arterial constriction, where you should be having arterial vasodilation. And so it's a problem in that sense. So when there is loading, what we call loading in biomechanical sense is a mismatch between the muscle strength and the available load for it to influence. So when there is a relative loading, it means that there is a relative increase. It is the same body weight, but because the muscle strength have reduced, there is now a relative decrease in the match between the muscle strength and the load. So the patient may still be weighing 70 kg, but now he is like somebody who is carrying a GP tank. When the muscle strength was 5 or 4 plus, it's just like somebody who was carrying 20 kg or 20 liters of water or 1 bucket of water, because the muscle strength is adequate. But now the load remains the same, and therefore the muscle strength decreases from +4 or 5 to maybe 1 plus or even 1 minus. And to the person, it's just like now having a GP tank. So the muscle strength available cannot influence that load. So we say that the system is relatively loaded. That loading is a term we use when there is a mismatch between the load and the available muscle strength to influence it. And in that situation, the heart struggles. And if you push further, the patient collapses. And so just like you will also collapse under a GP tank, it is the same scenario. So we are careful not to even challenge the system in that regard. And that's why we believe that before you can work the muscles and work the system and get training, you first of all have to work the muscles in gravity-free plane where the patient cannot struggle, build it up to 3 and 3 plus before you can begin to challenge the system, and then before you can also go into gait re-education. And when you're doing that, keep your seat by your side so that once the patient is tired, go no further, just let the patient rest, because the patient is actually carrying a GP tank, relatively, so to speak. So what you are saying is, happens in that sense.
Thank you, Prof. There should be follow-up lectures, I'm sure, as you have said.
Yes, there will be follow-up lectures. It all comes from demand from Ray Institute. You see, Ray Institute is doing something that I appreciate so much, and that is trying to focus on this aspect of physiotherapy which we are not utilizing. And
Yes,
I believe the more we do it, the more we practice it. That's why I said to them, We're no longer going to speak grammar. Whenever it comes to Gait, we do hands-on, like we have done today. And I'm sure that the impact of the knowledge you got today will be different from the other ones where we were teaching you theory.
Exactly.
This is actually what should enable your physical practice. And you can see now that most of you can actually do some good PhD thesis, some master degree work just from this.
Yeah.
Just from this, and it's a virgin field. It's a lot to be done. You can see the questions you're asking about heart rate variability, and it changes with the gait phases of gait and so on, using the velocity field diagram. Those are areas we haven't even touched. Even others have done things similar like this with the vehicle motion system and the gate right motion system. But nobody has done that with the velocity field diagram. And we can do that. And then we see what it looks like and the implication for rehabilitation. So Ray is doing his best. And I'm sure that if Ray Institute comes up with something like that, all I can assure you that I'll be available.
Thank you, Prof. Okay.
I don't know if there's any other question. Otherwise, Jibrin, I hand over to you.
You say you will show us some things?
Let's see. Quickly. Let me see. Where it is. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. Well, this is one of the books I wrote in this, and this book is on Amazon actually, exploring the modified velocity field diagram as a diagnostic tool. You can see what we have just done today, because you can actually plot this with the computer, not the same way that Adamu plotted it today. Maybe next lecture I will show you how to do it. I wanted us to go through the pain of doing it this way so that we can learn it. But if you enter the values into the system and you click, plot, it will plot it within seconds. And then you now have to define the edges of the lines and so on. There's a way it is done. So we plotted this one. And you can see that this is the patient I was telling you. This is the patient that was treated. He came in with his 2 feet and was walking normally. You can see this is a normal velocity field diagram. And this measurement was as at October. As at November, the patient's gait was this way. And these are the parameters that we recorded and plotted. Now, that is, okay, no, this is it at November. You can see that we have E1 at November. We don't have E2. We have E1 because it's hemiparesis. In hemiparesis, you can actually transit from slow walking to fast walking. So he had hemiparesis. But if you take a look now, you see we had a challenge just by 1st of December. By 1st of December, E1 has moved from this point at 2 point something before 3. Look at E1. E1 was now formed nearly at 5, almost at 4.5. So in the next thing, you won't see E1 anymore. So there is a serious deterioration in this person. And when we now measure the stride ratio, we found out that the hamstrings were stronger. In fact, when we even look at the physiotherapy program, they were stimulating the hamstrings and abandoned the quadriceps. So we could see those differences. The second study we did with this is normal diabetic condition. So these are normal control people who are non-diabetic, and this is now a change. You can see from non-diabetic to diabetes, there's a change in the structural nature. structural dimensions of the velocity field diagram. And then that change continues to advance again. This is diabetic peripheral neuropathy. If you look at E1, you see them formed at different positions. And that is what is important, you know. And then if you continue to now go to look at diabetic foot ulcer. In diabetic foot ulcer, you can see E1, you won't see E2. In neuropathy, you can see E2. In foot ulcer, E2 is gone, completely gone. And the two lines are never able to intersect. That is stance and swing. And double support duration never able to come to zero. So there is a complete change. Now take a look. This is the ulcer itself. This is, this is hemiparetic condition. Those who have stroke. This is hemiparetic, not paresis, but paretic condition. So there is paralysis in this situation, and we are trying to activate the muscle. And you can see the change in the velocity field diagram. In fact, there's a reversal of so many plots here. You look at somebody that was loaded. When we added a normal person, we added 6 kg to the foot of a normal individual and compared it to a hemiparetic person. Are you seeing that they have a similar feature? Are you seeing it now? Normal individual, the moment we added 6 kg, we increased the load, the muscles we are able to influence, and they changed them completely. So the challenge, the biomechanical problems they have is overloading. It's a mismatch between the muscle strength and the load available. But if you keep increasing the load to 8 kg, look at it. It even reverses the nature. The V line begins to behave funny. L line that used to be above F line now became below F line. F line that used to be below everything else now became higher than all of them. And then this is a healthy individual, not the patient that is doing this. A healthy individual. When we now move it to 10 kg, everything went haywire more. So this is now, we are trying to model the problem of those who have hemiparetic condition. And the velocity field diagram is telling us their problem and showing us the same feature like these patients. So it means that our hypothesis is correct, that their problem essentially is mismatch between the body load and the muscle strength available to influence it. And when we did the stride ratio, that's what we got. You can see the stride ratio for 10 kg, for 8 kg, for normal, for hemiparesis. That is where the difference lies. It is now that stride ratio that tells us that even though their operational and functionality are similar in terms of load mismatching, those people who have these issues physiologically are able to adapt. And that is why if you take a look at the slope of their line, it is far better. But for the hemiparetic, they're not able to adapt. They have a problem because the variables, velocity, stride length, and stride frequency can no longer compensate for each other. So their stride ratio is not consistent anymore. But for the other people, it is consistent.
Prof, my main worry is this issue of individual difference. Your own slow movements also might be my very slow one.
Yes, it doesn't matter. That is why when we do Gait study, we don't do it. If you want to do a Gait study, for instance, on hemiparetic condition, you may study 50 patients. So you aggregate everything together and get an average. So the error is completely eliminated.
Okay.
So it mirrors an average value. Look at what also happens in knee osteoarthritis. Look at knee osteoarthritis also presenting like hemiparetic condition.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells you that they have the same biomechanical issue, similar to that of stroke patient. So there is some degree of paresis in knee, there's the degree of muscle weakness. And of course, it is obvious to us as physiotherapists. It means we have to pay attention to that load mismatch as the critical problem for those who have knee osteoarthritis. So there are so many things we can see from the velocity field diagram. And this is one of the papers I did where I used this I use this instrument also to predict the critical point for fall. And then I tested that using the AUC ROC curve, and then went on to do the quartile analysis in order to get the cutoff, the sensitivity and the specificity, and to determine the accuracy and the predictive threshold. And that's what we have here. For the velocity field diagram, it was doing better than all the other predictors, instruments used for fall prediction, TUG, time up and go test, was nowhere to be found compared to the velocity field diagram. I presented this work at the World Physiotherapy Congress, and it's published in BMC Geriatrics. All right. So this is something we can take home. And I leave you at this point. If there's any question, we'll take it. Otherwise, Jibrin, I hand over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this elaborate and well-loaded session. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
So, in the absence of any question or comment,
thank you, sir.
Let's write the email. Let's write the email, sir.
Yes, my email is sam.ibeneme. sam.ibeneme at UNN. sam.ibeneme@unn.edu, edu for education, edu at edu.ng.
So please take it again. And then your phone number, please.
Okay,
Sam.ibeneme at UNN.
Sam.ibeneme.
Yes, sir.
Sam.ibeneme at UNN. .edu.ng.
Can we have your phone number, sir?
My phone number is 070 381 384 35. Please, before you call me, just send me a text message and just tell me who you are. Because a lot of 419ers call me, and so whenever I see a call that I don't save, I don't pick it. So they see my phone numbers on posters and different places. They call me to tell me about gold that their father left somewhere they want to sell to somebody and so on. So if you just use my number, just send me a text and just say you're so person, then you call. I will now pick that number.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right.
This is Dr. Blessing from Port Harcourt, UPTH.
Oh.
Yes, I'm going to organize the training
Jonathan, right?
Yes, sir. I'm going to organize the training for you to come. I will chat you up later.
That would be fantastic.
No. You're going to have a lot of, yes, you're going to train all of us, so it's better.
No problem.
I'll chat you up after now, sir.
No
Thank you so much.
No problem.
It was overwhelming at a point.
So sorry.
But thank you all the same. But we need it. We need it for 2025 to manage our patient better, to get better results. I'm so grateful and I'm very proud of you, sir. Thank you so much. You're such a wonderful teacher. Your patience, your endurance. God bless you. God bless. God bless Ray Institute. Hafiz, thank you. Hafiz, you are the best. Hafiz, Ahmed, everyone. Dr. Davis, I'm
Thank
here.
you, my friend.
Hafiz, you are the best. That's an award. Hafiz, you are the best. You'll be wonderful to all of us. Thank you. Thank you. It has been a wonderful year. Hafiz has done so well for us. Thank you so much.
Compliment of the season to everyone.
Compliment of the season. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
All right. Happy New Year in advance.
Thank you very much, sir.
2025.
Okay, bye, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. We're hoping to share with others Okay.